mind doesn't wake up in the morning thinking this is its last day on Earth. But I think that's a luxury, not a curse. To know you're close to the end is a kind of freedom. Good time to take inventory. They will remember us. Out of all our vast array of nightmares, this is the one we choose for ourselves. We go forward like a breath exhaled from the earth, with vigor in our hearts and one goal in sight.
History is written by the victor. Because all you need to change the world is one good lie and a river of blood. This is for the record.
Oops, sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful time tonight. We are joined by Mr. Brandon Wombat of Trex Arms to talk a little bit about the stuff that's going on. I think it is very fair to hear from all sides in this and kind of fill in the audience a little bit. Now, Brandon, how's your night going?
It's going. This has been a first off, thank you for having me and for hearing this side, and for everyone that's been waiting for this. I do apologize. It's been quite an adventure, I would say. This is going to be the first time some of this information comes out. So again, I appreciate your guys' patience, and I do apologize for it taking so long, but it's been stressful to say the least.
Right. I can imagine the last 2 weeks have been probably the most interesting of your time at Trex so far.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I will say there's been some interesting times at the company, and this is leaps and bounds above any of those. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, see, we should probably just hop into it. So while we're kind of getting into it, let's lay the foundation. So I've watched you at Trex Arms for 2 years now, I want to say, because I watch most of Trex Arms content, and I've seen you on the Armory channel, on the main channel, and recently you're more the face of the channel, for lack of a better term, right? Well, it's kind of missing one of the leads that's usually on there sometimes. And I do want to say, before we get going, that the Trex team, and specifically you, because you're kind of the face of the Instagram, the YouTube, have gotten a ton of hate directed at you that I don't think is necessarily justified, because as far as I'm aware, you don't actually have any decision-making power at the company. You're an employee like everyone else, if that's
correct. I mean, I think everyone within the company has some sort of, decision-making authority to some extent, but I'm not in a leadership role. I'm in an influential role, if you want to call it that, but I have no people under me. Again, I'm not on like a leadership team or anything like that. I have had no involvement with the buyout situation. I didn't even know about it until the day Lucas left, and I had no involvement with the investigation of the incident about what we're going to talk about here in a little bit. So yeah, it's pretty minimal involvement other than like doing my job, basically.
Right. Well, let's get into that. So when did you start working at Trex?
It's come up right at 3 years here soon. So I came on initially to do customer service. A little bit of backstory how that started. So 9 years Marine Corps, I got medically retired. And I saw Trex, I saw Lucas's 13.7 BCM one take video. It was the first video I ever saw. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And it was 2 years before I got out, and reached out. There was communication for about 2 years, long story short, and just wanted to work for a cool company initially. But within that time when that communication started, I became a Christian, and my reasons for wanting to join the company changed throughout those conversations. So I ended up wanting to join the company for Christian principles and working for a company that stands on that, basically.
Right. So T-Rex Arms fit the bill in terms of a cool company doing cool things, and they follow your principles that you profess, correct?
Yeah. So when you talk about cool things, I had leaving the special operations side of things, you kind of leave a lot of skill sets behind that you probably never get to do again. And I was hopeful that, some of those skills that I wouldn't waste. I would get to use them again at some point. T-Rex. So that was part of like the cool factor of wanting to go. I had no idea that I'd ever be on camera. That was never in like the realm of possibility.
Well, that's actually funny to me that you say it. So for instance, you were MARSOC for 7 years.
6 years.
6 years. Okay. Yeah. And you took a job for customer service. That sounds like kind of a downgrade in terms of excitement, MARSOC to angry people online.
Yeah. I had a desire to help people and just, interact with individuals. So during my last year in the Marine Corps, I was working at a gun shop while the med board process was going on. This is during COVID too. So like I couldn't go to work because people at Wounded Warrior Battalion were, had a compromised immune system. So I went to work one day a week just to show face. So I had a full-time job essentially while I was transitioning out. And I really enjoyed that. Maybe one day I'll get back into a gun store because I love that sort of thing. But that's actually part of that is actually kind of important to why I ended up staying at T-Rex through this. It's important to know, like I had no financial reason to stay at T-Rex. I have multiple incomes that have paid more than my T-Rex salary. And the day Lucas posted his message that he left, I had multiple job offers. So I had no financial reasons to initially come to T-Rex or to stay at T-Rex. I think that's pretty important information.
Right. So you also work with the tactical games, if I'm not mistaken. Is that a paid position right now?
So part of my job currently, I guess I should explain what my job is at T-Rex, if that'd probably be helpful. So my job title officially is brand representative and content creator. I don't really like the content creator name, to be honest. I don't create the content. I just represent the brand on camera and at live events like the tactical games. And I'm currently a sponsored athlete by T-Rex to compete. So we have had other sponsored shooters and sponsored athletes for various shooting sports. And we tried to have someone in each discipline. And I just happen to do the tactical games. So that's why you've seen like my content shift that way, because I represent the brand in that area.
Right. Okay. Perfect. And so I suppose should we probably just skip to that itself? So, well, before we get that, let's do a little bit more background on it. Sure. So can I get your personal thoughts on just Lucas, his story? I imagine you've seen his 27-minute long video, right? Mm-hmm. So after he leaves about the May 28th, so it's been almost 2 weeks to the day, basically, since he tendered his resignation. He puts out a video and kind of talks over the process of how he lost controlling interest in the company. And obviously you weren't around at that time, but I'm just kind of curious your thoughts and opinions on it, because this seems to be a major crux of a lot of the hate.
Yeah.
Is that David kind of, Lucas frames it as he trusted them. David was a role model, somebody that he looks up to, and kind of unwittingly, with very, very early on, he signs away controlling interest in his company that he created in his garage, right?
Yes. So can you hear that, by the way?
A little bit. It's not bad. It's not
okay.
bad.
That's my hot water heater. I apologize.
Oh, no, you're good.
So the Lucas's video, there a lot. I'll be honest. There's a lot of half truths spoken in that video, and I would like to provide some examples as we go through things of some of those, and one of which is that handoff per se of full control of the company. So, and one thing I want to do in this video is only speak in black and white facts, and I really do not like speaking based on secondhand information. But in this context, that's all I have. So. I do trust the information that I have. So, but just also please understand that I wasn't there, obviously, when.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's quite. I don't want you to give me the inner details of how that deal.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I'll share some stuff. So, sure. In the beginning, Lucas, and one more clarifying statement. This is all this information is for me personally. I do not represent T-Rex Arms on this stream, just so you guys are aware. In the beginning, Lucas wanted his brothers, who are currently working for the company. I don't think Isaac was initially there. I think Isaac became an owner a little bit later.
Yeah, I think it was 2016 for David, and then 2018 for Isaac.
So there's a little bit of gap there. But initially, Lucas wanted buy-in from David and David to commit to the company. And one of the offers was, we want shareholders of the company. So Lucas, as he said, he let him type up the shareholder agreement, and then he signed it. So one of the things that's important to understand here is that when those agreements were generated, or however you want to put it, they brought lawyers to the area, or a lawyer, I don't know if it was multiple, so Lucas can talk to the lawyer and translate what these agreements meant. And also these agreements were structured in a way that gave Lucas good credit, it gave him what he deserved. He had the vast majority of shareholder profit through the agreements. And they also just, like I said, brought the lawyer so he could translate and understand what it meant. And I don't know the level of engagement Lucas had with that lawyer, but that was available, and his brothers brought that for him. So on my opinion of, did his big brothers, take advantage of him? I have zero reason to assume that. And I have emails, like I personally have emails to see communication going on with the end of the buyout. So when things are most hostile. And again, I have zero reason to assume there was any ill intent on his brothers to try and kick Lucas out. It's just, like I said, me personally, I want to see hard evidence for things before I lean it one way or the other. And I just don't see that. And I have to go off of that and based off my personal interactions with his brothers, and the owners of the companies as well. So I don't know if that helps, if that answers your question at all.
Right. I suppose that that gives some clarification on your thoughts on the matter overall. But again, I think that is one of the biggest issues that people see is on its face. They see like young guy early on in business gets his brothers, or his brothers ask to get brought in, right? And then even if he's still getting like good profits off of it, he signs away controlling interest of it. And then he loses even more equity when they want to bring on Isaac in 2018. So the whole situation it seems to reduce his own power and effect in his own company, right? So at that point, it's not even his company, right?
Yeah. So, that's absolutely true. He lost. When you don't own 100% of the company, you do lose some power. But one thing I do want to say is that if Lucas didn't want something to happen in the company, especially areas that he cared about. So like nylon development or certain retail items that we sell, because, we curate what retail items are on the website, content creation. It did not happen without Lucas's approval. It would not happen. So he had a minority share of the company. But it was still how much he specifically owned was more than all of the other three. If you added the three up, it was more than what Lucas had, if that makes sense. So he still had of the four, the majority. I understand that element of it, but obviously if the 2 or 3 other owners just conspire against, or just decide like, actually we disagree with Lucas, then he wouldn't be able to affect the things that he wanted to affect, right? Because they would be able to outvote him in terms of raw power, because the 3 of them combined would have more than his one share. Yeah, I believe that's true. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I do know that there are plenty of decisions that all 3 of them disagreed with Lucas on, and they chose to do what Lucas wanted to do. But I don't really have specifics of that. But yeah, you're essentially right. So, I don't know how like the voting aspect worked on decisions from the
right.
board.
Well, I'm not a lawyer or a big time company guy, so I'm not sure. I've never been in that position either, so I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. Can you talk about some of the? So we talk about the 3 owners disagreeing with Lucas on something. Can we talk about, even Isaac in the video said that there's been a growing misalignment of direction of the company, and I believe he might have said values or something of it, but it was a misalignment between the other 3 owners and Lucas and where they wanted to take the company. So from your position, did you see any of that play out? And was there like a specific major issue that was like, well, Lucas wants to do this and we think that's a bad idea, that's going to kill the business, whatever it might be, right?
So to clarify that a little bit, like I said, I never had any workings with the board, but from what I saw, there was a clear distinction, and this was, in everything, in meetings and, company events, between Lucas and the rest of the owners and executives. It was Lucas and the marketing executive and everyone else. I think everyone was privy to that. When it came down to what you're speaking to. Sorry, can you repeat the question one more time? I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
Right. So my basic question is, what was the misalignment about in general? Yeah.
So the overall like values and vision and direction of the company, from my understanding, was not disagreed upon. It was how to do them. That was the disagreements. So what we wanted T-Rex Arm, or when I say we, sorry, it's not we, but what T-Rex Arms wanted T-Rex Arms to be is to defend life, extend liberty. That was essentially the mission statement that we wanted to push forward for what we wanted to inspire our people to do. And I don't think anyone disagrees on that. It was just how we did achieve that. How do we inspire people to live that out? And we also were pretty firm on we're a Second Amendment company.
That's all in like on your the T-Rex Arms YouTube channel, the main page, the Inspire, that one there. It's like, we're a Second Amendment company. This is how we're going to do it. So they had different ideas of how to achieve that goal. Basically.
Yep, that's essentially. But there's like specifics. I can't speak to specifics. I didn't know of any like major thing that happened. I'm trying to think of one. I don't know of one where it's like, oh man, clearly Lucas is over here and that everyone else is over there. I never saw any of that.
Okay.
Not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I didn't see it.
Right. So in Lucas's video, getting back to his video, he talks about how there was confusion about who worked for who.
Yep.
In there, like, was it Lucas's company, or is like, well, the executive board or these guys are telling me to do this and Lucas tells me to do the other thing. Who am I supposed to listen to? So is there a little bit of a corporate power structure or power struggle going on for what should be done?
So that's going to be really hard based on my perspective, because I worked under Lucas and the marketing executive, which were, like I said, were very much, if you were going to see that segue of differences, it was them and then everyone else. I don't think, even today, I heard people talking like, hey, we were here to initially support Lucas's vision and all of these things. I think everyone thought they were working for Lucas. I don't think there was any assumption that anyone was working for, ultimately, if you had to pin it on one person, anyone else.
Right.
I don't have that assumption.
And that's a big thing that you see in every comment section, everywhere in the Instagram and the YouTube videos. You look at it, it's like, I only supported T-Rex Arms because of Lucas's outspokenness. You see a little bit of that in the opposite as well, where they're like, well, actually, Lucas held this belief, so I'm never buying from T-Rex Arms. You did see that a little bit as well, for sure, that counter to that message. But from the outside looking in, like, I would have never guessed that there was these weird power struggles going on for who are you supposed to listen to for this or that. Because from the outside perspective, from the lay perspective, it just looks like it's Lucas's company.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't really see much of that, to be honest. And like I mentioned, everything that Lucas genuinely cared about, there, like some things like the books and how, the warehouse worked and things like that, Lucas didn't care about, and understandably so. So he didn't really care how that stuff went. But if it was stuff he did care about, it went, I would say, at least 98% his way. If I had to put a number to it, it's, and I don't think there's, even with all content plans, with what type of nylon products were getting developed in what order, it was essentially Lucas's word.
See, because that sounds interesting to me, because my simple question, follow up to that, would be, if he was getting 98% of his way, why would he leave? Threaten to leave? Like, there had to have been. This is just me speculating, right? This is just wild speculation on John's part. There had to be something that you would be willing to leave the company that you started and worked on for 13 years over, if you were already getting 98% of your way.
Yeah. So just to clarify there, I'm speaking specifically the areas that Lucas really cared about, right? So he had a big passion about those products. So if he didn't get his way in other areas, I know of some examples where he didn't. So he didn't always get his way. I'm just meant I probably didn't paint the picture all that well, so I do apologize there. But,
that's fine.
I get the best example, and I've repeated it 3 times now, is nylon development. He is really good at developing pouches. He's really good at developing those sort of things, and he wants his touch on it, right? So the plate carrier designs and things like that, those are majority hits. Like, he got some help, like the Med H pouch, that was majority of my design, but he definitely had his touch to make sure, like, hey, this is on brand with a T-Rex, and this is on brand with what I essentially started. So he still had final say on it.
Okay. Well, that kind of brings us to the company culture. And this is probably hard for you to see from your perspective, you already talked about it on the Lucas side, but was there a company culture against Lucas and Kara? Because in Lucas's video, he goes about how he felt that his family disrespected her, that they didn't even look at her resume when other wives were already working at the company. So he feels that that's a personal disrespect to him and his wife. Right.
Yeah. So from like, and when you mean the company, do you mean like executives and board members, or do you mean like everyone else?
Yeah. Company culture in general. I suppose it would start from the top down.
Okay. So I don't know the time frame on this, and I think this is kind of important. So initially, the company was ran only by the owners, and then Lucas, for my understanding, is the one who wanted an executive and board type structure. So as in the executives essentially, or in some part, over top of the board, and the board's over top of the executives. I don't really know how the nuances there work. But the main reason for that was to capture the dysfunction of the board and keep it within just the board and not affect daily operations. So starting from the top down, I didn't see any of that. The only thing that I saw was that when we did team events over time from 3 years ago to a year ago, less and less of those people started showing up to those events. It started with, I would go and I would see almost everyone. And if they weren't there, it was because something else was going on, to no one was showing up to these company events. But for the rest of the company, everyone, I don't know of anyone that did not enjoy going to the company events that Lucas would put on, and specifically at his house, for example. Everyone really enjoyed those. Lucas and Kara were great hosts. I don't think anyone had any grievances with them personally. I think everyone really, liked them in that sense.
And so were people just not showing up to these events being put on just because of time constraints, or not really aligning anymore? Was there more?
Yeah. So there's been, they didn't want that friction. So it started with just in the board, and then there was friction with, Lucas and the rest of the ELT, the executive leadership team is what I mean by that. They didn't, I would assume, right. And I just said I didn't want to speak on assumptions, but the reason why they weren't showing up to these events is because they didn't want that friction to be apparent to the rest of the company. It just isn't healthy for the rest of the company.
Right. I understand.
Okay. And they didn't want to risk, a conflict to occur with leadership in front of people. That's just unprofessional. And I think that's understandable. If, there's ongoing conflict, they don't want it to be in front of everyone.
Okay. And so moving forward from there, so there's a little bit of conflict internally, board executives, that sort of thing, right? Obviously, right? They both sides have talked about that. Lucas has talked about that. Isaac just talked about that in his video. That's going on in the background. And then I think, as Isaac puts it, there's the straw that breaks the camel's back. And that is the incident where a employee at Trex Arms sends inappropriate / pornographic images to Lucas's wife.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna provide a lot of information, some clarifying information on this, some specific details, and I think contextually, this is probably the most important information that I can share in this video. I know some people really want to know why I stayed, but so one thing to consider here. So when we're approaching this, or when I say we, I'm honestly just speaking about myself. I have a really hard time with not saying we all the time, but I want to see who is standing on Christian principles based on their decisions. And I need to make my decisions based in that light as well. So we've seen a lot of values and morals thrown around, saying I'm standing on my principles, I'm standing on my values, I'm standing on my morals, yours suck, whatever the case may be. So I want to define those first. I think it's going to be important for the rest of the conversation, not just this incident in particular. So the two Christian principles, and this is not up for interpretation, this is denominationally across the board, is to glorify God and enjoy him forever. It's the chief end of man. And secondly, it's the summary of 10 commandments given by Christ himself, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and your neighbor as yourself. So that's pretty simple. We need to keep that in mind when we make decisions and evaluate, in this sense, when we're having to pick a side, basically, who is standing on those principles the best. This is not my values. This is not my morals. This is the spoken word of God. And these are the principles that he has outlined. Okay. So I just want to preface with that as we continue, because that's going to be, sure. that is where I'm making my decision based off of. So here's the image incident. And here's the additional information. So there's been a lot of speculation about what the images are, that they were like penis pictures sent by the individual. That is not true. The images were 3 sexualized web comments that were sent accidentally. So I'm going to get into that a little bit. So what is a sexualized webcomic? I saw the images and I don't know how else to explain them. They were literally comics, like from a comic book, that were, I would consider pornographic. There was no penetration involved or there was penetration going on, but you couldn't see it. And it was basically like animals that were humanized. It's very weird stuff. Okay.
Right. So we're talking like anime, hentai, weird, degenerate.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I guess I don't know what anime and that word means particularly. I don't like words are very important here, like for definitions.
Okay.
So
to be clear, I want nothing to do with these images. I do not want to see anything or confirm anything.
I'm sure they're going to get leaked at some point. I can almost guarantee it. I don't know how, but it always happens. But so that was the image. If you want to equate like how bad it was to something you're going to see, if you've ever watched the show The Boys, it's probably a little bit worse than what you're going to see in The Boys. That's probably the best way I can explain.
Really? Okay. So more adult than a very adult show.
Yes, right. So like there's nudity. They're definitely inferring that there's sex happening in the show, but it's not it's not porn, right? It's on Amazon, and not downplaying this at all. These images are disgusting, and they're weird. So an investigation was done, and per the investigation, there was no reason to assume, there was no evidence to concur that the images were sent intentionally. So
can I because I want to be very specific about the accidental part. Mm-hmm. What was the claim made by the person who sent these images to an owner or co-owner's wife that he accidentally selected her contact in his phone, added 3 images to it, then pressed send accidentally? Because that to me, that's like if I accidentally did something like that, like in a company, and then it got found out, like that would be me lying, right? Trying to CYA basically. That's what that sounds like. So how do we accidentally get to that? Yeah. So
I'll be honest. I did a lot of digging into this before I spoke about this, and this is honestly why part of my statement took so long, because I needed to make sure that this conclusion is something that I would agree with, right? And I do agree with the conclusion that it was accidental. So because I wasn't there to see this part of the investigation. I've seen all the information from it. I don't know if I want to speak too clearly on it because I don't know if I'm going to portray the correct information. But basically, he had 2 devices. He has one device that he was sending the images from. He was trying to send them to his other device. And at some point, I guess I don't really understand it. He's still trying to figure it out. Apparently, I don't know. He had the wrong name with the wrong phone number multiple times. He had multiple people with his name over their phone number, and he tried to send it to himself. And that was that. I think that's a little strange, to be honest, but I think we have to look at some other key information about it, to be honest. So what we have here is, it's very suspicious, right? I don't think anyone is going to deny that, and I'm not going to deny it either. But we need to look at where's the proof of intention, because if we're going to throw around sexual harassment, there has to be proof of intent, because this is a serious accusation, right? So if there's no proof of intent, you can't call it sexual harassment. That's legally you can Google it. That's the way it is. So the other part of it is, well, what would be his intention why would he send it intentionally?
Right. So what would be the positive motive for this?
What would his gain be, and why would he target Lucas's wife of all people? Right. So part of this is, okay, well, let's look at previous behavior. Did he have any previous misconduct within the company? He did not. Did he have any, previous, even before the company, there was no evidence of anything like that. So the conclusion, the black and white facts, and there's a lot more details going on with, just conversation between the individual, just more contextual information to get to this conclusion, was that there was no proof that it was intentional. There wasn't even enough to say 51% of it. It wasn't even enough to say that 51% likely that it was intentional. It wasn't there. So at the time when everyone found out about it, so it was brought to the morning stand up, and I believe it was a Friday. I could be mistaken.
Well, can we back up for a second? So just to be clear on this, Lucas brings it to the stand up meeting. So it happens the night before, the day before. Kara tells Lucas. Lucas goes to the stand-up meeting.
No, that's not exactly true. So the images were sent 5 days before they brought it up, and the individual didn't know he sent the images. That was part of the one of the aspects that would be like, hey, it's probably unlikely. It's highly unlikely he did intentionally because it's. And I'll get to this right here about when they were brought up. So he brought it up.
No.
Yeah.
How did he not know that he sent them? Because if he was trying to send them to himself, he sends it to the wrong number. He doesn't have the images that he wanted in the first place.
Yeah.
Right?
So
then he would have to resend them to the correct number after sending them to the accidental number.
Yeah. So I totally hear that. And I'm with you on that. So he was on the phone. We have, like, I guess, some proof of a call log. He was on the phone while the images were sent. There's verification of that. And part of this is, I think this is an assumption. And I said I don't want to say assumption, so I'm actually just not going to speak on it. But
sure,
I'm not 100% sure. But I think this next part is pretty important for this. I think, so once the images, everyone knew about it, an hour later or so, about an hour, they confronted the individual, as in they, I mean, two other members or one other, I think it was a board member and like someone in administration. I don't exactly know what his title is. To
the appropriate people to talk to this person, right?
Yeah. Well, I think you can argue who's appropriate or not, but those are the people who did it.
Well, executive level, it shouldn't be like it shouldn't be Lucas, probably, right? And it should be like the hiring manager. If you have an HR department, the HR guys, like somebody. I imagine they selected the appropriate people. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
The best that were available. Yeah. So there was, I think, almost half the ELT team was off. They were just out of town on vacation or something like that. So it had to be triaged, and the best people available were selected. I think if everyone was present, the same people would have been selected to say that. Now, I will say, he could have been confronted initially, individually, by, the party that received it, or at least Lucas. And I think that would have solved a lot of the, intentionality assumptions if that happened. But I can speak to that a little bit later. But anyways,
well, I would hesitate to that, because depending on who those messages got sent, like, physical violence would not be out of the question if somebody was going to go meet somebody. So I was like, that might have solved the issue from getting brought to the board and whatnot, but it might have added a whole lot of other issues for that individual and both of them, right? If something actually did kick off because of that.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of people like, well, what if, someone sent the images to your wife? And I'd be like, okay, well, I'll tell you exactly how I would handle it. I would approach the individual, talk to him one-on-one, and be like, hey man, what is this? And I can find out a lot of information there. If it was, accidentally, apologize, whatever the case may be. I'm like, okay, we're going to report this because this is still very inappropriate. This should not have happened. And honestly, you need help, dude. Like, this is stuff that you shouldn't be looking at, shouldn't even be like a possibility to send. And if it was intentional, it's like, okay, hey, we're going to report this, and I'll probably bash your face in, because that's what we do to protect our wives. That's how I would have handled it if I got fired.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing, though. It's like, from Lucas being an executive at the company, like, the initial reaction would, no, executive's wrong, right? Co-owner of the company, right? Mm-hmm. The initial reaction would be like anger and violence. So I think it would be wise to delegate that to somebody so that you don't go to jail.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you don't get access to your wife anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there's, you could approach the individual and not be violent, right? I mean, I'm just saying, like,
I totally agree with that, but I'm just saying wisdom might remove yourself, like, recuse yourself from the investigation or from the physical interaction with the individual, right?
Yeah.
Wisdom might dictate that.
I totally respect that. I mean, I don't agree with it. I'm not going to position myself.
Well, but you know yourself a lot better, right? So if you know that you're going to go there and do the right thing and, try to interact and solve it without the interdiction of the company or whatnot, that's totally fine for the individual. But I'm just saying, Lucas's take, he might have felt completely different about it. And I don't know. That's just wild speculation.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, it's not even just knowing myself better. I'm a very aggressive, confrontational person. So I know that it would probably lead. I would do my best not to get to anything physical, but I just wouldn't allow myself to be positioned as a victim in this, where I would want to be able to give this information as best as I can, to be as much as involved as I possibly could be, if that makes sense. I would want to remove any possibility of I don't know. That's just my take on it. but just to get back to when all of this was brought up. So an hour after, it was brought up, they brought the individual in to talk to him. And they were like, I don't remember the order of the questions that they asked him. But eventually it came up and he willingly showed his phone to show, what was going on. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Here's my phone. Look at it. That's the understanding I got out of how it went down. There's a lot of gray area from a company taking personal devices. So they didn't take possession of them. They looked at it. They saw what they needed to see. And then from there, he was suspended for 1 week without pay and put on probation for a year or a year and a half without a chance of a pay raise. So that his disciplinary action happened on the spot.
Immediately. And he admitted to accidentally doing it there, right?
He didn't know what was going on. That was the general take, but it didn't matter. The more information came out, I think he came back like on the Monday, more information came out, and then he owned up to it. He's like, hey, those were my images. They were sent accidentally. And that was basically a confession at that point. And I know a lot of people are going to say, well, we should have fired him. And I still can, I 100% can see why we should have fired him, but I can also 100% see why we did not fire him.
A little bit of added context for this. This gentleman is a son of an executive.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
do you think that factored into the decision-making process?
No, I don't. And there's a nuance here that I don't know if I have enough information to speak to, but the parent of the individual was in a lot of conflict with Lucas and the other marketing executive, and it would have really put fuel on the fire of all of what's going on if they kept him in spite of, just in spite of Lucas. It wouldn't have benefited anyone. So I find it highly I don't find it probable at all that they kept him just because he was an executive son. He was a junior employee, only at the company for right at a year, maybe a little more, a little less. He wasn't in a significant role. It just wouldn't have made sense. If that makes sense, I just don't see.
Right. But in Isaac's video, he says that they handled it incorrectly. They admit their first move in their public defense is to admit that they handled the situation incorrectly. And I believe the words that he used is fell short of the values that they profess, or some variation therein. Yeah.
So what he's referring to there is the investigation. It wasn't a great investigation, to be completely honest. However, after, like I said, I dug into this quite a bit because I wanted to be really clear on this before I spoke about it, because this is obviously a very sensitive topic. It's obviously getting a lot of attention. Based on the information that was available and could be gotten, I don't know if that's proper English. I don't have any reason to assume that there would be additional information that would change the outcome of saying like, hey, this was intentional, or this was accidental. So that's what he was referring to. Like, hey, we didn't do as good of an investigation as we should have. And, investigations could always be improved. But at the same time, it has been reviewed, and even looking at the mistakes that were made, the decision to not fire the individual now probably would not have changed. People are still split on it, whether they would fire him or not, even after everything that's gone on.
So let me steel man the position of the individual who sent the images, right? So he accidentally sends explicit, pornographic, weird, degenerate images to the wife of a co-owner. And I think I made this example the other day. I have never had a job ever where that would not have resulted in immediate termination, whether it was accidental or not. My first job, I was working a box boy at a local grocery store. If I texted anything to the boss's wife, I would have been gone that day. So the idea that you could get away with even it's like accidentally, I don't know, if you didn't realize that person was the wife and you just call her an explicative in front of him, that's kind of the same thing. You didn't realize that was his wife, but you still did the action, right? So to me, it's wild that he stayed longer than Lucas did.
So let's talk some nuances in the decision. Okay, so I think there's a lot of nuances into that decision, but I think this is probably the biggest one and the one that I can speak to most clearly. So when it comes down to just labor law, it's very complicated. But one thing that has to be true in order to avoid getting sued by employees, from my understanding, I'm not a lawyer, is the company has to be consistent with how they do investigations and how they administer discipline, right? So in the case of this, we have just black and white facts of the case. So this was not done on company time, not on company device, not on company property. It was not sent to an employee. There's no proof of intention. There's just not a sexual harassment case there. It's clear, cut, and dry. That's the fact.
Right. And I would not argue that was sexual harassment.
Yeah. So I'm just getting to the point here. So in light of that, we have to ensure that discipline is maintained consistently. So, and one of the biggest problems here is that Lucas has committed multiple fireable offenses while he's been at the company. So this created a double standard problem, essentially. So in some of the, I have to count on two hands just for the ones I know about. There's a couple with hard evidence proof. But the other thing about these fireable offenses is that they were intentionally done. So it wasn't an accident. And these are offenses that, just like this other one, are, in violation of the employee handbook, depending on what section of the employee handbook you're in. So what we have here is we have a double standard issue. So, and we also have the legal side, like, hey, we did the investigation the same. We have to make sure discipline's administered the same. And at the same time, this is an employee who had no previous misconduct and the investigation deemed as an accident. I mean, that's the problem here. So, and a lot of these offenses that Lucas committed, a lot of people know about. That's the other problem. So it's not like these things were wrapped up where just no one knew about it. And here's my stance. Just because Lucas wasn't held accountable in the past doesn't mean you shouldn't hold someone accountable now. Right. That's right.
But you're saying legally this now gets sketchy.
It does not definitively. It just it could be, right. And that's always the case with legalities. It's just how probable or less probable something is. But the issue here is that Lucas was very heated about this, and rightfully so. I wouldn't, if someone sent my wife images, I would be very heated about it. Like I said, I would have handled it differently personally. But the issue is here is that there has been a track record of fireable offenses committed. Lucas was not held accountable for any of them except for one that I'm aware of. And there could be more, where he was suspended for 2 days without pay. And when Lucas was not fired, instead he was given grace. And he was calling for someone who had a first-time accident to be fired. This is one of the nuances. So the problem here is it's really hard for the company to hold someone accountable when the face of the company has committed these fireable offenses.
No, I can see that. So you're saying Lucas did at least two things intentionally, broke the employee handbook, should have been fired, right? That can be argued, right? Mm-hmm. So how can you then do this thing where it's not necessarily as clear cut because, as you said, it was off company time, not on a company device, not to an employee, just to someone who's related to an employee, right? So that's the counter argument.
Yeah, so that's not the counter argument to why not to fire him, right? It's just for
additional information.
It's just defining what happened. It's not. Yeah, that's it. Being not an employee is not why he wasn't fired.
Right, and so this isn't your take, but again, Isaac in his video admits that they handled it incorrectly. So are you saying that's just the investigation part of it, not necessarily the outcome of the investigation?
That is correct. Okay. So going back to what I said about we need to evaluate, or at least for myself, I need to evaluate these decisions based on who was standing on Christian principles. Was the decision that Trex made rooted on Christian principles or not? And there's absolutely zero reason to assume that there was ill intent behind not firing the individual. It was the opposite. They wanted to show grace and mercy to an individual, and they wanted to stay committed to the person's personal development. That was the intent. Whether that was the right choice or not, that's obviously up for opinions, up for debate. And like I said, in my personal case, I lean towards more of the side of he should have been fired. And I lean more towards that side on the same reasons of Christian principles of, hey, we have to think about the team here and the implications of this person still being on the team. Right. But all that to say is there was no ill intent behind keeping him. At least there's no evidence.
No
of
ill
that.
intent, as in not intentionally to upset Lucas or to appease the executive.
The last thing anyone wanted is to upset Lucas and make this friction problem even worse. That's the last thing anyone wanted. And like I said, I have an email from the day before Lucas quit, and it was basically there was a the buyout situation stalled for a number of weeks. I don't know if it was like 3 or 4 or something. And there's an email sent to Lucas about like, hey, what are we going to do, basically? And it was the first part of it was kind of contentious. It was just definitely business related. But then there was basically 5 options for Lucas to proceed, and it was a tremendous olive branch to Lucas. And it was everything from creating a new position within the company so he would remain. It was letting him leave, but maintain shares of the company so he can maintain a cash flow. I don't remember the other ones. I could pull it up, and then it ended with like, hey, if these don't work out for you, let us know how we can proceed. So what I'm saying with that is there hasn't been evidence that I have seen personally and what I have read from communications that his brothers had tried to push him out. That last email at the height of the friction was trying to appease Lucas to keep him in the company. No one really wanted him to leave.
I can see that that explanation of it, right? But I think Lucas said that he was very black and white. Either I buy you out or you buy me out.
Yep.
And so I think go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just going to make sure I'm referencing the right information here. So they talked about the potential of Lucas buying them out again. They talked about what it would look like if, he bought them out. There was, some assumptions made about if he had enough capital or not and that sort of thing. There's a lot of, sensitive information here that I'm not going to share.
Sure, of course.
But they also offered him what happened, which was him quitting. They offered, a specific outside investor to purchase for him. And then he said, finally, word for word, if you have any ideas how to move forward, let us know. So yes, Lucas was black and white on buying everyone out or not. And that gets down to the crux of the issue. Lucas left because he didn't have control and he didn't get what he wanted. That's the crux of the issue.
Right. No, and I agree with that. Is his own words that he said on the stream here and in his own personal video, is that he wanted control of the company or to move on, essentially.
Yep.
Which I suppose brings us to now, or at least a couple weeks ago. So Lucas is, in his words, he's paying for this guy's salary, basically, just because he's a co-owner of the company. He's still working there. So I do want to be clear on this, just to back up just a little bit. Lucas wanted the guy gone. That was his desire. And he expressed that to the board, the executives, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's as far as I know. Yeah.
And to be clear, back with the executive situation. So it was basically Lucas, marketing manager, and then everybody else. That's the top down.
That's how I saw it. That's where I saw the divide.
Right. And so Lucas doesn't have the back of a lot of people there, or a lot of people don't have Lucas's back there, just the marketing director.
Yeah, in some sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, in terms of like being in complete alignment, right? Obviously, the goal of the company is to be profitable, to do the good things, that sort of thing. But on the finer points, they're not in perfect alignment.
Correct. Yeah, you can. So, that's a good way to put it.
Now, Lucas decides to, on May 28th, I want to say, is when he posts his statement everywhere. Basically, as of today, I'm no longer at Trex Arms. I've decided to move on, so on and so forth. Do you believe that was done to hurt the company or to, in kind of a selfish manner? Because I have kind of gotten that this might just be my interpretation of your statements, but it kind of seems like you have a little bit of an issue with the way that he left the company. That could just be my personal interpretation.
So that's the reason why I stayed. Now, but before we get into that, do you want to know why that employee left the company now after Lucas left?
I could imagine because he felt like garbage.
Okay, yeah. So
he had made a mistake.
Yeah, just so everyone knows
that mistake had been a part of the reason Lucas leaving. And I imagine that individual started to get a lot of hate from some of the people inside the company.
No, so that part of that is true, but not all of it. So Lucas had a get together at his house for, about 30 people that he invited 2 days after when he resigned. And at that event, he let everyone know what happened and who it was. So again, when we're talking about Christian principles, that was a public humiliation of somebody that I could not support. And we also have clear scriptural texts on how to handle these situations. You can reference how to handle the sins of our. What's that?
Oh, are you talking about First Timothy, where it talks about going to the brother specifically, then before the church elders, then before the congregation, that sort of thing?
Yeah, that and Matthew 18. So Matthew 18, when Christ speaks to it specifically, and then this is something important for people to understand. So if you think what Lucas did is justified, that is fine, but just please understand that is not a biblical concept. Transparency is not a biblical concept when it deals with interpersonal relationships or speaking on behalf of other individuals. Transparency is a biblical concept when you speak about yourself publicly. If you're in sin, maybe people know about the sin, and you come forth publicly for transparency of your repentance and to express humility, that is a biblical concept. But to do that on behalf of others, for whatever reason, whether it's accountability, is not a biblical concept, right? So I did have a problem with that, and a lot of people in the company also had a problem with that. Still, can we get a little bit more specific? So I'm confused. So he had 30 people at his house for an event, him and Kara, and whatever the exact number is, and then he specifically says, "Hey guys, a toast to this, douchebag who did this X, Y, Z to my wife." Like I'm thinking about the scene in Batman Begins where he goes up there to make a statement to everybody and starts calling everybody out as he's doing it. But so what was the actual event that made it seem more like him getting revenge on this individual, right? No, so don't want to assume that. I don't want to infer that he wasn't trying to get revenge on the individual. So he set it up as a going away for himself, and I got there late. I missed his speech, so secondhand information. But what he told everyone is the same stuff he told me personally when I went to his house the day he quit. So I went to his house and we spoke for about 3 hours or so. I'll just say between 2 and 3 hours, and there was no new information passed. Lucas wanted to just be transparent about why he was leaving. And he told people the name of the individual, whether, I don't know if he did it, in front of everyone or if he did it one-on-one, but people left knowing who the individual was.
Okay. So, and you believe that is a issue?
Yes.
To tell the person, and it's not a biblical issue to do so.
Wait, what do you mean? Sorry. Say that
again. So I actually just read this the other day. In Galatians 1, the Apostle Paul writes a letter to the Galatians, right, which is a selection of churches in Galatia. And he calls out the Apostle Peter and tells a story about how he rebuked him for doing hypocritical things in Galatians 1.
Yeah, so are you trying to draw the similarities here?
I mean, that's a pretty public way to call somebody out.
Yeah, sure. I can definitely see that. I don't. So, I mean, who is Galatians written to?
The selection of churches in Galatia.
Right. So we're speaking to the church, right? So the letter is addressed to the church, to the saints of the church, right? So when we're speaking about things coming to light, so Proverbs specifically speaks to when that you should bring sins of others, grievances of others to light. Well, what does the light mean? The light is never the public. There's never, if you're going to have a consistent exegesis of the text, light never infers to outside of the church. The light is the church, the people within the church. So in what Paul is doing, he's bringing it to the church. This is the order that we see in the text that I referenced Matthew, that you referenced with First Timothy. It's these things don't elevate outside of the church.
Right. So you're saying essentially that the meeting place with these individuals that Lucas had invited was not the correct place, and you feel that he did it in a, what was your words, humiliation? So something there's some sort of punitive aspect to it.
No, I'm not saying, so I don't want to say that, I don't want to infer that he did it intentionally, but what I'm saying is the individual was humiliated.
Okay, so so regardless of intent, he was humiliated after. Was that individual, I imagine that individual was not there. Yeah. He just heard about it afterwards when everybody was like, hey, did you know that Lucas told us that you did this thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know how he ended up knowing. I've never talked to the person, to be honest.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So
sticking at T-Rex Arms, continue on, sir.
Yeah. So going back to the day that Lucas quit, or put resignation letter in, whatever you want to call it. I was, like I said, I knew nothing about the buyout situation. I had zero reason to assume that Lucas could be potentially leaving the company. I had no idea that was even a possibility until he submitted that letter. So I had no idea about anything. I've kept what business is not my business. That's not my business. I don't want to know about. I have enough stuff going on with, my own life and work and things like that. I just don't want to get into like potential gossip, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I did keep my head down, and, I understand why some information wasn't relayed to me that could have. I don't really have a grievance about that. I initially did, but I don't anymore. So I went to his house, and people were telling me like, "Hey, Lucas is going to tell you stuff that's going to make you want to quit, make you want to leave Trex." And I was like, "Okay," and I went there fully expecting that I was going to end up submitting a resignation letter as well. And we went and we talked. He gave me all the information. Some information I think is sensitive. I'm not going to share. And the whole time I was thinking, he did the majority of the talking. And the whole time I was thinking, I was like, man, I'm just not really hearing multi-million-dollar issues here. That was my first red flag, I guess, if you want to call it that. I'm hearing a lot of, brothers aren't playing well in the sandbox. I'm hearing of this image incident that I was like, hey, before you make a sexual harassment accusation, I think that you need to prove intentionality. Like, let's make sure that this is a serious thing. And based on what I was told, it's just kind of, I just didn't understand why someone would intentionally do that. It just didn't make sense. Really, the only logical conclusion there is accident or insanity. Either the guy was completely insane or it was an accident.
Right. This is straw man. This is just something I create. Like, why would you do this? Is because for some reason you dislike Lucas and you're trying to get back at Lucas, so you go after his wife, right?
Oh man.
And people online are nasty. So people online that hate Lucas, like I would not put anything past them.
Oh yeah, no. You should see some of the emails that got sent into customer service. You talk about people like complaining us about not standing on values, and then you see some of the things that's in, and it's like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about values. But anyways, I don't know if he's ever even talked to Lucas. I wouldn't know if there's any like hostility there. I mean, I would assume not, but who knows?
Right. That's an assumption. I understand.
Yeah. So there was communication, like I said, his communications were reviewed. There was some communications about, him having a grievance with leadership, his direct leadership, not executives or above. But that was it. There was nothing else found. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to say that that's an assumption. But so going back to why I stayed, right? So we need to talk about my situation a little bit, because my decision had implications. So with Lucas and then the other brand representative leaving, I was put in a pretty tough situation, to say the least. So with them gone, if I left the company, I would essentially be putting the media marketing team out of work immediately. These are friends that I have, and I understood the PR, the potential terrible PR situation I'd be in, that I'm essentially in right now.
Right. Yeah.
That would be the reason that would be, if I were to make a selfish decision, I would leave for that. And I was 100% aware of what was going to happen and what has happened. I already knew that something like this was going to happen. So, so people are saying like, hey, you just came in and took a position, you took advantage, take the money. Like that's not the case at all. Like it's the least far thing from truth. And I don't even want to be the face on camera. What I want is a team to be in front of the camera and multiple people being shown. And I want to, try and steward that as best I can. But anyways, so my situation, I knew that there's a potential PR situation at stake that I was going to be in the crosshairs of. I was going to be in the middle of it. And I had nothing to do with any of this. I had nothing to do with the buyout, nothing to do with this investigation, nothing at all. But I'd also, if I left, I would be putting these people that I directly worked with out of work. And also Trex Arms would not have representation for the normal Trex style content. And additionally, I have other significant roles within the company with testing and evaluation, nylon development, and now some other things that I've picked up that the company would take a huge hit. Right. So I had to really consider this decision if I was going to stay there, and I could not think about myself. I was told, think about what's best for your family and for yourself. And I found that to be very selfish advice, and I wasn't going to do that. I was going to look out for the people around me, especially the people directly around me, because there is a lot of people in this company, including myself, that moved across the country, who left friends and family to come here and support the company. And I wasn't going to abandon them. So if I was going to leave, it had to be significant, right? And I needed really good reason to leave, right?
So to ask this question, so you believe that, how do I say this? The company itself did not violate the two Christian principles that you laid out earlier to at least the same level that Lucas did. So you decided to stick with the company that aligned with the side, essentially, that aligned more with your personal values.
Yeah,
above even your own self-interest, right? As you say, because again, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, a huge amount of the hate has been put towards you because of Brantley leaving, because of Lucas leaving. You and Isaac are the guys in front of the camera, and that's where 99% of the hate is directed towards at the moment.
So here's my issue. So when I talked to Lucas for the 3 hours, he was clear about his plan of going public with this information, and I had a problem with it. At no point, regardless of the intention, regardless of even if some of these issues were more severe, is it justified to go public with this information? It's just not. I cannot see a justification for it, and especially knowingly that 90 plus people, hardworking, mission-focused people who, like I said, a lot of moved across the country, left family and friends, would be the first ones impacted by the fallout of this. If he was going public intentionally for accountability, no, even if that was intent, it wasn't, anything mischievous, like, hey, I just need accountability for my brothers, but he still knew that these people would be the first ones to feel the hit, and he still did it. I had a serious problem with that, and I could not support that. I've supported Lucas from the day one. I've disagreed with some things here and there, and there's some things he said online I obviously don't agree with. But for the most part, I've never been like, hey, man, I got to go this way while you're going that way, and until now. And it's because of that. And I think Lucas knows that the people at the top of the company, if the company were to topple, which I don't think it will, if the company were to topple, it topples bottom up. So the first people that are going to be out of jobs are the people in the trenches. And like I said, I had an issue with that, and I wasn't okay with it.
Now, I can completely understand that. I've been in situations, I've talked to people who have stayed at companies, not because they even loved the company, but because they knew that it would affect other people greatly if they took the selfish decision to leave to greener pastures, let's say, right? So I can definitely sympathize with that decision. The counterpoint to that would be, even if hurting a company, like I review products ostensibly, not very much anymore, but I do review products. And if it's a bad review that hurts the company, that is almost irrelevant. If for instance, even a product, I almost released a video called License to Murder or License to Kill, something like that, right? A riff of a James Bond title. It's because a company was selling a trigger that was unsafe, right? And so it's like the counterpoint to that would be like, well, you can't release that video. You're going to hurt people that work there. My response to that would be good.
Yeah.
Right. I actually don't want these people to have a job. Now, I'm not saying that the people at Trex are bad. That's just the counterpoint that, a company can do bad things. Like, so people on the internet, in the chat, in the comments, everywhere are saying, well, they forced Lucas out, right? You can counterpoint that, but that's the general consensus, right? Yeah. They took advantage of their little brother. They forced him out. They didn't respond properly. And now he's leaving. And so, well, we're still going to, even if the company gets hurt, this is based upon their own actions, right?
Yeah. So I mean, the whole first part of this conversation was highlighting like, hey, did Trex Arms, did even the owners, if you want to be more specific to the individuals, violate one of these Christian principles? And based on the information I have and the conviction of my conscience, I do not see that. So that was point number one. It's like, hey, is the company actually a Christian company? And from what I've seen over the 3 years, from my interactions with the individuals, from how this situation was handled, from what I've seen with, the last 2 weeks, I've been privy to a lot of information. I would never have been privy to before. From communications between how the buyout went to, I haven't seen a lot of like hands-on, but I've just, been talking a little bit, and I do have some hard communication records to how we've even done the public messaging after this. Was any Christian principles violated? And no. The answer is no. But like I said, transparency on behalf of another individual or your interpersonal relationship with another individual is not a biblical concept. It's just not.
Well, I think
and I hear your point on like product reviews. Like I think that is very much, I can see how it's similar, but I also think it's very different. Like I do product
right.
reviews.
That's just an example that's pertinent to me specifically. So it's a counterpoint, not necessarily perfectly analogous to this situation, right?
Yeah. So
it's like for instance, let's take an evil company, right? Like Amazon Inc. or just Evil Inc. or whatever you want to say, right? And even if I was going to expose something bad that this company had done, even if it hurt the low-level employees, it's one of those sad realities of life where you still have to do the right thing, which is to and sometimes the right thing is not a fun decision to make. Sometimes people still get hurt, especially low-level people, right? And that's just kind of the nature of the world, unfortunately.
Yeah, and like I do understand that. But I would just go back to.
Right. No, I understand your perspective on it is that the company has not done the bad thing. Right.
Yeah.
So if you're taking, because there are two sides, right? There are explicitly two sides. You have Lucas Botkin, the person, and now separate Trex Arms. Right. Mm-hmm. And so in your opinion, in your information that you have right now, you side with Trex Arms being more aligned with your personal principles, right?
Christian principles, not my personal.
Christian principles. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
right, I understand.
Yeah, and again, it came down to like I do understand where Lucas is coming from. Okay, to an extent. If you want to call it a tipping point, if it all came down to one point, was even in his video, he said the things he's going to miss the most is working with the people at the company. Those are the first people who are going to feel this, and he's still willing to come out with this information that honestly should not be public. It just should not be public information, because it does not contradict what Trex Arms has ever stood for. It just doesn't. If that is your perception, if your personal values are different than Christian principles, that is fine. Just let's just be clear and define that. That is okay. But to do that knowingly that these people you said you care about are going to get impacted or potentially be impacted, who knows? Maybe Trex doesn't take a hit with sales or anything. I think we all reasonably assume we will.
Right.
I don't see the justification there. I just don't. And
well, so I mean, I can make that just wildly right now. I know Lucas kind of alluded to this on the stream the other night, but he is taking some of the people from Trex. Like that's basically black and white at this point. So some of those people that he, in his video that he said that he will miss the most, well, they'll just have a position in whatever the heck Lucas is starting next. He's already talked about 4 different companies or whatnot. Yeah. So, I mean, you can say it's going to negatively affect them, and it is.
Yeah. So,
but I can make the argument that if I open a car dealership next to another car dealership and I do better than them, then they're going to get hurt the same way.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So it can't be like, Yeah,
totally understand.
That's competition. That is what it is.
Yeah. So here's the deal. So first off, only 3 people have left the company, and there has been other offers extended to other people. And I am not aware of anyone. I know of some people declining. Well, I wouldn't say some, at least one. There's been one decline, and I don't know if anyone else is accepting. And one thing that has happened that was completely unexpected within the company is that this brought the team together closer than anything else has ever done. There's been a tremendous resolve within the company. So I don't think I listened to the entire thing that Lucas talked about there. There was people who were on the fence about leaving Trex for other reasons, just for like other job opportunities or other things like that. But after all this went down, there is people now resolved to stay at the company, which I think should not be taken lightly when it comes down to just contextually what was actually going on at Trex. When he left, there was now people who wanted to stay at Trex. So him saying he's taking the people that he likes to go work with his other companies. I mean, that could still happen in the future. It's just it hasn't.
You don't see that as of right now.
No, I see the opposite. Like I can confidently say I see the opposite.
So to be clear that I heard that correctly, now that Lucas is gone, you feel there's more of a unified front on T-Rex's side.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people hurt by this because, like I said, there's people that straight up moved here for him, and they feel like the things that they helped build up, he's trying to rip the rug out of, which I understand completely. And there's a strong distaste in a lot of people for what's going on. And right, I mean, honestly, I agree with them. Mm-hmm. And let's be honest, like I understand the risk here, right? I'm getting a ton of heat. I'm getting harassed consistently over this. And I know the possibility of a permanent reputation scar that I'm going to have because of this. But in light of that, in light of the fact that I don't need money, I have passive incomes. I bought the house I'm in without T-Rex's income. I don't need it. And the day that T-Rex or Lucas posted his message, I had multiple job offers to go somewhere else. That was not a concern. I could not leave these people. I would 10 out of 10 times, I will take the bad PR before I abandon the people left and right to me who have worked so hard and been so creative and been so instrumental to what T-Rex is about. It's really sad to see how everyone is seeing the company right now because it is completely incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Well, so, and I can empathize very much with that position of staying at the company, knowing that you're going to be receiving this barrage of hate. Right. I totally empathize with staying for the people. Again, I've seen that many times throughout life, people staying in a bad position only because it's beneficial to somebody else. Right. Totally get that. I empathize with that. I think that is a strong moral position. The three main issues that I see with the T-Rex arm situation is number one. And the three main issues that everybody wants. I suppose you've given a lot of clarification and a lot of your own personal thoughts on this, which I greatly appreciate. And I think that people are going to be more satisfied with the state of it for sure. But the three main issues, as I see it, is number one, the 2016 buyout of David and David, where Lucas loses controlling interest in his own company. I think that, like, people were saying it in my chat and other people's comment sections, like, screwing over your family. That's how it's being framed online, right? Your counterpoint to that is that you've never seen that personally, and that Isaac and the other owners have always tried to be amicable with Lucas, right?
Yeah. And the other thing is he didn't have to sign these agreements. All that proved.
I agree with that. So Lucas admitted that was a bad decision. So but again, so back to the three issues is the issue number one is like the family taking advantage of Lucas, and that's how it looks, right? And I'm gonna be very charitable. That's how it looks, is that older brother, friend come in, present papers to little brother looks up to them as role models, as these authority figures in his life, signs on the dotted line, and then is like, wait a minute, I don't have controlling interest in the company anymore, right? Which again, you could say 21-year-old kid, very stupid decision. I agree, I was retarded, still retarded. Second issue is then Isaac, right? So even loses even more power. So allegedly, again, in Lucas's video, he says that he loses the bulk of his. That's what he says in this video. I'm just saying what Lucas says is that he
that's a half
gave up the most control.
That's the half truth. So
okay, feel free to jump in there on that.
Yeah. So all three partners at the time, they took a 10%. They gave 10% of what they owed to Isaac. So that means with Lucas at the time, he owed. He had more, so he did take more, but they all took equally percentage-wise the same hit. So that's
okay. So it was 10%. So if he had 40, he lost 4, and if they had 25, they lost 2.5. Okay, so
yep, that's exactly right.
Right. So he still lost the most, though. That is true in a technical sense. He still lost.
It's, like I said, it's control. It's a half truth. They all lost the same amount of percentage.
The same percentage, but in terms of the ultimate amount, that nominal number is the biggest, right, of the percentage that he lost. Okay, so I understand that. Number 3 issue is the incident, right? The employee, and this is where everything gets fuzzy, right? Because the investigation goes one way, and then the guy stays on longer than Lucas. It just looks bad. It just looks bad. And then also, I gotta say, Isaac, I met him in person. I've chatted with him. Very smart, very nice guy. Never had a problem with him. Up until this point, his reputation has been basically spotless online. Coming out and in the very first video you say, within the first 30 seconds, admitting that you handled the situation incorrectly.
Yep.
Probably not the best move.
Oh, yeah. So that message was a 12 gauge to the foot. It wasn't even a shot to the foot. So to be clear, and I'm just going to be completely honest, there was a lot of minds going in to that messaging. We had a lot more that we wanted to say. There was a lot of concerns on a lot of things. So first and foremost, what T-Rex Arms does not want to do and what Lucas's brothers do not want to do is say anything ill about his name. They do not want that to happen, and anything that could be close to that, they would not say. They wouldn't let it happen. And I commend that tremendously. But that's plus some legality things. It made the statement extremely vague, and the intent, it made it extremely vague.
No, I know. So what I said after that video came out is it actually answered nothing, but it added like 20 more questions.
Oh yeah,
Lucas's original statement. So it was vague to the point of just open to interpretation by anybody. So now we have more questions than when we started, and now everybody's already not on your side, right? It was like the first move. The first move in the PR battle was to wave the white flag and give Lucas the opportunity to nuke you, right? In a PR sense.
Yeah. So. Gonna be honest, our PR guy left. Lucas left us, so we didn't know what to do.
Well, this is, I don't know if you have privy information to this, but the decision of who had to make the video, was it just an awkward board meeting of like, okay, who's going to do it?
You know what? I'll be honest, dude. So when I was shell shocked still coming in on Monday, and I was still pretty determined that I was going to leave the company. Because I had 5 demands, and I'm not going to share what those demands are. And
wait, just to be clear, you had demands of the company at this point.
Yeah. So it had to do with trust and me being access to certain information and things like that. Because like all I knew about this image incident is what Lucas told me, and it looked really bad. And I was like, hey, I need to know some things before I put my face in front of T-Rex again. Like, okay. I already know I'm going to take a PR hit. Yeah. I already know I'm going to take a PR hit. I need to know things. So going in. So long story short, I had these demands, and one of them was like, hey, we need to say something. We need to come out and try and be humble and as clear as we possibly can, and let people know like, hey, something big happened. And I think I was the first one to mention it. I could be wrong, so blame me for that. I wasn't the only one that generated that message, by the way. There's, like I said, a lot of people involved. But I can tell you when we sent it, it was, I think we were there until like 6:37 or so. I don't remember. Mm-hmm. There was a good 20, almost 30-minute prayer about like, it's like, it was rough, dude. Cause it was rough. We knew what was going to happen if we did or did not say anything. And sorry,
you're right.
We knew they were going to take, and we knew it was coming either way, whether we said it or if Lucas said it. And we just wanted to let people know something bad happened. And we were, it was a bad move, to be honest. It wasn't, obviously not good messaging, but just understand it was not. There was no ill intent behind it. We wanted to be transparent about ourselves, and failed. So,
right. So, that's the thing is that you can spend $100,000 on a PR firm to tell you to do absolutely nothing. It's the most expensive check you'll ever write, but sometimes it's the best money spent.
Yeah, so the other side to it is if we didn't say anything and then we knew Lucas was going to say something.
Well, yes, but so just from my perspective.
Yeah.
I'm not a great opener, not at all, but I can counterpunch pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
So if Lucas makes his statement, that gives you the opportunity to be like, well, actually.
Yeah. So he made that post, right? And it already created enough, right? It's like, hey, my values, I had to separate because of values and to protect my family. That said enough, right? It already brought enough into question. We're like, hey, our values are in question right now. So we need to own up to not handling the investigation properly, as much information as we could. Obviously didn't do it well enough. But yeah, no, I 100% understand. Like, it's easier to counter, right? Because you get one-sided information, people are waiting for the other side. It's easier to counter, but we were trying our best not to. One, we don't want to get into a back and forth. It's not beneficial for anyone. It's just going to keep stirring this, and I don't think it helps anyone, because eventually more speculation is going to come. There's going to be more clarifications come, and trust me, both sides are not in the right here. There's rights and wrongs on both sides. I'm not going to say that T-Rex is innocent, and I don't think Lucas would say that he's innocent here, and no one. That's not beneficial for anyone. So we wanted to avoid that, and obviously everyone wants to move on from this. Like, this has been the most stressful week of my life since my last deployment. It's not even close. Like,
well, this is kind of sad, but would you prefer to be in that situation or this situation right now?
Oh man, old Brandon before Brandon was saved. I still miss, part of me still misses it quite a bit, but it was totally different kind of stress, to be honest. It's,
right. Now, people are trying to bring it up in the chat, but we kind of talked about it earlier, and you're not really pertinent to any of this information, but it's specifically about the disrespect towards Kara. And again, I don't think you have anything to do with that whatsoever, so it's not really fair to ask you, why did the company do this in that situation, right?
Yeah, so I haven't personally seen anything, and I'm not saying that it did or did not happen. I do have some inside contextual information, but I'm not going to speak to any of that.
Okay. Yeah. And I don't expect you to talk about things that you have no part in whatsoever. So, I mean, that really wraps up the situation where we're at now. Do you have anything that you want to add to that before we kind of move to what's next for Trex Arms?
I think we hit everything that I wanted to, at least the contextually information I wanted to get out for people. I think that was everything.
So you mentioned you picked up a couple new positions or responsibilities at Trex Arms. So what does Trex Arms look like going forward? Are you guys going to lay low? What's the plan for you guys?
Well, again, I'm not speaking on behalf of Trex, and honestly, the answer is we don't know. Okay. There's a potential rebrand. Don't have no idea what that looks like. We don't. There's like public messaging is a huge, obviously hot topic right now, and we're trying to decide. We're getting some outside PR, insight or support, advice, whatever you want to call it. Some really high level people that it's going to be really beneficial to us, I think, to how to handle this situation going forward. I think we're going to lean heavily on what those people have to say. So right now we just don't know, to be honest.
This is something that I thought about a little bit. So I was thinking, just brainstorming, if I was Trex Arms, what would I do to save the public reputation, the public image, so to speak?
Yeah.
And so I think there has to be some sort of olive branch towards Lucas.
Yep, there has been.
Well, but specifically what I was going to say is I would sell the name to Lucas and then undergo a rebrand with everything that you currently have.
That'd be interesting,
because you guys have all this. I know you have all the stuff, right? You have the channels and whatnot. Like, sell him back his main channel, right? So he gets his 1.7 million subscriber channel.
Yeah,
right. Give him back the channel. You guys have the Armory, which will rebrand into whatever the new company is. Change the company name, keep all the machinery and whatnot, sell off some of the intellectual property or whatever Lucas needs specifically in that. But I think that would, if the feud ends, that calms everything down. So there has to be some sort of olive branch there. And like you said, you've already sent one, but I think Lucas is an integral part of reclaiming the Trex name from where it currently is at.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah. I don't know what that would look like. I don't think, I don't know. I would love to see that happen. That would be awesome. I don't know what the possibility of that. I don't know if Lucas wants that. I
mean, it's got to have some sentimental value at least, because it's the name that it's the company he started in his garage, working with hand files on heated plastic in a toaster oven.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I would assume there's not going to be too many communications like that until after the buyout happens, which will be at least a couple months. But yeah, that's way above me, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's just wild theories.
I mean, honestly, I think it sounds like a reasonable idea to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, all right, sir. There were a lot of questions that came in. I'm only going to do the ones that are pertinent to this. If you want to stick around and ask them or answer them, if not, we can just say our goodbyes here. And I appreciate you coming on and giving us an hour and a half of your time, sir.
I can answer a couple more, whatever's helpful. I mean, if you think it's helpful that I stay, I can do that.
Well, let me see specifically because there were lots. Let me get through here. There are a lot of meme ones, which I'm not going to bring up while you're here, good sir. Where does the Wombat come from, actually? Because Cod for $2 says wombats live much of their life in burrows. Shady.
Yeah. So that's not my actual last name.
No, I know. I didn't want to use your last name for the title of it if you didn't want it out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's on if you go to the YouTube channel descriptions from Trex and my last name's there, it's Wombo, the German name. But the Wombat came from, I was going back to the MARSOC days, I was the first communicator from my group to get a combat action ribbon. So actually be going on a deployment and get shot at and return fire. So my nickname became Combat Wombat. And it kind of stuck because when I got hired at Trex to be in CS, someone put a sticky note on the computer I was going to be working at and said Combat Wombat. And they had no idea. So it kind of stuck.
Oh, perfect. So JK Big Fan for 2 says, Brandon, are you and Lucas good on at least a personal level?
I really hope so. So like I said before, I was going to make a statement with basically all this information. And I reached out to Lucas. I was like, hey, I would like to talk to you in person. I have, I basically listed out majority of what I said here. And he didn't want to meet in person. He didn't want to have a phone call. He said, things are pretty heated, understand. And we exchanged a couple of text messages. It was not agreeable text messages. We weren't necessarily arguing. And then when I clearly say hey, I have a problem with the public messaging that you're planning on doing. This was before it happened. And he stopped texting me. So I hope the last thing that I want to do is burn a bridge with Lucas. He has been, the amount of trust he's put into me and support he has shown me I wouldn't be at Trex in the position I am without him. And I'm so greatly appreciative of that. And that is something I'll never forget. The way he treated me, it was tremendous. He was always there to, correct me and to make sure hey, what you're doing here in content, that was stupid. You should probably try something like this. It was some pretty solid coaching here and there for a good while. So I really, really hope that I'm still personally okay with Lucas.
That's good. That's good to hear. Jake for 10 says, hey, I really appreciate your reformed theology and the commitment to Christ, but I don't understand how you still stand by Trex with what we know now. Please be consistent in your faith and seek truth. Now, Jake's a really good dude. And if not to misquote you, but you're PCA.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we covered your reasons for why you're back with Trex. So I don't know if there's much for you to respond to in that, but thank you, Jake. Let me see. Moving down here. Lucas, Brandon, accidentally. It doesn't look like many more of these are very constructive or actually questions.
It's a lot of hate.
It's a lot of hate or just memes or whatnot. SB89 has a point we can talk about. For $2 says, nuances are where morals go to die. I think that some people do try to hide behind nuances, right? Where it's a very clear black and white issue. But I think nuances are also very important in a lot of ways, right? And you can very easily misconstrue people's actions. And so as you said throughout it, I think you explained what you meant quite kind of well from your side. So I don't know if you have anything to add to that specifically.
No, I mean, I think you nailed it.
Yeah. Because I mean, we all know the politician who's like, well, there's a lot more nuance to what actually happened here. And it's like, well, you were taking bribes. So that's
and honestly, what I brought up may not even be considered a nuance. Maybe that's not the word.
a nuanced contributing factor, something like that. Because the one thing that did pop up a lot that maybe is not as much public knowledge, but people have referenced it in the industry, is that Lucas has done two things that are considered fireable offenses. And there were a lot of questions regarding that, I believe. And CK even says for two, says can't bring up his offenses without being specific.
Yep. So I'm not going to. That's Lucas's. If he wants to share that, he can. But the whole point of that was there was fireable offenses committed, fireable offenses committed. Disciplinary action was consistent. That was the point.
Right. And so the company was consistent. It didn't fire Lucas. It didn't fire the guy who did the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, so, I mean, this is a point. So SB89A5 says Christian company, but you have employees consuming and sharing pornography.
Yeah, that's
X'd out. So, I mean, listen.
That's a really good point. So I actually really want to speak to this. So
go for it.
If it were me, so pornography in the Christian worldview, if you don't share that same worldview, is always fornication or adultery. If you're in a committed relationship, it's adultery, and if you're not, it's fornication. It's never justified. And not only all of the other considerations with, how it, looks down on women and all of those sorts of things. So yeah, as a Christian company, me personally, if someone is engaging actively in pornography, first step would get this person help. And secondly, if they're unrepentant, fire them. But that is crossing legal bounds that a company cannot
right
do.
And there's certain things too, like we recognize pornography as a sin. We would recognize like being overly drunk as a sin, that sort of thing as well, right? But if I see my brother getting drunk, I don't just kick him down a flight of stairs, right? There's actions that we can take to help people, not necessarily. And listen, great people have their foibles. I am very fortunate that my foibles are not other people's, but I have my own set of issues that I have to deal with. And so, we all expect grace from our fellow Christians and people for our issues.
And to be clear,
pornography is a huge one too. That the addiction to sexualized stuff is rampant.
Yeah. So to be clear, dude, I just totally lost my train of thought. I'll be honest. Anyways, continue. I just zonked. I just zonked hard.
You can be Christian and have issues that still need to be worked out. That is as the Orthodox would say, there's a theosis, right, where it's a continual purification process. Basically, it's never ending.
Now, and on the other side, like sometimes it is in the interest of sanctification for the person. This is what I was about to say that I zonked on, to remove the person from either the church or the company in this sense. And that's where my head was initially like, hey, probably what's best for this individual is he moves on. We get him out of here. So,
Basecamp for 499 says, I thought he said he didn't know about the buyout until after Lucas left, but now he has emails sent before. So that was when you went to the company to ask for the additional information.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so I got that after the fact. I just wanted to make sure, like, I wanted to have some context with like how their interactions were, and obviously I can't go back in time and watch communications happen. But I can.
If I were in your shoes, I would also want as much information as possible.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think I got as much as I could, to be honest. This has been all I've done for almost 2 weeks.
We covered that one. Somebody mentioned that to come and take a huge hit onto their own actions. Well, this is a question for you, but I think you answered this. Gabriel Blaker for 499 says, so if someone at Trex had sent Brandon's wife similar images, he'd be okay with working with that individual still? ? Yeah,
so I think that brings another like point to that, right? So if you missed it, if that happened to my wife, I would first thing I would do before I even reported it, I would confront the individual personally. Be like, hey man, what is this? If it was an accident, receive an apology, still report it up. Like, hey, you need to get help, and this needs to be documented that this was a behavior that should not be tolerated. And if it was intentional, hey, guess what? Still getting reported up, and hopefully I don't get overly aggressive with it. And how the company handled it from there is how I would have to react. So if I was sure that based on how he reacted, like let's just say I brought it up and he like smirked at me and thought it was a joke, and it was deemed that it wasn't intentional, and then he ended up staying, I would have a serious problem with that. Because like, hey, I have strong reason to assume that this was intentional, and I'm not okay with it.
Kara, there's a question about Kara. So, according to Lucas, Kara had never messaged this person. There was no text message history with this person. What had happened was the events they held at their house, she had done the RSVP for, and so that's why her phone number ends up in a lot of people's phones, because she sends out the RSVPs for these events that Lucas holds at his house that he pays for, right? So that is Lucas's explanation, and I take him 100% at his word for that, right?
Well,
That's regardless, and a side tangent to even if some impropriety was happening, pretty irrelevant to the main thing. So I don't even really think we need to entertain that.
No, yeah, that's why people generally have Kara's phone number for one or two reasons. One, it's for coordination with these events that happen in his house, or two, she helps people with real estate. And I thought that was the reason why he had her phone number, but I don't think it really matters.
Right. It's so Brass Fast for 556. I think you must have missed this. Hi, hope you're doing well. Can Brandon clarify why the guy was fired? It initially, according to him, didn't reach the threshold of harassment.
The guy, he wasn't fired. I think
he ended up quitting.
Yeah, so he ended up leaving, but he wasn't going to be allowed to come back to work on Monday. So he ended up making the decision on his own over the weekend after the event that happened at Lucas's house. And the company was not going to allow him to return. They were going to, I don't know how they're going to go about that, because they can't go back and basically retry him for something that they already concluded. They weren't going to, even if they thought they made the wrong decision, they weren't going to do that. Right. So I'm not really sure how that was going to work out.
I had something to add to that, and I completely forgot. It just left my brain. Hopefully it'll come back in a second. Dog on a phone for 499 says, how is it unchristian to be transparent? Seems like honesty and not tolerating evil is very Christian.
Yeah. So in this instance, so when I approached this, I used, there's like websites that use AI to help you search through scripture to find, like I want to search about this topic basically. And transparency is one that I searched for, and there's not really any examples in scripture of that public transparency. You mentioned the one from Galatians, which is probably the closest, but still it's within the church, which is really important context, by the way, for understanding the epistles. Just read the first verse of the first letter or the first chapter, and you're going to understand who's those epistles are.
Or even better, if they have a preface, like a good study Bible, will actually tell you the whole context of when, where it was written, who it was written to, all that sort of fun stuff. So so like just on that sense, but honestly, this is way past my bedtime. No, you are very all right, dude.
So how is it transparent? That's right. Sorry, I just forgot the question. Yeah, so we just don't see an example of it, and how we approach people interpersonally, and whether it's between me and another individual or just another individual, it's not an example we have in scripture. We have clear examples of how to approach these grievances. So.
I'm just thinking off the top of my head here. So what about an example where like Jesus himself calls people out for their sins in public? Is that different contextually, do you think?
Oh, when he's speaking specifically to like the group of like the Sanhedrin, like the Pharisees and things like
the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees, or even like the woman at the well. That was kind of singular, like a lone scenario. The adulteress that's brought to him in front of everybody, and then he kind of goes through it there.
Yeah. So, I mean, in those instances, we also have to look at when he was under trial and he's getting a ninth commandment violation thrown at him. So bearing faultless thrown at him, how he responded. I think in those cases, especially with like the adulterer's case, he didn't bring it to light. It was brought to light to him. And
right. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of other examples. I'm not saying one or the other. I was just trying to think of other examples that might go one way or the other.
Yeah. Transparency. So like I'm saying, transparency is honesty. It's just, it's done. It's supposed to be for you to go to be transparent about yourself, not about other people or your relationship with someone else. That's kind of the point.
Mm-hmm. There's a big one here which kind of addresses the same thing, but Elizabeth Olsen Stan, for I don't know who this person is, but for $100 has a huge question to ask. Brandon's whole argument is that Lucas went public with this information at a private party of select individuals that he himself did not hear, all on a live stream circled around internet drama.
Yeah, really good point. Really good point. So here's the thing: like this information is already out there. So
Right.
I just
And I
added
mean,
some
like
contextual
people
stuff.
leaked your DMs on certain things. There was supposed to be a statement coming at one point or another, um, again, the private party, it wasn't like a one-on-one. There were roughly 30 people there for it. So
Yeah.
that, in your opinion, is too public, and the takeaway was humiliation of the individual.
Yeah. So like, I mean, in that sense, I mean, I think transparency can be had amongst those groups of people as long as, the parties that were being talked about were, consensual to it. Right. If I don't think that individual was consensual to that information being shared, because I think that's a problem. Yeah.
Mm. And Hop has a very important question as well. So Hop for 5556 says, who gets the Steiner Eolad in the divorce? That's who I will choose to support going forward.
I think there's 2 in the armory. So if you ever want to borrow it, you can just let me know. We can probably let you use it for something.
I don't know if I would do that, huh?
We got 2.
Hunter for 199 says, tolerance is not a Christian virtue.
Yeah. So let's talk about one of the other texts I wanted to kind of preface with to consider is when Jesus was under trial. How did he respond to those false accusations? Right? Was he being tolerable, or how did he respond? And how he responded is he only affirmed the truth. He didn't, shoot back. He didn't fire back or anything like that. And I think that's how we have to approach this. I don't know what you're saying when there's something that's being tolerated that isn't Christian, because I would agree that, like, hey, if there's something unchristian happening and I was tolerating it and I was still working for the company, that would be a problem. But I don't see that.
Right. So that's where I would go. So tolerance is, again, this is a contextual, nuanced variation, but there are things that you should be intolerant of for sure. And an example from Jesus himself is when he goes into the temple and he kicks everybody out. He says, you've turned my temple into I forget the exact wording that he used, so I'm not going to try to quote it. But there's also times where he calls people very aggressive names. He calls them a den of thieves, vipers, whitewashed walls, which were offenses that you could get killed over, calling certain people these things. These are incredibly aggressive statements that Jesus made about people. So tolerating evil should not be done. But there's also verses where Paul talks about where you need to be with the people who are weaker in your life. You need to be more not tolerance, not the right word. There's another, like, have more grace for these people, like help the people who are weak in your life, that sort of thing. So you're not tolerating necessarily what they're doing, but you're trying to help them through it. So it's a more nuanced position. Yeah.
First off, I really appreciate your biblical literacy, by the way. I was not expecting that.
No, it's fine. We don't usually talk about it all that often, so I don't get to.
That's like all I enjoy talking about. This is awesome.
Jimmy Boy in the South for 499 has a question about Marsoc. So was Brandon an actual 0372? No idea what that means. Or was he a comm guy at Marsoc? There's a big difference that the average person doesn't understand.
Yeah, good question. So I did a live show with Lucas on the Havoc. When we had the Havoc podcast, I explained that. But there's 3 MOSs in Marsoc. You have 0372, which is critical skills operator. This is what everyone knows about in the Marsoc community. You have 0370s, which are special operations officers. Same thing, just officer level. And then you have 8071. So these are your support personnel, direct support personnel. So communicators, dog handlers, EOD techs, SARCs, so special amphibious reconnaissance medics, EOD techs. I think I already said that. And JTACs are another one. And I was an 8071. So I was a direct support communicator on the team level. So I was not an 0372.
Spokanistan 499 says confessing someone else's sin to the public isn't transparency, it's gossip.
I would agree.
In general, there is one case where you can do it. So it's after you take it to the elders, after you take it to the congregation, and the person is still not unrepentant, then at that point you can take it before like the civil courts and stuff like that.
To the civil courts.
So like, for instance, if you had a problem with Lucas, you go to Lucas, he says, nah, bro, it's fine. You go to the board, they say, nah, bro, it's fine. And then eventually you're like, listen, guys, I can't work at T-Rex anymore because Lucas and the board and XYZ are not doing it. That's after you've gone through those steps. That's when you can actually say something. And then again, you still don't need to. There's discretion in what you say and don't say, right?
Yeah, and it's still maintaining the courts, and if it's still not resolved, what's bound on earth is bound in heaven. That's the conclusion. It doesn't go farther than that. So what that means is if we can't resolve it here, it's not going to be resolved until it gets to heaven or when heaven returns to earth.
Right. Depending on your what's it called, eschatology? Is
Yeah,
that the word?
I'm post-mill, so I'm pretty optimistic.
Oh, okay, there you go. Tybris, $5 says the Proverbs 27:5-6. Better is open rebuke than hidden love. Faithful are the wounds of a friend. Profuse are the kisses of the enemy. Try not using AI. So better is open rebuke, but better does not mean like perfect in all situations. So I totally agree with that. And that's one that I used to use all the time when people would get angry for me calling people out about things. But
yeah, open rebuke is, Proverbs, and I believe it's actually within the same chapter, I could be mistaken, is talking about bringing things to light. So again, what does the light mean? I'm not using AI to interpret scripture. I used a website that used AI to pull referenced scripture about a specific topic. So no,
right.
I've never used GPT or anything.
There are good uses of AI, or like even just, Control F to find the specific thing that you're looking for, especially if the interpretation is good. So you could just pull something up really quick.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to use AI. People who know how to use AI, it's pretty impressive what information you get from it. I never use it. Don't know how.
Yeah, I do a couple things. That's about it. But I think that wraps it up for the questions, unless I see anything or else there's something that you want to add to it. I'll let you actually get to bed. And I greatly appreciate you coming on here, sir, giving us your time and explaining this to us and for all that you do. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me, and for everyone that was listening, I do appreciate it. And for all of you that were waiting before you drew any conclusions, I do appreciate your guys' patience, and I do apologize for taking so long. I just wanted to make sure that things were spoken as best as I could. And I do, again, if I wasn't clear, again, I'm sorry. But again, thanks for your time, man, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Yeah. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. I was not sure how that was going to go at all. No idea. I never talked to Brandon before 1 day ago, I think. Or I sent him a message and he said I sent him a message originally like, hey, you want to come on the show and talk about this? And he was like, yes. And so there we are. So I hope that answered a lot of your questions, but I do have a lot of support to get through that was either satirical memes or just plain rude that I wasn't going to bring up to our kind guest for coming on here and entertaining us and giving us his time. Now, if I see a lot of people saying heretic for the post-millennial, right? The Schofield Bible, as it were, as I believe it's not dispensationalism, which is another thing in the Schofield Bible, but yeah, post-millennial, your eschatology, your view of the rapture. Is it a real thing? Is it not? Does it appear before the 10th century? All sorts of fun questions. It's a tertiary question, not an important one, but I do want to get through all these. Is any of my homies still watching, and do they want to help me get through some of these super chats? Because there are a lot to get through. I do want to say thank you to everybody that watched, that supported, that's still hanging out. 2,000. I did not expect this to be that, I guess, enrapturing to people that they couldn't look away. 2,500 people watching, the biggest stream on this channel of all time. Nothing else even came close to that. All right, well, I'm gonna get a couple homies on. No, I'm not going to assault your ears with trench grenade. Not gonna happen. Not going to happen, but I am going to bring on, and it is fair to get Vintage in here as well, because you guys will demand the Black Queen as it was foretold. Vintage link, because Vintage was one of those guys that had a lot of strong things to say about the Trex Arms Company, the Three Brothers, and David. So I think it's very fair to get him in here for the post rebuttal section. We are going to be hanging out for a little while for sure. It's not possible to not be done in like the next hour and a half. So we will be going for a while. Let's go ahead and we pull this up. It's going to take me a second because there's no real producer here, and Richard is on assignment other places. Copy URL. Send it to Vintage. Vintage has the invite. We have Dank in the background. Dank, how's your night going, sir?
Oh, pretty well. I went on a nice little hike, run type thing. Saw a bunch of cool fish in a pond.
Oh, fantastic! Great use of your time. So did you watch most of it?
I watched most of it. I had to bounce out for a second, but I got the gist. Jibber jabber, word salad.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any thoughts before we get into it while we're waiting for some of these gentlemen to hop in?
I don't know. I'm not 100% convinced either way yet, but I'm leaning more towards more towards Lucas. Yeah.
I understand. I think that's still going to be the predominant opinion online, but I think this discussion, I'm going to say, okay, T-Rex, I'm sorry. Okay, you should have hired me for your PR team, because this discussion was far better than whatever you put out on your own personal YouTube channel. So I could have saved you a lot of pain if you had just paid me something, like $4,000 a month for your PR team salary or something like that, right? Very reasonable. And I would have told you to simply not do that. But all right, Mitchell Black for 189 says, shout out to the fake Kara Botkin profile. The fake Kara profile and the fake Kelly profile, I was like, I am not pulling these up while Brandon is here. That is just...
You should have read them.
No, I'm not going to pull up. We were talking about his wife, like Lucas's wife gets memed on or gets these things sent to him. So I'm not going to bring up memes of his wife. Kelly from Dixon for 199 says, there's my man. Thank you very much, Kelly. Kelly from Dixon says, for $4.99, thank you very much. The Lord bless me with the best husband ever. His name is Brandon. The Lord bless me with the best husband ever, and his name is Brandon. Well, I think Kelly probably actually does think that. So thank you very much, Mr. Memer, for the $4.99. Kelly from Dixon for $1.99 says, God brought Brandon to T-Rex. Fake Kara is in really bad taste. They're both in really bad taste.
Yeah, get Vintage in here and he'll go on a little 2-minute spiel about how you shouldn't say anything about other people's women. He's not wrong.
Yeah, no, it's problematic. It's problematic. So Hop really wants me to show this for some reason. I think you guys will enjoy it. But there's the doggo with the eyes looking a little sus.
Not a thought between those eyes. Pure happiness.
Nothing. Just pure happiness. Pure joy.
Yeah, let's turn this into a dog stream.
Dog stream. Mitchell Black for $4.99 says, I can't believe this is the guy Focus Trip said showed his PP. No, we knew that he wasn't the guy. I think there might have been some speculation at one point, and I might even have speculated that at one point, but since he was still working at T-Rex Arms, it couldn't have been him, because the guy is no longer working at T-Rex Arms, according to Isaac's video. So,
yep, no real PP shown, just furry prawn.
Honestly, yep. I think that might have been worse. Okay, so I actually liked how Brandon described it, and he was
really funny.
He wasn't sure what it was, and in my mind, I'm like, I'm glad you don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. Just we're moving on from this.
Anthropomorphic animals. They were
it was kind of like they were like human but animal, and I'm like, oh no, kill me, get this off.
Oh man,
I died laughing. Oh man, that was real fun in the Discord.
What?
Kelly from Dixon says, my man was the best toy drone operator ever in the Corps. Well, Kelly. Jake wants an invite as well. I will send an invite to Jake while we're
in
the Black Queen.
Bring Trench 2. Get Vintage, everybody.
Okay. Nope. Word, Trench is on timeout for derailing the last stream. He has at least a week off. That was the top comment on my last video with Lucas on. The top comment is just how much we hate Trench.
Oh man.
Josh, go for it.
Oh, I was gonna say, speaking about the furry incident, or however we shall now call it from henceforth. My girlfriend was sitting next to me as I was watching the stream, and she was hearing exactly what was going on in Discord, and we both just looked at each other and started fucking laughing. And she said, straight to jail. I said that was so much worse than a dick pic.
Yeah.
It's fucking...
But it was censored. It was censored, guys. It was censored. It's fine.
Yeah. So when I heard that, I was more on Lucas's side, and I was I was questioning Brandon even more on his logic. I understand he said about 1,000 different words and just threw up a bunch of word salad everywhere to explain why it was actually a good thing that this happened. I stand by what I said in my super chat. I still don't understand how he can look at how that was handled and still want to stay there.
I think, yeah, again, if we steel man Brandon's position, it's that the smart move would have been to leave, but by staying, he can help the people that he works with, I think. But that would be the steel man of his position, right? Is to take the hate and help the people that still work there, because he still believes in the company's mission, even if they had problems and Lucas had problems. And he's siding with the company because he thinks that will do more good than leaving with Lucas.
Yeah,
that's his position. And we can disagree with that all we want, but that's his position.
But I guess I would go to the principle of like, do the ends justify the means? You know, like just because there is a good outcome from something, that does not mean that it is a moral thing to do, especially from a Christian perspective. And like, I liked Brandon quite a bit. I still, I respect him, but like I like his theology. It's pretty good. I just don't see how that logic is super consistent with like a reformed point of view.
Joshua 5 says, well, the reformed PCA. So I don't want to miscommunicate. I'm not a Presbyterian Church of America. I'm not a PCA. There's a lot of liberal influence in the PCA. So it is one of the mainline churches in America. And it's in need of its own reformation. Let's put it that way. Josh has I should have actually brought this up because it would have been funny to see Brandon's response. But he says, Brandon, what's the biggest rock you've ever seen? Which is another one of those trick questions that you just shouldn't answer. You should not engage with it. Just move on. But thank you, Josh, for the $5. Trying to be funny. You're trying to recreate a Matt Pranka moment, and I denied it. I'm sorry.
We should have asked him how he would have felt if he didn't have breakfast.
If he didn't have breakfast, yeah.
Well, I did have breakfast.
I did have breakfast.
I'm also, guys, I don't know if you noticed, but the Honorable Rebels Raiders is in the chat. He's going to take the mantle of TRX Arms for the best gear brand, I believe. Give it some time, it will happen.
Rebels Raiders, yeah.
Yes, Rebels Raiders. Everybody go check him out.
Yeah, hey, Rebels is on. Rebels, what do you want?
Discord.
Are you on Instagram? Yeah, send him on Discord.
On X. I can send it to
you. Have the link, so just copy and paste that link to him on X. Yeah.
I'll send it to you right now, Rebels, if you want to come on.
Hell yeah.
Kelly from Dixon for $4.99 says, my hubs on all speaks without having full knowledge. That super chat is obviously, it's a meme. Thank you for the $4.99. But I actually do have empathy for Brandon having to answer questions specifically that he doesn't have full knowledge of, because again, as I laid out, the biggest issues that people have is number one, the signing over of T-Rex Arms controlling interest very early on, the addition of Isaac, which he lost even more, again, proportionally the same percentage, but in terms of the ultimate number, he lost more. And then the disrespect of what he feels is Kara, and by proxy, Kara being disrespectful to Kara, disrespectful to him, and then the mishandling. So it's actually 4 main points against T-Rex Arms, is then the improper handling of the firing of the individual who sent pornography to his wife, right?
Yeah, for clarification, John, Carlos, I believe, has a good point. PCA is not it's not a mainline Presbyterian. They are more reformed than the more liberal Presbyterian sects. I think PCA,
maybe
PCA
I'm thinking the wrong one.
PCA and CREC are both more reformed and traditional.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then I misspoke. Yeah, because whatever the main, I thought PCA was the main one, so that's my bad. My bad on that. Fact check false on Mr. Focus Strip. Mitchell Black for $4.99 says, black and white facts. Why are we turning this into a race issue, bro? It's actually black and brown in LA right now. That stuff is fun. Thank you very much for the $4.99, Mitchell.
Oh yeah, we should get SB89 in here and ask him about
that.
Absolutely not.
That is not a good idea.
Yeah, baby.
Hey, Rebels Raiders, how's it going tonight, sir?
Is that the results?
Wait, this is crazy. Yeah. Wow, thank you for inviting me. That was crazy. This is like my make-a-wish right here. Okay, this is nuts. Holy shit. Sorry.
Well, you
This
only
is crazy.
have 2,000 people watching you. There's no pressure. Just what are your thoughts overall on the night, sir?
Listen, you know what? Here, honestly, I discussed this last night with Vintage, actually, which I appreciate him inviting me on. I actually wanted to tweet something out about this. I'll be honest. I'll say one piece. I'm not as nice to Lucas as the rest of you guys are, to be fair.
Oh no, my chat hated him for a while. My chat absolutely hated him for a while.
So, after hearing this one, I'll admit my opinion's not completely changed. But here, I'll be honest with you, because I'm going to plug myself, but in a way. Here's how I look at it. Honestly, I go, I wish them all well. I hope I don't speak to a man's personal life, so I just go, hey, whatever. And now again, unfortunately, that personal life is now public, so I just say, hey, you know what? I wish you and your wife the best of luck. Have the most amount. Have all the children. Have the happiness. And really what I want to get down to, because that post got pulled up about my discussion about T-Rex arms, was whether or not they were vestigial or not in the path of evolution.
And this is the real T-Rex arms discussion. Very important. Your statement on this matter was eye-opening, to say the least.
Truly. I mean, if I have one more Spinosaurusoid come into my fucking chat, I'm gonna go spur shit on all this theropod trash, because it really is horrible.
What's that joke about the dinosaur with 51 teeth or something like that? Have you guys ever seen the dinosaur?
I have not.
It's literally the N-wordosaurus.
Yeah, so I got in trouble for falling for that one like 4 different times. So yeah,
it's a real thing.
So,
13% of the dinosaurs commit. Oh,
no. There we go. But no, I honestly, this is, I'm just going to go back, so I don't want to hijack the stream. If you look realistically, and I appreciate people send in the comments, and I'm not going to sit here and plug a bunch of gear. When I see this, I just go, okay, you know what? As of right now, I'm getting texts from my actual designer. I sit back and I go, okay, where can I improve my gear? That was it. By the way, my answer to this whole entire drama was I included a 2-point sling in with my med bag. That was my answer. I was like, okay, then make better gear. Because there's going to be a hole, and in that hole to fill is I'm going to come in with quality kit at a good price. That was it. That's my
It is a very similar situation to SIG, where now all the other manufacturers smell blood in the water for LE contracts and whatnot. Now there's going to be another hole in the market for, there might be a hole in the market, right, for nylon, stuff like that.
I think so. And then I'm looking forward to filling that hole, getting big, having employees, having one of them be inappropriate. Then I wind up on here, and then I'm thrown out. And then another company comes on and takes my place, right? Like,
the circle
it's a good
of life.
circle. Yeah, it's a good circle. Right.
Dinosaurs. Well, you need to change your name to like Gasoline Industries, because the dinosaurs died to give us gasoline, right? Petroleum.
If I just call my company K2 Concepts, who knows what the K2 is? Who knows that incident? Who knows the K2 incident? That's the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, right? So if I just go, oh yeah. If I go, yeah, I'm K2 Concepts. Why? Because I kill dinosaurs, whatever. But no, yeah, I was looking. I figured when I'd be on a focus trip stream is when I was caught like doing something I shouldn't have been doing. Then I gotta come on here and explain my way out of it. Right? Like, well, no, actually, the thing is,
you could have brought up your own nuance, right? Well, it's more nuanced than that, actually.
I didn't right?
I didn't know she was underage, officer.
Yeah,
what images have you been sending?
Yeah,
it was all art. It's art. Samuel Jackson said that.
Understand?
If it's not furry porn, you're ahead of the game.
Hey,
Let's go.
But all right, can we discuss, because this was brought up? Here's the other thing. This is the real betting. Whatever, it's over. The real betting is what the fuck did Lucas do to get suspended with 2 days of pay?
That's what I want to know.
That question.
So
nobody knows.
That it's out there. If you guys want to know, Micah Mayfield brought it up in his spat with Lucas. It's a thing that is out there that you can look up, which is again, it is a fireable offense according to Brandon. But you can look it up. It is out there.
Did they
At least
catch him
one of
looking
them.
at flights to San Francisco on Expedia because he thought it'd be a good vacation for the weekend or something? Is that like?
No, not quite.
No.
And Luke, that's
No.
a Lucas thing. If he wants to talk to that more, that's not my thing. Yeah. So
I thought maybe you watched like Sleepless in Seattle and enjoyed it, and they're like, okay, listen, this is borderline. You're getting suspended for 2 days or something. You know.
Mhm.
That was a joke for everybody.
Sleepless in
Right.
Seattle.
Like he's like, I watched it, I enjoyed it, and they're like, okay, listen, 2 days suspension, no pay. You're out.
Yeah, he was just
fine.
listening to 50 Shades of Grey audiobook on full blast in his office.
That's what I'm thinking.
A little too loud in the Dr. Dre's or the earbuds.
Yeah.
Very true.
Mark for $4.99 says, how you could make this stream worse? You add Trench, or we add Rebels Raiders, whose mic just clips every 5 seconds. I think that's.
I'm
even
sorry,
better,
but
honestly.
is it doing that? I'm sorry because I have
Yes.
earpods in.
It's awful.
Your
It's
mic
so
the other
bad.
night is so bad, bro.
Yeah, it's actually kind of painful for the audience, so I might have to boot you here, sir.
No, I'll leave. My
but-
apologies on that. Well, again, life serves me circumstances, and I literally fail at every single one of them. So there you go. I get to be on a 2,000 viewer stream, and my microphone doesn't work. So thank you for having me on. I got more gear coming. Please enjoy the night. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Hell
Have a good
yeah.
night,
See you
sir.
later.
Appreciate it.
Based.
That
He's
was
a cool
fun.
guy.
I've never
Go
actually
check
talked to
him
the guy
out.
before. So.
No, he's awesome. I've talked to that guy for years. He's a real deal.
He had a really cool
Yeah.
microphone.
Sometimes
The-
life
Yeah,
finds you
except the
ways.
microphone. Yeah, that's the only part.
The microphone was actually a paid T-Rex sympathizer. He was bombing his performance there.
They were hitting
As long-
his mic with the heart attack gun mid speech.
As long as it's not a pager. SB89 for $2 says we stand with Lucas, fist emoji. This dude is a nobody. He's not a nobody. Brandon was listen, he knew that he was going to get a lot of hate coming on here, still felt it was his responsibility to do so, and gave us an hour and 45 minutes and answered literally every question that I had. Maybe not to the audience's satisfaction, but he did his best with everything. And again, I appreciate him coming on very much.
It was a lot better than the original T-Rex video, must say.
Yeah, and I respect him for coming on here and sticking
Yeah.
out like such a long interrogation. I will say some of his answers were just roundabout. It was a lot, man. It seemed like he really didn't want to answer the questions, and there were some times where it really seemed like he was at the very least leaving out some facts. Or
it was his body language for me.
Yeah.
Half the time it just I give him credit. He had outs at multiple time periods in the stream. So either he's a masochist or I don't know. But it was his body language. There was just certain things that he was saying that it was just like, brother, does Isaac have a fucking DMR pointed at your skull right now?
That came up in chat.
that's
It's
true.
like, it was like, Brandon, please look in the direction the gun is pointed at you.
Yeah, like blink twice if you know.
Yeah.
If you need help.
Well, I think
Isaac-
honestly, it probably was a little bit cathartic to speak to somebody outside of the situation and kind of get a lot of this off your chest. Because he's only really talking to either people that are angrily hating him online or people inside the T-Rex Arms company, right? And you saw him get emotional at one point, which this has affected him greatly, and I totally get that. As he said, the wackiest 2 weeks of his life, basically, since the last time he was getting shot at or whatnot.
Mhm.
So again, I really appreciate him coming on. The thoughts and opinions, whatnot, that is all up to the audience. My style, for better or worse, is to mostly ask the question and let people talk.
You brought up
Usually
the
exposes
questions
what's
well.
inside.
Like you did it exactly how it should have been done, though. I don't know. It didn't. I'll put it to you this way: it did not help my. First of all, I did not have furry porn on my fucking bingo card. That was one. I would like. That was. If it was just like dick pics, right? Like at least
I
it's
accidentally sent furry porn 3 times.
Yeah, like how do
That
you
was-
accidentally send like what? Why
That was a
is
really
that
bad
on-
excuse.
Yeah,
I was
thank you,
I was
Hook in the chat, I see
transferring
you.
files from one phone to another, and I sent these photos
Well, and
specifically to
that's-
her phone, but nobody else's.
That doesn't
Well, that's
actually
the-
Why would you
happen.
not, like, if in the event something like that were to happen, why would you not immediately be like, guys, I'm so sorry to everyone involved?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Well,
you know?
so here's the thing: if he received, maybe he was just scared to death. If we take the official story from T-Rex Arms, he accidentally sends these 3 images to Kara because she's on his list because of the RSVP invitation. He looks at what that number is, and he's like, I just fucking sent the boss's wife 3 images. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to hope that she doesn't remember what number this is. And I'm just not going to say anything until confronted about it. Like maybe it was just scared.
Like it's a fucking American Pie movie. Like,
right. Yeah.
That's
I
what
mean,
it
if we
sounds
take
like
it
to
at,
me.
if we take it at that interpretation of the accident, because again, if he's trying to get files from one phone to the other, which is just,
Sucks
you guys are
suspicious.
weird. Okay. You guys are degenerate weirdos. You're having to transfer porn from one phone to another phone. I don't
The
get
first
it.
phone was full.
Okay.
I had to move to the
Get,
second one.
first off, get help. Get
Yeah.
help. Okay. That's the first thing. But to then accident, it's just this. Maybe this is actually a good thing for the guy because now he publicly has to get a bunch of help to get him over his furry porn addiction. Ugh.
I hope this guy
Okay,
doesn't have a dog.
so my question, he did this. He then left the company after Lucas left. It sounds like he was never fired, so they never actually handled the situation. Which is funny because like in Isaac's video that he did, they just said he's no longer at the company. The employee who sent the pictures.
They didn't even say that in the
They did
video.
in the video in the one on YouTube that Isaac uploaded.
That's right.
In the
I believe
comments,
it was-
they did. In the comments, they did because they said actually addendum to this or amendment to this. The guy working at T-Rex Arms who did this, no longer works at T-Rex.
That
Arms.
was
They
that
never
was in the
said-
slideshow on Instagram. The actual video that was uploaded on YouTube that Isaac was in. He did say it was a very short video. It was like 5 minutes or something.
It was
He
2
did.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay. It was shorter than I thought. Here I am exaggerating length. No. But he did say he's no longer at the company. To me, when you say things like that, I think, oh, he got fired. They realized their mistake and he got fired. But then Brandon was saying he quit. If I'm not mistaken.
After Lucas left, right?
Okay.
So the guy.
So they never handled the situation then.
Well, they
Didn't
said that they
use the
weren't going
verbiage
to.
Too late. Like they handled it too late. Wasn't
They
that
handled it
thrown around?
inappropriately. That's
Okay,
the thing that I said in the video is they literally start out the propaganda war, the PR war by saying that we did it wrong, which is not a great way to start.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
don't
see
know
here.
how anybody could send that and not immediately quit in shame.
My problem. I'm retarded. We are joined by a wild Nova group consisting of a drunk, Brass, and Hopfax.
Whoa.
We're all right.
No, just the dog.
How beautiful.
Dog stream. Dog stream incoming.
Dog
Very
stream.
nice.
Streamception.
Hopefully-
Streams on in the background.
Hopefully,
Streams
the
on
guy
stream
who sent
streams.
that those 3 images isn't watching the stream right now because he
Oh,
might enjoy this too much.
Oh yeah, get him off the
Oh
stream.
no.
So we can
do
listen to
not
just
come.
the first 30 seconds
Do
of
not.
this.
I hope you guys are ready for a hard video because I'm not. But this is where we are. On Wednesday, May 28th, Lucas Botkin chose to resign from T-Rex Arms. Now, there are some limits to what I can say, but one of our core principles as a company is truth, and we desire to have as much transparency as possible with an incident that was the tipping point. A T-Rex team member sent inappropriate images to someone close to Lucas. Sadly, our initial response fell short of the principles that we profess and desire to hold ourselves to. Now, we have since resolved this issue, but it was a painful moment that contributed.
So that's actually almost a lie.
That is a
Because
lie.
They didn't resolve the issue. The guy left after Lucas called him out at this 30-person event at his house. So, yeah, I would like to hear the explanation why that isn't a lie, because they didn't handle it.
No,
Unless
they
it
handled it
was something else.
because Lucas quit, and that is handling
It
it.
just handled itself.
Sorry, Hop. I hope you're doing well. How's your night going?
You remember what happened last time I was in charge of Brock's computer?
I hope it wasn't furry porn.
Much worse.
So much.
Oh, no.
You almost
You
hugged
threatened to
Pranka.
hug people.
Yeah, I started threatening to hug people on the live internet.
Yeah. Yeah, we should get
Brass, how are
Matt
you doing
Franca
off
in
the
here.
side?
I think he'd do well. Panel.
Yeah, what's Matt Pranka's thoughts on the
Take
situation?
on this,
I
yeah.
need some pedigree to tell me about how I should feel about this.
Well, I haven't heard your thoughts. Anything you want to add to this, Hop, before we move on?
Not particularly. We're just here for the violence, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about how the statement of he wasn't fired. He was let aggressively.
He's not here anymore.
told not to
He's not
come
here
in.
anymore.
And that's, yeah.
He was given the opportunity to not work anymore.
So I find that weird that
Very
they're
generous.
really, yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, it's there were a couple of statements that to me it's the as I say, I think the difference without distinction, I guess.
Distinction without a difference, yeah.
There you go. But yeah, it's just sort of like, well, technically that's not what happened, and then the explanation for what really did happen just reinforces the initial assumption. You're like, well, okay, that's the same thing with a different choice of words. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. It's hard to say at this point, but oh no, sorry, I have to. It feels like a lot of this is corporate propaganda, and I think Brandon is legitimately a good dude, and it just feels like he might have bought into a lot of that because he talks a lot about values the whole time, but his entire argumentation is corporate ways to handle sexual harassment that have these very strict guidelines. But from a moral perspective, it seems really fucked up. But from a corporate by the books, okay, maybe this wasn't technically sexual harassment, but you ask any dude if that showed up to their wife, and they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, that's a little that's a little fucked up." And
to steel man Brandon's position a little bit, his counterpoint would be to that is even though Lucas is his friend, Lucas has also done things that should be fired for, and he was not. So I mean, I suppose in a way they handled both.
It just came off like he was sacrificial lamb for this.
Is Lucas but is Lucas fireable? Like from a
I was gonna say he's the founder.
Not his shares, but his position at the company. Yes, so they could never nullify his shares, but they could have fired him from the position.
Wasn't he not in a leadership position at this point, though?
He got removed from a leadership position.
But that was before this, though, right?
Before this, yes, but it was in result of an incident that had happened. So, I mean, there was kind of a punishment there. Yeah.
He's not like So
Brass, I kind of feel bad for you because you just put out your video. What is it? 2 weeks ago with Isaac?
Yeah. I mean, it was a weird timing, huh?
Yeah, just the way life works sometimes. SV89 for 2 says, guys know nothing besides what he was told third party. So I actually like the idea that he heard Lucas out for 3 hours. He was intending to quit, then goes to T-Rex Arms and says, I want to see everything, and I'm going to base my final decision off of the full context that I can have. Now, me and him probably would have come to different conclusions, but at least he sought out. I can commend the fact that he went to seek out as much information as he could from direct sources, emails, the investigation, whatnot. But again, if we talk about the investigation, T-Rex Arms already admitted that they didn't handle it properly. So it's starting from a losing position. Mayor of McMinnville for 199 says, why is he here? I didn't see much of that.
Hell yeah.
Well, he's the same reason I'm here is because we were the guy that decided to do it, I suppose. As Vintage said, maybe the sacrificial lamb. I did reach out to Isaac, and I did not get a response. So, but
I mean, that's probably smart, honestly, at this point.
Well, that guy said too much, though. Too at a point, I don't know why he stuck around. Like there was points in it, I'm like, bro, I don't know. If I'm in your position, I would just stop talking. I agree that Isaac.
I agree that Isaac would not do it, but Isaac had to know that Brandon was coming on the show, and they should be very aware of the ramifications of if something bad gets sent. or get said, right?
Yeah, if Isaac did not know Brandon was coming on the show, I have a feeling Brandon will not have a job soon. But I'm assuming that he got that cleared, and they probably gave him some stuff to say.
Well, actually,
Or
I know
stuff that he couldn't
for
say.
sure. I know for sure that Brandon did get it cleared through legal before he came on, because that was part of the he was waiting for basically permission to come on. Todd and Dogs for 2 says, "Show us the dick pic, bro." Well, unfortunately, it's not even a dick pic. It's even worse. Far worse.
I don't know. I still believe that if Brandon were to say something, even if he got it cleared with corporate, he's probably one of those true believer types. Now, is what he's believing in, great? Who knows? But I don't think he's speaking with a fucking list of shit and with a gun to his head. I think he believes what he said.
Yeah. No, I think he is a believer.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, I don't think he's lying when he says things, but this is how he's justified it, right? And it's up to the audience to decide whether or not they agree with his justification.
Yeah, he might have had a Joe Biden note card next to him, but
I think he was lying about. I think he was lying like some of the time. That's just maybe that was my personal take. Maybe that's me being biased, but like he was his body language.
I'd have to go back and watch it.
He was doing, but
yeah, we all just watched this in the moment, and we were all screaming on this end. So
I also was distracted part of the time. There were some really bad parts in the stream where he was saying something very serious, and I see something fly by in the chat, and I'm just like,
we can see when you read chat. We were commenting on that.
Oh
Your
no!
chat
And
is
I
on the
felt
right side.
terrible because he's saying something very serious, and at the same time, like his meme wife account is posting something in the chat. I'm like,
yeah, that's
I'm gonna
crazy.
lose it.
The meme wife accounts in chat are that is like one of the worst things I've seen.
Listen, you guys,
real.
Mr. Sig Sauer, Mr. Grantham's Conscience, Mr. Kara, Mr. Kelly, you guys are very funny, but at some point I'm just gonna start banning you guys.
There's a special place in hell for you.
Yeah, COD for $2 says Brandon's knee pads must be very worn in. I don't take that approach from him. I kind of wanted to push a little bit more and be like, so what positions did you add on post Lucas leaving, and was there a monetary incentive there? Because he said that he took on a couple additional responsibilities. Now, I know that he said that he had job offers from other places and whatnot, but I would like to, because I think that adds context to it as well.
Fair.
Mayor of McKinville for 49 says, I don't know. I wasn't there. Get the fuck out, poser. No, I mean, he answered as best as he could, just about everything, right? And he stayed on for an hour and 45 minutes to answer not only the questions that I had laid out, but also some of the ones from the chat as well. Gekadile for $2 says, Brandon knows nothing and sees nothing, huh?
Jeff, did you send those pictures, bro? Just come clean.
Yeah, what that profile picture, bro?
Get him out of here.
You were certainly enjoying the our own little headcanon, which is that this guy has got the alleged offender has got a work phone and a personal phone, and he comes across some just really juicy furry porn on his work phone. He's like, oh, I need this later. And so he starts going through his contacts list trying to find himself his other phone so he can send them to himself, because that's still in current year the easiest way to
but
device. And he's like, yep, that looks like me. Tap, tap, tap. I'll send this photo album of 3 really juicy, saucy pics, and I'll get to enjoy them in the privacy of my own home later. And then he doesn't follow through to see who he actually sent them to. And then he's like, later that evening, he's probably like, I never got the pictures I sent. What happened?
Oh, fuck.
The allegation, or at least the investigation, said that this was not done on a work phone.
Yeah, not work time, not
so
work
he
phone.
had
so a person who
personal
had
devices.
2 personal phones.
That's how much porn he has, actually.
That's
he has his
It's just full of porn.
He has his
Has he never heard of
phone
a
and his
cloud?
phone.
He's like,
A man
I
should
cannot
not
get
have
this on the
2 phones unless he has a job that requires him to have a work phone, or he's having an affair. Those are the 2 reasons why you have 2 phones.
Something. One for the money, one for the hose.
One for the plug and
Oh,
one
there
for
you
the
go.
hose.
Mayor of McKinville for 49 says, effing religious nuts. Well, hey, listen, buddy. You're on a religious nuts stream, okay? I just don't flex it all the time.
I got 2 Bibles
thank you very
within
much
reach.
for 49.
Him being shocked that you were
Get out of here.
perfectly read.
I
That was pretty funny.
got two Bibles and a something else. Well, I don't know what that book is, but it's
So the
something.
Talmud, if I had to guess.
It's not the Talmud, no.
Okay.
Although there were some questions about the Talmud in chat for sure. Sabardic Psycho for $2 says, "Bring Lucas on for a chat with Brandon." So I specifically did not reach out to Lucas ahead of time. Lucas, actually, after I scheduled the stream, then Lucas reached out to me because I didn't want to unfairly be like corner Brandon and have Lucas be like, "Hey, you gotta ask him this question or ask him that question," like to basically what's the word? Ambush the guy, right? I actually just wanted to let him talk for the most part. But I don't think Lucas and Brandon are going to go on live. That's not going to happen. Private conversation, hopefully. Public, probably not. And that's, at this point in time, there are many lawyers on both sides fighting out the many millions of dollars of assets and personnel between Lucas and T-Rex Arms.
I'm sure they're all going to be good friends after.
Yeah, is this perhaps a reason not to go into business with family? So you don't have to have your relationships with your brothers litigated?
I mean, I've been told a lot is to not to be very cautious when it comes to money with family. That's what I've just personally been taught. But
I have also heard the same thing. I have done a little bit of business with family, not much. But the problem is that T-Rex Arms got huge. We went from a guy selling holsters on eBay or making them for his friends to making $20 million a year. That is going to that is going to cause directional problems because we have so much more to lose. So for instance, if me and my brothers, because I have like 6 brothers or whatever it is, are arguing about the best way to do business, if it's just a couple $100 or a few $1,000, doesn't really matter that much. But if we have 100 people's lives at stake that we're supporting, just naturally those differences are going to become much more important. So that's why it's sketchy to get into business with family or even friends. It's some people do it really well, other places not so much.
That's kind of what I was kind of speculating about this because I think I don't know how to say this diplomatically, but I think the photos were a big part of why Lucas was leaving, but I don't think it's the whole picture, right? Because there were he would not step down from a management position and leadership position in that company if there weren't other reasons going on. I think there was a little bit more going on in regards to that behind the scenes in terms of
right, 100%. 100%.
Right.
It's not just the images. It's not just the images. It's the
that wasn't really touched on at all. So I think there was definitely a directional difference in the company, which I find super weird because no offense to TRexArms.com and Trench Grenade, but not everyone was shopping at TRexArms.com, right? Like,
God damn it,
dude, I'm gonna beat that guy with hammers, bro.
You are forgetting to factor in the 5% civilian or the CivDef discount. The prices don't look that competitive until you're going through checkout and you check the 3 boxes. It says, "I am willing to uphold liberty. I believe in the Second Amendment. I concealed carry every day, and I'm prepared to defend my lives and others." And then 5% discount is automatically applied at checkout, and then the prices look a little bit more normal.
Yeah, but
Not
who are we going to send
Primary
all the
Arms,
people
who
to go
violate
buy
the map
stuff?
on a
One-stop
daily
shop.
basis, but still.
yeah, I still don't know. Where am I going to go? It's not like we had a dude who makes that stuff
Bro,
in here.
if
like,
somebody
20
brings
minutes
that up
ago.
again, I'm gonna kick you from the stream. We're not having that conversation tonight.
By the way, Lucas is in the chat. I saw him.
Lucas,
But
hey.
that's kind of more my curiosity is what the friction points were. Because it's got to have been some pretty spicy friction points if the company kind of lost sight of the fact that TRexArms.com is built on spicy splits on Instagram and YouTube, right? Like you have to understand that is a large driver of you're not Primary Arms, right?
No, you're not, but you're still doing $20 million a year. So I think there is a lot at stake with the company.
Right. No, but that speaks to that point. They understand that Lucas is a big part of that $20 million a year. That $20 million a year isn't necessarily that TRexArms.com is hyper competitive in the retail.
No,
space.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Apparently, they told Lucas they could do it without him. And
So
Lucas
maybe-
said, all right, go
Bet,
ahead,
bitch.
buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay, maybe they're a little lost in the sauce, but yeah,
that
is
one of
like
those
a lot
of instances where somebody ends up just you inherit or you kind of walk into a situation where you're like, this is profitable. Let's just not touch anything. And you're like, okay, well, if we don't touch anything, the profit is going to steadily decline. Like what you see as a business growing based on it. I think with Trex Arms case, in large part due to the efforts of Lucas on their various YouTube channels, on the various social medias, like, maybe every post he makes on Instagram isn't specifically marketing Trex Arms, but in a way it's marketing Trex Arms. And he's got a big following. So if they're like, no, the business looks fine on paper, why would we need you? And you're like, well, it's because he is probably doing a whole lot of like marketing efforts that are sort of going unrecognized on the books because it's just passive. It's just him, he can post something about like, I suspect there's some conversion. Lucas could just like post a pic from the gym and be like, leg day. Oof, I hate leg day. And that'll generate sales for Trex Arms.
Yeah, it's something you can't really quantify.
How much of an influence he has, right?
It's something you can't really quantify, and you won't really know how big of a difference it makes until it's gone.
And I think we're not going to get good data on this because it's not like Lucas just disappeared, like he got Thanos snapped one night. It's a bit whole, thing. There's going to be a boycott and a boycott and like all this competing stuff. But, if Lucas just disappeared and there was no drama surrounding it, you would be able to measure the impact, certainly. And you add the drama on top of that, it's going to amplify the impact substantially.
The entire situation just screams straw that broke the camel's back, and we definitely don't know the full situation.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Well, I tend to take Lucas at what he said in the video, which was that the 2016 buyout where he lost controlling interest, and then later on was essentially like, oh crap, like this actually stops me from doing what I want to do. Even though Brandon says that he got like 98% his way in at least what he was seeing. So that seems strange to me. There's some sort of conflict between what Brandon said and what Lucas said in that regard. But then it's the lack of control that Lucas has with the company that he started, that he's the face of. And then you add on what he talks about, the disrespect of his wife, which is the disrespect of him. Then you add the incident on top of that. And it's just that stuff's probably like the last 10% of the main issue there. And then he tries to buy them out and they say no, or they counter offer and they want to stand or whatever it happens to be, right? And then apparently there's some olive branch that's been sent to Lucas as well, which I'm sure, again, the lawyers are going to have a great time fighting that out because the only winners in this situation are always the lawyers.
Yes.
Yep.
Making money.
What kind of lawyers are they?
Better call Saul level lawyers.
The good ones.
They got the SIG lawyers on pay.
We know what that means.
Mitchell Black for $4.99 says, I'm sure God cares about how many Kydex holsters you are selling. Absolutely. You deal with the 3 O's of a God, omnipotent, omnipresent, and what are the other ones said? Omniscient. Yeah. So yes, nothing is too small to not care about. But thank you very much for the $4.99, Mitchell Black. Good sir. Yeah, this is the hardest part is the accidentally. It's theoretically possible. It's not,
plausible,
out of the realm, but it's...
Dude, just look. If
my
there's
headcanon
ever
already
a time
accounted
for
for
you
this.
to double check who you're sending a text message to, it's your weird furry porn. Like, let's just be real.
That doesn't accidentally happen. I refuse to believe that.
Well,
that's
Oh my God, get my homework.
So walking through the process, I have 2 phones. I'm going to select a contact. I'm going to attach 3 images. So I'm going through my gallery and I'm going to, this one's good. That one's good. Oh, that one, really like that one. And it's going to populate in the message. And then I'm going to be looking at the other phone and I'm going to click send. And when it doesn't appear on the other end, I'm going to be freaking out. Because where did those images just go?
Why are you downloading
You've got to be
this stuff?
criminally incompetent to fuck up that badly. I'm sorry. Like,
I still think that it's weird that in the event that happens, I get you could say, I hope that nobody ever finds out, nobody sees it, they won't remember my number. But like in that instance, what stops you from just being like, hey, Lucas's wife, I really fucked up. I'm super sorry. This was not intentional. Because if that happened, I feel like this would mitigate a lot of the issues rather than, his wife tells Lucas and Lucas tells the company and then the company defends him. And I think that's where it stems from, is if ownership was taken initially, I would believe that it was accidental. but the way it's kind of structured makes me very hesitant to be like, yeah, okay, I can see it.
Dude, and if you had, dude, I mean,
well,
I have never met an individual who hasn't had
AirDrop do that?
personal phones, and that's not an immediate red flag. Like, that's a
Well,
red
he
flag.
had devices, didn't he? So could it have been from his phone to his computer, from his computer to his phone, something like that?
I guess that's true.
I guess he didn't
This
necessarily
topic, just to be clear, gentlemen, this topic is going to come up 100 times. So we are going to talk about this more for sure. But even if we steel man it and say yes, he did it accidentally, you still get fired for sending the boss's wife porn.
Yeah, sure.
That's my opinion. Art Vandalay for 499 says this sounds like me explaining how the hub was in my browsing history to my parents when I was 14.
Yes.
So a funny story for me personally, it doesn't have to do with porn, fortunately, but when I was like 13 or 14, my parents thought I was old enough to have a computer in my room and still have a bedtime, right? But instead, I stayed up playing whatever game it happened to be, right? And then when they would come in and catch me at like midnight, you know, the wildest story you could imagine. I'd be like, I left it on from when I was playing before I went to bed, or, you know, whatever it might have been, to try and explain that to my parents. And then I got the computer taken away. So that was sad. I had it for literally like a week before I got caught. And I was like, well, they trusted me and I failed. Say la vie. But thank you for the 499, sir.
There was that Dead Rising mode where you had to stay in game for like I don't know, it was like 26 hours nonstop. And you're like, okay, in order to get this achievement, we're going to have to do an overnight where like 6 of us just work this game in shifts.
I have never done that. That's wild.
I can't remember how long it was. I mean, I think it's more than, if I remember correctly, it's more than 24 hours that you have to just leave the game running. And on an original Xbox 360, that was not easy because most of them would not run for 24 hours without red ringing. So that was a hell of an achievement.
It's an impossible achievement.
Well, somebody brought it up, but something we didn't talk about is they are now down 40,000 subs. They went from 1.73 at their peak, and they're currently at 1.69. I would imagine that they're probably going to bottom out at like minus 100K, somewhere in that range, maybe minus 50K, somewhere in that range, though. Rough time. Son of Mandalore says, go for it.
I wonder how this is going to, or if it will, affect the T-Rex Labs channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
podcast and everything.
Isaac's reputation up until this point was basically perfect. People who hated Lucas's guts would watch Isaac and say, man, this guy's the only reason that I subscribe to T-Rex Arms. This guy, this is the stuff that I want. This is the best channel. Now, not so much. And I mean, Isaac's nearly perfect. Perfect public persona.
And there's like a weird connection here I'm noticing. Ever since Brass Facts went on the podcast, everything went downhill, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
You know, T-Rex Arms, Matt, he's responsible for Hop on the Matt Pranka podcast. I mean,
yep.
Actually, that's my new conspiracy theory.
I almost went for a hug on Isaac in Vegas, and then he seemed kind of shell-shocked, so I didn't do it.
Is it because you were taller than him? He's like, what?
I think it's because
How?
Did not expect me to just show up randomly in the lobby of the Venetian and like walk over to him and be like, hey, oh, fuck, never mind.
Oh, actually, Compulsive Gunbuyer was in the chat with me. Yeah, I was talking with him at SHOT Show, and Isaac was just walking by, and we were like, hey, Isaac, and then he stopped and talked to us for a few minutes. So I'm sure he gets it a lot. Nice guy. I had nothing bad to say.
That happened with me in Vintage. We just like, hey, what's up? And then he learned how to play craps.
Oh yeah, I got
or not craps. Roulette, right?
I forget what was going on. It was me and like me and my chick and Agent Espo, and I was like hammered. And I go up to him, I'm like, "Yo, let's figure out how to play this game." I've never been.
My boy Chris taught you how to play. It's like, do you want red or black? And you're like,
oh fuck, I won on that shit too.
Yeah, and your chick was like, no, definitely red. And then it rolls to red, and what's going on? It's like, you won. You doubled your money. What's up?
It was a fun time. Yeah, that was cool.
Let's go gambling.
Cody from Red Right Hand is in the chat. He knows the fucking achievement I'm talking about. There was a method in Dead Rising to get that shit, and it took an eternity.
Oh, the 58,000 zombies to get the OP blaster in that game. Wow. All right.
The flyby cinematic in the intro, it goes past the sign that says the population of the town. It's 58,000, and so then it's like, if you can kill 58,000 zombies, it's like, congratulations, I guess you win. But the only way to do it is to go to the underground of the parking garage, get a series of vehicles, and just drive them back and forth, mowing down zombies for like I'm not fucking shitting you, like 26 hours straight. It's insane.
That's awesome.
That sounds miserable. There's a certain point in there where you're like, is this really worth it? Like that 13-hour mark, you're like, have I actually sunk too much time into this?
Well, I was weighed, measured, and found wanting because I don't have the achievement, but apparently Cody from Red Right Hand has that achievement, so I just love him all the more now.
That's I think amazing. Right at the 13-hour mark, you start to question your decisions. That's kind of probably how they felt in Benghazi, if I had to guess.
It's about sending a message.
That's right. Son of Mandalore for $2 says, bro is trying so hard to spin this in T-Rex's favor. Well, I think a little bit is too trying to justify his own position. And I think that's a very normal thing to do because you do have to internally justify your position unless you're just a psychopath. And you're like, no, I know it was wrong. I'm doing it anyways. Mayor of McKinleyville for $4.99 says, I hope you're not the actual mayor, although that might be a fun town. Says, sounds like an uptight place to work. Maybe. I've never been. Have any of you guys ever toured the T-Rex facility? No?
No.
Mitchell Black for $4.99 says, oh no, guys, we just sent our level 9 friend group ironic hentai memes to the level 2 friend group chat. Yeah, that's a rough day where you use the wrong personality for the wrong friend group and you're like, oh, these guys are not vibing with this. Thank you for the $4.99, sir.
Yeesh.
Mayor of McKinleyville for $4.99 says, so they fired a guy for a simple mistake? Assholes. No, sending porn to the boss's wife is not a simple mistake. I mean, again, I'll say it again. Like, if I had texted my boss's wife unprovoked for no reason, I probably would have gotten let go. Probably. But thank you very much for the $4.99, sir. Appreciate it, sir. Lost Arrow, hope you're having a good night, sir. For $4.99 says, this is pure cope. The mental gymnastics being said here is laughable at best. There was a lot of that in the chat where people were, cope, word salad, whatever it might be for a lot of his answers. Because there were a couple times where it was not necessarily filibustering, but where maybe he didn't know the right thing to say, so he just sort of kept going for a while.
I think the only thing that could have made this stream even better is if we had Arrow in the corner working out silently.
Yeah, doing his deadlifts with his phone in his pants. Yes,
I think that would have made it better.
Mayor of McKinleyville for $4.99 says, sounds like these Christians are very forgiving. Laughing emoji. I mean, they kind of were, but in this situation, they actually shouldn't have been. That's the point, right? They should have executed justice upon the person, in my opinion. So a lot of people think that, Vintage, you could probably relate to this, is that Christians just have to be like generically nice or something, which means that you can do anything to them at any point with no repercussions. And there's
usually
no
cherry picking certain verses, like love thy neighbor or whatever. And
right.
There's no other context after that. That's the Bible. It is
it's like,
love thy neighbor.
Listen, bro, you have to adhere to this thing that I don't even believe in, but I'm going to tell you what it means.
So I can get you to do what I want.
Right.
You need to adhere to this thing. I have no idea what it's about. Yeah.
Just wait till they hear about when Jesus fucking kicked all the people out of the church for turning into a gambling hall with a whip.
Yeah.
Just saying.
If I have to hear "love the sinner, not the sin" one more time, I'm gonna explode.
I'm gonna lose it.
4 Crusades was not enough. ET for $1.99 says, Brandon, blink twice if the ELT is in the room. ELT, what is that? Is that a term I don't? ELT?
That was the executive team. It was an acronym for that, right?
Okay, probably.
It was like executive leader team.
Yeah, dude, wouldn't that be a funny meme? Is like the entire executive board is just behind the laptop. They're just standing right there. They're writing things on like a big whiteboard of what to say.
Yeah.
So
Isaac is standing there. Isaac is standing there with like rubber gloves on and a well-rod pistol.
Yeah, just this actually might be Brandon at this point in time. We're not. The interview did not go well. No, I thought the interview did actually go well.
Post interview.
Yeah. Mitchell Black for $4.99 says this might be one of the greatest marketing moves by Lucas. If him and Wombat start a new company, then you'll know it's true.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's the take. Thank you very much. I think that Brandon's interview tonight, answering questions in a real personable manner with actual more than just vague euphemisms, as was said in Isaac's video, did more good for him and the company and that 2-minute video that they put out that said absolutely nothing and gave everybody way more questions. So I think this was actually a much better marketing move.
I'm actually on the flip side on that. I'll be honest.
Go for it. Yeah. Well, I'd like to hear it.
No offense, Lucas, if you're in the stream. He tends to adopt positions a lot of times that are technically correct, but miss a lot of nuance. And especially like on Twitter, when he's kind of rage baiting a little bit. And I'm like, are we getting a little bit of that now where it's like, oh yeah, technically his wife got something and, this gave him the out that he wanted to get out of the company or something like that, or it wasn't, no one said it's a dick pic, right? And then Brandon's wife was posting all that stuff. I'm like, that doubt was there. I'm not saying I went into this like, oh yeah, fuck Lucas, but I'm like, hey, I want to hear what Brandon's got to say. And hearing this tonight, I'll be real. I'm a lot firmly more into the Lucas camp after tonight. It has nothing to do with how Brandon conducted himself, but this like those questions weren't answered, and the answers to the questions were not all that convincing, in my opinion, in terms of things. I don't, if that makes sense, right?
No. That's good because the audience was certainly not having it for portions of the chat, but there were also elements that they did agree with Brandon on, or at least were softer on Brandon.
Yeah. I really wish he did get a little bit like the whole send in the dick pics or the the comic pics or the furry porn or whatever. That was never going to be a defendable position. But I really wanted to hear about the executive stuff. We didn't get as much of that as I really hoped.
Well, the 2 points that I had written down ahead of time where I wanted to talk about the disrespect towards Lucas and Kara, and then the executive stuff, like I have that written down in my little like notes on the side. But those were the two things that he couldn't really speak to or didn't, wasn't.
He's a little anti.
Right, and it's not even his deal, right? Because he's not that guy. Tyler Trissel for 199 says, Brandon, how much did they pay you to BS this hard? Yeah, not a lot of positive comments.
I think once again, he is a true believer, right? I genuinely believe that he believes what he's saying, and I don't like he mentioned, right? This isn't even his main gig, right?
Well, he has other job potentials. He's a sponsored athlete by T-Rex Arms, and he has some other things. He doesn't necessarily need the job.
He said he had two streams of income, didn't he? That were like more than what he got paid.
He said something about having multiple streams.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's true. Yeah. The point being, it wasn't, at least in his hit, in what he said, was not entirely about money. So
who knows how true that is, right? But
right, it's whether or not you take his word for that.
He's going pretty hard to bat for.
Although I do understand. Sorry to cut you off, Jake, but I do understand that the pushback against him is so violent that he's over justifying his positions because he feels like he has to.
No, yeah,
right. So I mean, it could be a little bit of he's getting hit 150%, so he's pushing back 125, right? Whatever it happens.
Yeah, it's kind of a misunderstanding of the internet because he opened his mouth. Is why he's getting all the hate, and the correct response is to dial back. But it's just kind of internet stuff, right?
It's kind of brutal to see. I mean, like, go dial it back 6 or 7 days, and Brandon is one of the most based people in the entire Civ Def community, the whole like GunTube space, and the chat was fucking lighting him up. So I mean, like, that's a hell of a turnaround, for a guy that I think was well respected and well liked, and he didn't even really say all that much, and people were just like, "Fuck this guy." That's sad. I think that's a little bit.
I agree, and I told him to not pay attention to the comment section because the chat's going to do with it. The chat's you can read it when you're in here. So because he was on his laptop, so I told him to
we got the chat up here right now. Yeah,
I told him to not pay attention to it, and I warned him before we went live that like my chat specifically is very aggressive, and this is a very heated topic. So this is not going to be. Like this will not be pleasant, at least for a while. If you're
personally, I love the chat, except when they're mean to me. Then I don't like them very much.
And it's awful
The chat is getting me to change your guys' name proactively, so it might change a few more times throughout the stream.
That's awesome.
Nuance.
Yeah, so this is another one that I wanted to push back on more. CK for 2 says they kept the executive son to stoke the fire. I don't necessarily think, thank you for the $2 CK. I don't necessarily think they did it to stoke the fire, but I think if it was not an executive son, it would have been handled differently. That is my personal belief.
Yeah, that was one thing that stuck out to me was like you asked, did it being the executive son have any weight to it whatsoever? He says no, and it's like,
I don't believe that.
When is you being related to the boss never a conflict of interest? You know, like
they just have the out that it's conjecture, though. I mean, when you say it, it does. You don't definitively know,
right?
Yeah. Art Vandalay for 199 says if this guy was defending my biz, I would be livid. I am interested to read the comments post stream to see what like the general consensus is afterwards, for sure. Thank you.
There's a lot of comments.
Well, the chat is nightmare mode. Like there's I don't even know how
I was looking for positive comments for that guy, and I started towards the end I started feeling bad, like actually bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Well,
there are quite literally tens of thousands of chat messages in this stream already. None of them particularly positive, or at least not very many of them.
Yeah.
The only chats that I could see,
and then it went to shit immediately when the messages came up, right? Like you could see the benefit of the doubt maybe being there, and then his position on the I don't know, NSFW image stuff being, that was a little too corporate, right?
the only chats that I saw that you could maybe construe as supporting Brandon or just a couple of accounts spamming over and over again, basically slandering Lucas's wife and saying that she was a cheater. And I was like, that's like, that's outrageous.
Listen,
that's outrageous.
You can take that point and still say that the guy should have been fired. That was the
but it was just like, that was the only thing I saw. It was just like a couple of accounts and they were just spamming that over and over again. I was like, this is kind of weird, I guess. I don't know. Kind of odd.
The internet for you.
It is the internet, yes.
Speaking of Clay Cable for 499 says, I saw better explanations from Kamala Harris. There were some we've been unburdened by what has been comments in there.
Yeah, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Tyler Trissel 499 says, normally you only see this much glazing on P-Hub. Maybe you sent those images, Mr. Trissel. Thank you very much for the 199. Mayor of McKinleyville for 199 says, shots fired. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, as that was over 2 hours ago, but thank you very much for the 199, Mayor.
That might be talking about the LA riots. I heard that there were shots fired over there, or it could just be fun.
Oh, are we doing it live over there in LA right now?
I saw a video of an individual of a certain melanin amount who was pointing a gun at police. I'm not sure if he actually fired shots. Couldn't tell.
Yikes.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I need to get through Rumble real fast. Dogman Defense for $1 says, yes, we're getting an impromptu Bible stream. Yes, me and Brandon can get along in that regard for sure. Dogman Defense for $1 says, can we get Luguru's take on all of this? Yeah, I think we should bring Luguru on to see what his nuanced take is on this. Dogman Defense for another $1 says, ask Hopfax if they denounce the Talmud. On the spot. Talmud, yeah, good or bad? Nova? Oh, he's nodding. Definitely in disapproval.
Yeah, I think they're too busy having gay sex over there to answer that question.
Leave that nice lesbian couple alone.
I'm sorry.
Sellsworth for 199 says, now competing in the tactical bullshit games. We didn't even get to talk about the tactical games all that much, but thank you for the 199, sir. Elizabeth Olsen Stan for $100 just because I want to go through this again because it was ridiculously generous, and this style of content is definitely not deserving of that much support, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Are you trying to have sex with me?
Says, how is the only person, quote unquote, speaking for himself, isn't in leadership, but is referencing private HR documents and other sensitive information, shill. So that was a part where he tried to be clear that he was only speaking for himself, but there were many, many instances where he was talking from a position, from the perspective of T-Rex Arms. Many, many times.
It was kind of...
And he is, for better or worse, Brandon is now the only, and as he said, he's the only guy other than Isaac in front of the camera now. So he has a lot of weight upon his shoulders, and he is going to get the brunt of that hate for sure. But thank you, Elizabeth Olsen Stan, for $100. I Drag Guns for 5 says, to quote Bill Clinton, it depends on what the meaning of the word is. Yeah.
There's a lot of that. There was a lot of that.
A lot of nuance going on there. Stay Sharp Chaos for $4.99 says absolutely nothing, but I'm pretty sure people added letters to the end of that for him. Thank you very much. Stay sharp. Mayor of McKinleyville for $1.99 says, why did the kid have her number? The official statement from Lucas is that Kara handled the invites to the company events that he put on at his house for the T-Rex Arms employees. Sometimes there'd be 50, 40, 30 people there. And so he received one of these invites, RSVPs, from Kara's phone. So her number was in her phone. He also claims that there was no text messages between the two. Lucas is actually in chat, and he says that our parties were, wrong one, 80 plus people. So yeah, Lucas is saying that our parties were lit. So that is from Lucas Botkin, right? And again, the details of it aren't particularly important. Both parties agree that pornographic images were sent to Kara Botkin. How that ended up coming about, not all that much important, at least in my opinion. I mean, it might change some things for some of you guys out there, but for me, it's like you just don't send the owner's wife porn. You just don't do it.
You don't even look at that in your free time. Don't do it.
Well, correct. Yeah, of course, from the Christian perspective, but and allegedly, again, it wasn't from a work phone or on work time, even though he had two phones. So
he had the smut phone and he had the normal phone. He had to get some over from the normal phone to the porn phone.
Maybe he was tired of getting viruses, so he had the one phone that was like the do not touch phone that he only sends. Yeah. I don't know.
Click someone too many singles in your area.
Bro, if you're stacking phones for your degenerate habits, maybe your degenerative habits have gone too far.
Yeah, who the hell has two phones?
Technology enthusiast. He still had an original Motorola Razr on the original Singular network, which doesn't exist anymore, and he's just trying to maintain that infrastructure for as long as possible. It's like that guy who bought a battery from Sears 30 years ago with their lifetime replacement, and even though they don't exist anymore, you can still go in there and bully them into giving you a free battery.
That's amazing.
Damn.
Yeah, he's a collector of odd items and odd pictures. Clay Gable from 499 says, gayest. You got gayest past the censors. Gayest explanation as ever. They should have hired Bill Clinton for this. Bill Clinton at least had like charisma, right? He could, had that southern drawl to him as he was saying a bunch of nothing for 20 minutes straight.
Yeah, the kids call that aura, actually.
Yeah, aura.
They call that Riz.
There you go. That's
Riz.
What does Gen Alpha Bill Clinton say? That depends on what your definition of Riz. If you're 45 years old or older, you'll really enjoy that one. Trust me.
Someone's typing.
Sorry. Tyler Tristle for 199 says, so when is the going out of business sale? As Brandon said, they know that their sales are going to drop. They've only lost 3 employees, so they're down to like 96 or something, 95. So if sales drop by like 30, 40%, you're going to see some people have to get let go. I don't know how they maintain that into the future. For a little while, I'm sure it's going to be fine in the short term because they're a cash-rich company, but that cash does run out at a certain point. And without sales, you're spending a lot. 100 people, it's a lot of money to spend.
Yeah,
a lot of money. So we'll see how that goes.
drama plus the Trump slump is going to be pretty deadly, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true.
Clay Gable for 499 says, please hold on. Let me see what Isaac typed up for me. I would not be surprised if Isaac was watching and texting or messaging. I imagine somebody in the company was watching what Brandon was saying. They had to have been. There's no way that they would not do that.
This is honestly a very sad situation. Like, when you really think about it, it's a family, brothers kind of being ripped apart by all this, and at the end of the day, that sucks. It's basically like it's the Civil War, brother against brother. It's just the T-Rex Arms version. I was saying in chat earlier, this is my 9/11 because it's really shaken my view of a lot of things in the gun community.
DS88 says polishing brass on the Titanic at this point.
That was around the time he should have just left. I remember when that went through. It was when he just should have. Thanks for having me on.
I gotta go. Yeah, my wife needs me to go put kids. Yeah, no, I get it. Thank you very much for the $10, sir. Okay, so I don't know if you guys were watching when I did this, but I put up a proposition of how to fix the T-Rex Arms public image at the moment. Does anybody have quick thoughts on how they would do that? If you were brainstorming, if you were hired right now on their PR team, what is your recommendation?
Hire Haley Lujan, put her in cat ears, get
Any other suggestions?
Oh man, I don't know. Allow.
Bro, actually, you know what? Sorry, I got to go back to vintage. He said that, and that would be the move because it's like we see all the time. Companies get sold off, and then they turn degenerate, or they like, oh, hey, we're doing a new marketing strategy for the kids. This will entice the kids, won't it?
Yeah, you think they're going to win the Christianity marketing strat with the furry porn allegations? It doesn't even matter if it's true at this point. Like, they're not going to win on that front now.
Speaking of another company that started doing this, I unfollowed Sons of Liberty Gunworks today because they were starting to do that with some chick on their Instagram or something like that. And I was like, I don't need to follow this anymore. So
yeah, I mean, it's going to be. I think either T-Rex is going to dissolve into nothing, or they're going to go the way of Noveski. Either way, it's probably not great.
Let them dissolve, and then they're going to sell the company, and then Lucas is going to come fucking back in and take it and fix everything.
If they sell the company, I guarantee you PSA will be buying it.
Oh God!
Kill me, kill me with hammers.
Yeah.
Sellsworth for 199 says a graduate of the SIG School of Damage Control. I mean, I think that that Brandon said it well when he said it was a shotgun blast to the foot. That video that they put out, I agree with him. So yeah, it was better than attacking the audience. It was better than that, but not much.
It sends today.
It sends today. It publishes today. Pat for 49 says, I bet his wife said, if dude don't leave, you must, and if you don't, I will. So are you saying that Kara was forcing an ultimatum upon Lucas? I don't believe that to be true because there had been issues going back years with the company. So, but I do think this was an important issue, but probably not the most important thing, right? Also, they had already disrespected his wife, according to Lucas, right? Thank you for the 499, Mr. Pat. Dog on a phone for 999 says he went to the elders of the company, fulfills Matthew 18, highest IQ Presbyterian. I don't think that's exactly what he meant when he said that. But yeah, I think me and Brandon do have a theological disagreement on when it's appropriate to send things to your followers. And this isn't even necessarily public. You have people that have supported you for years who have quite literally funded your entire company, who have built you up from nothing. And I would say that they're owed an explanation. Not necessarily all of the little gritty details, but I would say that, I would feel a duty to the people if something happened to me or my family or whatnot, and something had to change. I would feel a duty to inform them why, because like people right now, they're supporting the stream. They're sending way too much money to have their comments read out. And if something had to change, I would feel a duty to them to inform them why things are changing or whatnot. So
Yeah,
I think me and him would have a disagreement.
If you're going to jam the biblical framework of like church discipline into a business, it's not going to fit perfectly because it's a business and people are not going to accept that. But even if you do, what is like, how do you even define that? Because you could use the very same verses that Brandon used and say that Lucas did go about it in a biblical manner because it was brought up to the leaders and then it was brought to the person, nothing happened. It was brought up to a smaller group, nothing happened, and then Lucas shared it with the congregation or the employees.
Well, and allegedly this has been going on. I think the buyout attempted to start 4 months ago. So there has been this has been happening in the background for a long time. He left and then he made a statement, right? So it wasn't like he just took all of his toys and left. There was a long period before he went public with anything. Because when he was on my show just a few months back, he was still publicly espousing T-Rex arms, doing all the things you're supposed to. He wasn't putting out dirty details or whatnot while he was on my show talking to me about stuff, which is kind of funny when I asked him about family business and he kind of backed off of certain questions. Now it kind of makes sense in context because there were issues going off behind the scenes.
Speaking of the whole business thing, that's my little pet theory here. It's a divergence of a company run by humans and a company run by a company. And that feels like how this whole situation was handled to begin with. Because despite what's being said here, it's actually very common if someone does something bad that a company will take the least aggressive approach beyond firing a person. Because if you outright fire someone, you open yourself up to litigation. And if it's not technically by the books sexual harassment, it can be something that comes back to bite the company. So it felt like the company went on auto drive and did what it did from a company perspective. And Lucas still views T-Rex Arms as a human company, while the people that are running it are beginning to view it as this machine or whatever you want to call it, and running things in a certain way. And I imagine a lot of the disagreement came there. And this is a good example of the company went into auto drive. What does the little piece of paper say how to handle sexual harassment? And I think Brandon is correct. It probably is by the books, maybe not a perfect definition of sexual harassment, but that's when really weirded out because yes, you're correct, but he's bringing in the moral, the human perspective of this whole thing. And the moral human perspective is what the fuck? And your natural response there is to just fire the dude. And the corporate side of T-Rex Arms, which the company is morphing into as Lucas gets less and less control, says, no, that's not the technically correct response here. So I think that might be maybe an insight. I don't know. That's my little thing.
Yeah.
Chad is trying to call Brock like a bit of an intellectual right now, but I can totally blow that shit out of the water by mentioning that he referred to Lucas Bakken and T-Rex Arms as almost the same person. So you're using.
Well, I keep calling.
Oh, it's fair. I mean, essentially what you're doing is using Lucas and T-Rex as like a synecdoche for each other, which is really telling of how much this will hurt them because they are the same. T-Rex Arms is Lucas Bakken in your brain, and probably many others.
Yeah.
So if the word synecdoche resonates with you, then you are no longer really allowed to say that Brass Facts is being an intellectual because I got that beat.
Yeah. I'd be interested also.
I don't know.
I'd be very interested to know what the legality is around terminating employees in the state of Tennessee. Because I know, where I live, you can terminate an employee for no reason. You can just say, "Sorry, you are fired."
I brought that up in the comments. We were looking it up while we were watching. It's you can just fire a motherfucker, like you said. So it's weird that they're running as much interference. And it seems...
if I didn't know about that while I was I probably should have looked that up. But if it's just a right to work state, you could fire him for just about any reason you felt like. Now, apparently the internal monologue was, well, Lucas has done things we should have fired him for, but he's an owner. And this guy did something that we should have fired him for, but he's a son of an executive, right? So there's lots of there's little things here that don't necessarily line up, and that just like you said, the human side of things, the situation seems very obvious, but to a corporate structure trying to keep itself together and move forward in the safest, most litigiously sound direction, that's where we're like, this is nobody's really cool with that, right? If you tell somebody like the normal human response to hearing that a younger brother got taken advantage of by his older brothers is like, oh, that's scummy for family to take advantage of family. Ugh, somebody sent the wife's boss dick pics or furry porn, whatever it happens to be, right? Fire that guy, right? That's just the normal, natural response to that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, which is why I think Isaac's response kind of makes sense to me in that regard. It's like, oh, I got lost in the sauce of corporate bullshit.
Well, then now he's at mercy of court of public opinion, though. And
yeah, unfortunately, that's the real world, and he's not. T-Rex Arms is not that big of a company that really works out.
Now, somebody who's a bigger brained and more well educated should probably espouse on the difference between like the whole right to work thing versus like, I don't know, anti-discrimination, because there is a disagreement in the chat right now about like if right to work means you can fire anybody for any reason whatsoever versus
no, that is not a nuanced take.
Title IX. You can't
I was like, not a nuanced take from John.
And you are a different color than me, so I'm firing you. Like that's even in a right to work state. I don't think that.
I agree.
You are assuming
is a law.
You are assuming that there are people at T-Rex Arms who are not white. I don't think that's the case.
I haven't seen one, but they
No, actually, David Noor is not white. He's of Indian descent, I believe.
Okay.
Lightspore, we got to move this. The Lightspore for $2 says, "Man really wants to keep his job." That's he selected that as his choice of his game his gameplay. So he's going to have to play out that playthrough and see how that goes. That is his choice. Thank you for the $2 Lightspore. SV89 says, Lucas speaks for himself. He speaks for others. I think there is definitely a bit of that, but that's also, unfortunately, the position that, like, Lucas has the advantage of. He's separated from T-Rex Arms, so he is literally only speaking for himself. And he has the cards, especially in terms of public opinion. Whereas somebody's got to talk for T-Rex, and if it isn't going to be Isaac, it's Brandon. So that's just the way it works out, unfortunately. But thank you, SV89, for the $2. Kara Botkin says, "Call me, boys. That's not real." Clay Cable for $1.99 says, "Biblically okay to send porn to married women, though." No, I think Brandon's point to Steel Mana's position was that two wrongs don't make a right. This person did a bad thing. Lucas did a bad thing. We should have fired one, but now we can't fire the other because we're worried about, legal pushback or something. That was like the position that he gave. So whereas I don't necessarily buy that. Somebody else said in chat, there's no way the son of an executive is going to sue the company because he's the son of an executive who still currently works there. Now, as Brandon did frame it, there is a clear split between Lucas, the marketing director, and everybody else. So just from the sounds of that, it seems like there was a clear side against Lucas and the marketing director, and that executive was not the marketing director, so not on Lucas's side in this. So there's maybe more internal politics at play here, but that's just speculation on John's part. CK for 5 says that scripture is about addressing sin in the church among a congregation. The way we confront fellow members versus coworkers is different. Yeah, I mean, I agree that it is different, but I mean, we're going to get into a very long discussion if we talk about that much more.
You can use that framework in a business, but it is different. But you can still use the same framework. It just looks different in a corporate setting than it does in a church.
Yeah. Part of the reason I'm very glad that I don't even work a 9 to 5 anymore. That was miserable when I did that. Mayor of McKinleyville for $1.99 says, and the preaching has begun. That's right. It is sermon time, 11 p.m. on a Tuesday night. Hunter for $4.99 says absolutely nothing, but I'm sure people responded with a certain set of letters. Mitchell Black for $4.99 says, focus after hearing this guy quote scripture. I don't think that word means what you think it means. Well, this is the issue when you don't have a normative authority on what scripture means. Now, a Presbyterian might say that the Presbyterian church is the normative authority, though not infallible. So we can have differences on what that scripture means. There's personal interpretation. I do not put much weight on personal interpretation of scripture because that means you're basically back to preferences at that point. Whereas you're like, I think this verse means like be nice or something. And it's like, well, That's great and all, but if only we had a historical context for what this verse means for the last 2,000 years. Clay Gable for 199 says, next brand ambassador of T-Rex, Hunter Biden. Yeah, that's rough. Tyler Chisel for 499 says, yes, there it is. It's not multi-million-dollar problems. So stop horrifically hiding behind God and admit that you're staying for money. CUK.
Wow.
Again, I know that people are taking it out on Brandon for this. I don't believe that it was solely money, even if you take it at the worst possible interpretation. I do think that he believes that he's staying for the good of the people there and whatnot, even if money is a slight factor to that, even if stability is a slight factor to that. But yeah, I think that in the triage of issues, he did side with T-Rex Arms over Lucas, and the court of public opinion, including my own, is not in that position. We all think that, I think everybody on the panel believe that Brandon made the wrong decision. I think that's the normal approach here, or at least the stance that is in the majority at the moment. Clay Cable for 199 says, how would T-Rex continue forward without me? Well, so Brandon, it's Brandon who runs a lot of the things. He's a big part of the company. He's done like half of the videos on the main channel, at least at this point. And then you have Isaac, right, who does the T-Rex labs and occasionally has a video on the main channel. Excuse me. And so without Brandon, it would all be on Isaac. So I do think that he is unfortunately sharing the load in terms of hate online, mostly between Brandon and Isaac. The two Davids who kind of started this whole mess, because they're never on camera, are kind of getting away with avoiding a lot of the public brunt, the public hate, right? That's going out. And hey, I'm going to say it. Brandon was brave enough to come on stream and talk about it and face all 2,500 of you. So, David and David, Isaac, happy to talk as well. Dog on a phone for 499 says the company would take her a huge hit from their own actions. I agree. They came out the gate and shot themselves in the foot. They admitted defeat in their first move, that they mishandled the situation, and that Lucas was gone, because they didn't want to sell to him and they were going in a different direction or whatnot. It was a bad first move, and I do agree that it was basically their own actions that led to this point. And some of it's just human nature, families growing apart. There's more money at stake. There's more little things that they disagree on. Also important to note, David and Isaac and the other David are a decade older than Lucas. So there's a lot of differences there in opinion. And I'll take the harsh approach that Lucas himself has said, is that he lacks empathy and might be difficult to work with. I can grant that position, right? But they still, in effect, forced him out of the company that he started and that they now benefit from, and could not start without him as well.
Not a great position to be in.
Yeah. But I do hold them entirely responsible for that. GL Dude, member for 12 months, says, God forbid a victim identify a perpetrator. Yeah, this is just John's personal, those conversations between Kara and Lucas, I've never had to go through something like that with my wife, so I mean that's never want to, but that's rough. I do not envy that whatsoever. Mitchell Black for 499 says, please introduce yourself, Brandon. Hello, I like money. Why did you leave the T-Rex Arms Company? Money. I need that Mr. Krabs voice there. But thank you for the 499, sir. SV89 for $2 says, I'd want to know if someone around was a porn user. I think many men have their foibles, and it's something that affects a lot of people, and is unfortunately rooted at the core of a lot of our society. I mean, you just look at how much people are making off of, OnlyFans, or who owns them, but that's a different discussion. But if you're at the level where you're transferring pornographic images from one phone to the other to save for later, you probably have a actual addiction at that point that needs help. Mitchell Black for 199 says, transparent pair rent C.
It's also another level to be into furry characterized.
Yeah, I mean,
they were like animals, but they were people.
Yeah. Brandon explaining it very, very like what's the word for it? Like a normie who hadn't been exposed to it, which is a good thing, obviously. But the chat was laughing at that point. That was rough. Chat for $20. Thank you very much, sir. Lucas, would Lucas have made any statement if T-Rex didn't make a statement? So Lucas actually said on my stream 2 days ago that they progressed his timetable. He was not planning on making a video for weeks or months while he was getting other things sorted, and then T-Rex dropped their video. This could have all been, I guess at this point, communication had dwindled to the point where this isn't possible, but if they could have just communicated, they should have worked on a joint statement, or something like that. Like, try and be as amicable as possible. And as Brandon said, they knew whatever they did, the impact was going to be bad. And they were right. They were very correct. But I still agree that they should have waited as long as possible. Just let the hype die down. Instead, they threw gasoline on a fire. And then let Lucas come by and just do whatever the heck he wanted afterwards.
Yeah, you can't admit fault before the other person's made a statement, because when they come out with a statement, everybody's just going to assume whatever statement they came out with is 100% true.
Well,
you already admitted fault.
You just gave them a valid reason to believe the other person because you admitted that you did wrong in your opening move, which is why they should have waited so that Lucas, who is the accusatory party in this, could come out with his accusation, and then you could counterpoint. Because listen, they could have counterpointed and been like, well, actually, Lucas told a half-truth when he said that he gave away the lion's share of his share in the company when Isaac came on, because actually they all gave the same percentage. Now his number was bigger, so he did give away more. So they could have actually hit back at things and tried to claw back some of the reputational damage instead of just losing it all in the very first move, which it was a bad idea. U.S. Liberty Arms. No, that's not a good company name. The range for $10 says, much credit to Brandon for manning up and coming on. In my opinion, T-Rex Arms is done. But that's just one opinion, no more relevant than anyone else's. I won't be spending my money with T-Rex. Lucas, I will support. And I think that is just, you can go and look at the amount of subscribers T-Rex Arms has lost. You can look at, I think Lucas Botkin is up to 150K or more at this point. His video has nearly 1 million views. And if we had his analytics on his videos, I would imagine it's a 95% or greater like to dislike ratio on his video. So I think he has the mandate of the masses, as it is called. Clay Cable for 499 says T-Rex Arms is okay with porn being sent to coworkers, spouses, and it doesn't go against their quote-unquote Christian values. They were not okay with it, but to them in their investigation, because it was not intentional, I don't know how they came to that conclusion, but because it was not intentional, they decided not to fire one guy when the other guy also should have been fired. That's their reasoning as Brandon explained it. Wouldn't have been my reasoning, but I don't know. What's done is done, and they definitely regret it, and they even admit that it was the wrong decision. So thank you for the 499 Cable. Karabakan for 499 says it brought me closer to Grantham, that's for sure. Gosh dang it. I doubt that. Stay Sharp KS for 1999 says some dude at work who was already communicating with another's wife accidentally sent her a cartoon porn image. Discipline him for being weird and move on. Termination is overkill in my opinion. If he sent a nude, then yeah, fire him. The point is it's a pornographic image being sent to somebody's wife. A boss's wife, an owner's wife. Again, I could not construct in my mind any job that I've worked at where if I sent pornographic images to the owner's wife, I would not get fired immediately. So, for instance, I had dinner with a guy who owns a bunch of different companies. Old gentleman, has a relatively young, hot wife compared to his age. Right. Multi-millionaire, maybe even billionaire. I haven't kept track with him after I left the job. But just the thought of if I sent his wife pornographic images and he found out about it, of course I would have been fired instantaneously. Duh. At any position that I've ever held. I don't know where that would not be true. And it's not Now, maybe if it was worker on worker, right? Like blue collar, and somebody's doing something untoward to somebody else's wife off the clock, maybe that's not fireable, even though I would still argue that that violates the moral code if your company does have a moral code, which a lot of them do. And that would be a reason for termination. So, I mean, there's ways where you might be able to twist it, but the boss of an owner, like, to me, it's just, I don't know. And that's the normal response that everybody seems to be having, is that, yeah, you fire them. So this is what one of the few counterpoints to that. And I do appreciate it. Stay sharp, Chaos. But yeah, I think you're in the minority on that situation.
I think that if you, in the instance that I brought up, to where if this individual immediately went to Lucas and his wife and potentially the company was like, "This happened. I'm so sorry. I'm owning it."
And he claimed it was an accident.
Yeah,
he could ask for forgiveness. That would be within his right to ask for forgiveness. It would not be mandatory that they grant it.
Yeah, absolutely. But did he do that as soon as he found out, or they're claiming that he didn't know it happened?
Well, I think he said it was like 5 days later that they brought it up to the board, and then he was like, "Oh shit!"
Well, I imagine Lucas and Kara had some conversations about how to handle it.
Yeah.
I imagine Lucas had some questions for Kara, all the sort of things that normally go through a guy's mind when something like this happens. I'm sure all of that happened. 5 days later, they decided to take it to that stand-up meeting with the executives and board, right? Mm-hmm. And at that point, the decision is not to confront the guy, but to hand off the decision-making, which I think is the right move to do, to an executive board. That's why they're at the company, so that you don't literally get your hands dirty taking care of business. Derek for 499 says, "Who here thinks that Wombat over here is being selfless by staying with Trex? Christian principles aid and abet wife harassment. Wombat greed cooks wombats." Not many people are buying it, but when I'm talking to Brandon, I don't sense any ill intent from him whatsoever. The fact that he was willing to come on here and talk and get grilled for an hour and 45 minutes to be mercilessly crucified by the chat, metaphorically, I mean, unless like money is his ultimate value, like literally his ultimate value, and that's all he cares about the short term. Because if I were a thinking man, I would think the smart bet, even just for reputation, which means like long-term money, right? Because if you sell and ruin your reputation, you might make some money in the short term, but you're going to lose it in the long term. So I think that the long-term wise, more discretionary decision would be to leave, if not to join Lucas, but to go do some of these other ventures, even that he got job offers for, which is what he said. So I don't believe that money was his highest value in this situation. I don't believe that, but it might have been a contributing factor. That's my take on Brandon. SV89 for $2 says, "Beware he who says contextual and nuanced a lot." I think with this situation, like the best faith defense that you're going to give is you're going to have, like, listen, if I was a lawyer and I had to adjudicate this, I would be throwing out as many contexts and nuances as I could. It would be a tall order though. So like if your number gets called and you're the guy who has to go out there and give a defense, like that's the way to do it, is to try and give as much favorable context as possible, I suppose.
Just a lawyer in court going, no, it's art. What are you talking about? No.
Yeah, it's art.
It's like it's an artistic.
It was
expression.
censored, right? It was also censored too, right? It was part of it.
Well, actually, wouldn't that'd be terrible? But it's like, well, they didn't actually show penetration, so it's not actually sexual, and it's animals who are always naked in nature, so this isn't even pornographic. Like, come on.
Come on, guys. Don't be prudes.
Fishy Anon for $5 says, E621 T-Rex arm /ARG collab. I'm back charging this. I don't have a job. Okay, you can back charge that all you want. I'll refund you your $5, sir. Thank you for the $5, Mr. Fishy Anon. I don't know what any of that meant, but thank you. I see the next one. Around the Fire LLC for 49 says, "A paycheck from an evil, unjust person / employer is supporting evil and injustice. These people could not see their reflection in God's eyes. No spirit." That last part, a little too far for me, but that the beginning part, a paycheck from an evil, unjust person or employer is supporting evil and injustice. Yeah, again, if I work for Evil Inc., that is, even if my job is just like clerical, but they're like, I don't know, selling baby parts to Cambodian cannibals or something, right? And they get shut down. Well, am I supposed to complain that they got shut down? Be like, no, I lost my clerical position. What the heck? It's like, well, yeah, but the company was doing bad things, so it's in the long run, it might be painful in the short term, but in the long run, it's best that the company goes down. But yeah, the second part, I think it's not to be the nuance, bro, but I think it is a little bit more complicated than just straight up greed, evil versus perfect moral justice on the other side. It is a little more complicated. Carabak for saying about position for jumping it over. Thank you very much, Miss Absolutely wild. SV89 for $2 says Lucas handled it well. Most men would be violent. Yeah, what did you say, Vintage? Something about bricks and faces or something?
Hammers.
Oh, hammers. Yeah. Yes, along those lines. If and at that point, I wasn't aware that it was fucking furry porn comics or whatever. But like, if I'm working at a company or if I own the company and like one of my employees is fucking sending shit to my wife, yeah, I'm gonna give you a firm handshake to your head with a brick. Is what I want to do.
Where's the fisted by an African king bit? We need it.
Oh, actually, yeah, I do that. Where'd it go?
Have you ever been feasted by an African king? It'll be me. God damn
it. Oh, there's the man. Thank you, SVA9 for the $2. Department of AFT for $5 says, guys, Lucas is going to start a super based company with Fuentes, Jared Taylor, and Sam Hyde. It's going to be one for the books. That would be wild and a terrible business decision, but very funny. But
very bad.
Yeah, very bad. That would go very bad almost immediately. Yeah, it'd actually just be a content house. Vintage, I see you talking to your girl there, being like, listen, I know it's late.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right, Mayor of McKinleyville 49 says 30-minute prayer. Just sell stuff, you freaks. Prayer is a normal part of the majority of humanity's life, whether it's prayer or meditation. But thank you, Mayor of McKinleyville. High Drag Guns for $2 says,
I gotta talk about that last one. I think that if this was a normal company, and I don't mean that in a prerogative sense, if it was a Primary Arms, people would be like, why would we give a shit about the personal ongoings of anybody who works for Primary Arms? But that's not the kind of company we're talking about. We're talking about a company that has an extremely public position about their personal lives and their personal belief system. So normally I would agree with you. I'd be like, why do we care who sent what to who? But that's not the case. That's the same reason I think that you spent many, many hours live streaming about Garantham.
Yep.
If he was just some normal guy who did some stuff, you'd be like, okay. But it was his extremely public, extremely vocal position about the way to conduct yourself and live your life that made his personal actions seem like it was in conflict with that. So, yeah, it's easy to say, like, why do we care about this drama? Well, we didn't care about this drama. They created the circumstances for drama. That's, I think, really the main reason why, it becomes a thing. You made it a thing. I would have been happy to just be like, oh, look, a holster, I'll buy a holster, whatever, and not care about the company. But the company had a very public stance. And so when something happens counter to their publicly held beliefs, people are going to talk about it. Yeah, sorry, man. We've been fucking live for like 6 hours. I know we weren't here for the whole thing, but yeah, people are talking about it.
Yeah, and I think people say drama for just about anything. Like with Primary Arms, like that example, I don't know a single public position on any of the Primary Arms employees, none of them. However, Trex Arms is nearly inseparable from their public positions, like literally on checkout. Like you said, you have to select all these different things if you want your 5% discount or whatever it is. It's on their website, it's on their video. If you click on the YouTube channel for the first time, it's literally going to walk you through we're a Christian Second Amendment company and their reasoning through it by all the botkins and all that sort of stuff. So it is inseparable to take the position away from Trex Arms, almost in the same way it's impossible to separate Lucas from Trex Arms, because again, you'll see it in every comment section on the internet talking about this, is that Lucas, for a lot of people, was T-Rex Arms. They supported because of his outspokenness, because of the positions he held. And now that he's no longer there and the public perception is that he got ousted, that people don't want to support T-Rex Arms anymore. And it's T-Rex's Arms' job to explain their side. So quite literally, they should be doing something to proactively save their reputation. Whether that's doesn't have to be this stream, of course. Make your own videos, but at least make a better video than what they did.
Something I think it's worth also pointing out, like you mentioned earlier, the amount of business that they're doing, like 20 million, in sales or whatever a year.
Yeah.
That amount of money is not accounted for by us. We are the lunatic fringe of this community. All the people who are watching the stream right now have been watching tonight, people who are watching all of the different statements put out by whatever, probably a vast majority, or at least a plurality of their customer base doesn't even know this is happening. This tends to happen all the time. I think you've probably had this experience. I've had this experience. You do a stream about something and there's going to be a billion people in the chat being like, wait, what's happening? Wait, what? I didn't know what was going on. I did a video about Aero Precision. That is old fucking news. You streamed about Aero Precision's issues months and months ago. I did a video where I obliquely mentioned Aero Precision is going through some issues. Probably like a quarter of the comments I got were people being like, wait, what's happening with Aero? So we know, but we don't count, right? We're not really rising to the level of like an actual influential market demographic. So every single person in the comments right now saying, I will not be buying from T-Rex Arms, will they even notice that on their end of year, spreadsheet? I don't know. So probably it may seem like it kind of sucks for T-Rex Arms to like not make, or the company as it is right now, make a lot of really public statements. But the more they talk about it, the more exposure they give to the market segment who doesn't know and doesn't care. So for them, the smart move is to say literally nothing, or say something very, nondescript or whatever, because we already decided, we decided a week ago. We decided based off of some post that Lucas made to Instagram, we already were like, I know who I'm backing in this fight, but we're the insane people. We're fucking nuts, dude. Normal people are like, I haven't bought an accessory in like a year and a half. I'm going to go to my favorite website, trexarms.com, and go buy another accessory. And they're not going to think to check, Instagram to see how the drama has progressed. They're just going to go to the website they have bookmarked and buy some more shit. So
I might agree with that if it were a different company. T-Rex is such a marketing Lucas heavy company that their own internal numbers they're expecting like 20 to 30 to 40% drop in sales, right? Which is a huge number. If this were someone else, probably not that big of a deal, right? But there is a legit public interest in this to an extreme level. Like the T-Rex Arms has not had a video hit 1 million views in probably a couple years. Lucas's one video is sitting at 1 million views right now. He gained 150,000 people went over there specifically and clicked the subscribe button, right? Which is hard enough to do, right? There is a tremendous wave of hate. And even if it was just a few thousand people, 10,000 people that said that they were never going to buy a T-Rex Arms anymore, that adds up over time considerably. So in some circumstances, I agree, they should have done nothing to start. But now that it has started, they kind of have to do something. Unless their plan is just to let it boil over, take the losses in the short term, rebrand, to try and work it out with Lucas. Who knows what that's going to be going forward. But T-Rex Arms is such a public company, and it's such an integrated company with their own community. Like, nobody goes to T-Rex Arms because they have the best prices. I'm going to tell you, I've bought a lot of things from T-Rex Arms. The only times I ever buy from them are when they have it in stock and nobody else does. So I think the people buying from T-Rex Arms are very integrated. That, or like sometimes they have surefire muzzle devices that I have to do for custom work or whatnot. And so I have to buy from them because everybody else is out of stock, right? So there are things that I buy from T-Rex Arms because they have it in stock. Other than that, never. So I think T-Rex Arms has a very dedicated fan base. I'll let you go, John. Sorry.
No, just to add on to that, Another reason why it's going to be a lot bigger of a thing is because this is such a memeable scenario. This is going to become, or at least I view that this is going to become some massive inside joke, not even inside joke, just a joke in the firearms community that furry porn was sent to Lucas's
It's
wife.
what ended.
I can't stop laughing about it. It just every time.
So
Well,
maybe you keep using what was it Iron Manning or whatever. So
Steel
I
man.
say
So steel manning the position. Yeah.
Steel man. I don't think that's the correct way. So the devil's advocate position here, because I agree with you, Focus. Like I think Trex is very much built because it's not a competitive website. A lot of their expansion, their YouTube channel, their sub YouTube channels, they're not doing great considering the massive amounts of audience they have. But perhaps maybe playing the devil's advocate position here for my heterosexual life partner here. We look at Grand Thumb, insanely memeable, right? How many times have I heard the word ovulating in the last 8 months? Or we look at Sig, but numbers wise, neither of them are hit hard. So maybe the counterpoint there is
drama is like
yes, but
shit
actually,
hot.
no.
It's awesome. A lot of people are going to watch the video. I think you've already seen some dissent in your own comment section of people being like, no, I still like them. I still want to support them, or people who are like pro Brandon or whatever. So like of the whatever million people who hit a viral video, again, you gotta recognize that a substantial portion of your audience does not own and cannot own firearms because they're from different countries or they're underage, because those are the people who have the time to fucking watch a lot of YouTube. When you actually run into normal people in the real world, they are not up to like our level of fucking involvement on this stuff. Like they're not buying as much as we are. They're not watching as much as we are. They're not paying anywhere close to the amount of attention as we are. But they don't have Instagram.
I do want to dismantle Brass's example there. For instance, the Grantham one is bad because 8 months ago, he is averaging approximately 1.8 million views a video. 2 months ago, he's averaging 600K. I mean, you could.
That's high. Like I'm looking at it too. I think you're looking at the peak moment after
possible. I mean, it's 8 months ago to 2 years ago. I'm seeing lots of. Now maybe it's just because they're older.
Well, so I don't want to get into this too much because ultimately I agree with you. I don't agree with Hop. I agree with you. But
no, I want to fight with you. We are going to fight right now. And this is going to be the new thing.
But 8 months ago, the way YouTube processed the algorithm massively shifted to drop gun content views by about 30 to 40%. And that was a big thing that was talked about internally, right? That wasn't, it happened slightly before this thing. But anyway, I don't know. I ultimately agree with you because I think Trex Arms is built entirely on the fact that this little guy on Instagram was pulling the fastest fucking shooting you've ever seen ever. And that ultimately built that up. And when you get rid of all of that, I don't think TrexArms.com is competitive enough to stand on its own legs, which is why I find it so bizarre that they acted so corporate in this situation. I think I don't know, who knows what's going on.
I find it bizarre that they wouldn't take a buyout. I don't know how they didn't see the writing on the wall there, that this was going to be very bad for the brand, and to hang on to it. It is literally
arrogance.
It's literally polishing the brass on the Titanic. Like,
well, how funny would it be is if they go back, they're like, okay, well, actually, we were wrong. We're gonna accept the buyout now, and all of this just goes back to normal in like 2 weeks.
That'd be awesome.
Like it's like nothing happens at all.
And
then you get the situation just like on every single Grantham video that goes live where there's a comment that says ovulating, and then there's a billion replies being like, wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? What?
Yeah.
People miss stuff. Like, again, Lunatic Fringe. I watch every single fucking YouTube video posted by my best friend in the world, Focus Trip, and also sometimes Brass Facts.
Nobody
and like because I have no job or life. Most people just aren't fucking plugged into it. And I think you guys have a point. Like we talk about the boycott versus boycott thing. I think a lot of T-Rex Arms as a company's like success is due to just an ongoing, like a perpetual boycott of people being like, I like this company, what they stand for, therefore I will buy from them. But I suspect that a lot of those people have made up their minds already. And, you know, you'll have that thing a year from now where somebody will stumble across a video about this drama and be like, wait, what? And you'll be like, oh, don't worry about it. It's old news. You know, some shit happened.
I don't even think you have to rely on people stumbling across it, because there's like, yes, we are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. We're the few people that actually know what's going on. But just like with the SIG situation, a lot of people didn't know what was going on with all that, but they heard about it. And it usually comes from people like us talking to other people who are less informed, who value our opinion.
Well, I mean, have you seen
the normie space?
Have you seen the comments under the initial video from like Grand Thumb is the top comment on Lucas's video, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Bob Chaser.
Like, yeah. But it's got something stupid like it far outweighs like, so to Hop's point here, I'm actually kind of agreeing to an extent where it's like, yeah, the overwhelming majority saw, yo, hey, it's heckin' Grand Thumb, and they liked his comment, right? But all of the comments under it were like, yeah, I just wish you loved your wife, like right off rip.
Yeah.
And the likes are, I mean, like, I think that's true. I think that we represent a hyper autistic, almost retarded niche. Well, not almost, but retarded niche, and we are more plugged into it. But I've seen a lot of the discourse going on just in the comments. I don't know how much of that is botted, if it is, but it seems to me that like he's mostly right on this, because I think most people are like, oh, I'm just hecking glad my favorite Marvel movie character in the gun space is showing support for my other favorite Marvel movie gun character.
MCU gun tubers.
Yeah, I mean, Marvel's not a great example to
well, but that's
your point, because they're the worst era ever.
Just
like GunTube, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, we are in the worst era ever.
But
which is why we're on a live stream talking about content instead of making content, right? So that's the new meta. Is there is no real content. We're now recycling at this point.
Yeah,
just like the Marvels. Hydrack Guns for $2 says, address the disrespect to Kara. No callback on app. No. Oh, no callback on application. Yeah. So that's another thing that Lucas points out in his video, is that Kara applies to the company, which is like, we don't want to be, adding nepotism to the list of issues, but other wives are already working there. So now it looks bad when we have this wife, but not that wife, who the family is kind of disrespected and shunned. So that just goes on to the pile of issues Lucas is having, right?
Nepotism levels that already maxed out. No more wives to be employed at this company.
Well, and then you also talk about the fact, I didn't even bring this up to him, the fact that they tried to force Lucas to get a prenup while not having a prenup themselves, because they were afraid of Kara specifically. They're like, our wives, no. Your wife, yes. And so that is also, again, they if that is true, and we're taking Lucas at his word, that is disrespectful, 100%. Elizabeth Olsen for another. Well, this is one that we did read earlier when Brandon was on screen, but I'll just read it again because it's $100. Brandon's whole argument that Lucas went public with this information at a private party of select individuals that he himself did not hear, all on a live stream, circled around internet drama. Lucas did nothing wrong. #Judas. Yeah, I don't know the full context of this party where Lucas told the truth about why he was leaving. There are ways you could frame it to be malicious, but I wasn't there. Apparently Brandon wasn't there either. So it's all about our own personal interpretation of, was this outing of this individual malicious or just telling the truth about why he's leaving the company? And I don't know.
I wasn't there either. I don't get invited to anything.
Yeah. Apparently the parties are lit though, Lucas said. 80 people.
I don't recognize the existence of that word because I'm too old. Speaking of old, it's already way the fuck past my bedtime, so it's probably past your bedtime. So I think we're gonna have to drop off here. But thank you very much for having us on.
Have a good night, sir. Appreciate you guys hanging out.
Good night, guys.
See you guys.
I'm really starting to think those guys are actually gay.
They're not gay. It's
No, they're
complicated.
straight.
Well, it's like this channel never beating the racism allegations. That channel never beating the lesbian allegations. It's just never happening.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't see him with Hop the 2 times it shot. He was not with him either day. So maybe there is a little separation there. I don't know.
Well, they were fighting.
Oh, Hop was in the hotel room.
Hop and TFB TV do insane work at SHOT Show. Like they have like 20 scheduled videos a day. So their schedule is wild. That's why they look like death afterwards. Clay Cable for 189 says new sidecar will be fuzzy with anime boobies. You know, people are going to make that a meme now. They are going to cover a T-Rex arm sidecar in degenerate hentai and post it on
the furry porn sidecar coming.
They're going to post it for Internet Cloud.
I think people already do that.
Well, I'm sure they do. Well, some companies make it from the factory, right? Mr. Grifter for $10 says if T-Rex wanted people to still buy from them, they'd sell the furry pics as range targets.
Oh man, that'd be wild.
Yeah,
thank you for the $10.
Now.
Lucas has the opportunity to do something really fucking funny after this stream if he's still paying attention to it. I'm just gonna throw it out
pretty sure he went to bed.
What is it? What does it say, King?
You start selling furry targets. I'm just saying, if it were me, I'd be. If it were me,
awesome.
Very base.
I'll say you're 4 hours into a live. You got to hop out, Jake.
No, I just said that'd be nice.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were about to go. Never mind.
No,
get out of here, Jake.
I'm just reading into it.
I'm here for the long run. Don't mind. I have to be up at 5 a.m. for work tomorrow. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Hey, how much would you pay to watch Trench talk to Brandon?
Oh my god!
Trench mentioned a ruin, but where? Okay, the real question is, guys, and he brought it up multiple times too, and I was like, I don't care.
I felt so bad because Vintage, you were like, I don't think this fucking matters, and I was like, oh man, god damn it.
On what? Or what are we talking about?
When Trench was like, who are we buying gear from? Who do we tell the boys to buy gear from? And I specifically saw you look at your camera and you're like, I just don't think it matters. And I was like,
to me, it's like you don't need somebody to articulate where you need to buy things from. That wasn't necessarily a slight. I will go on public record here to say that he did start to annoy me at a point, and that's where I'm like, I would pay money to watch you talk to Lucas, kind of deal. But no, it's like, dude, you're a guy in the space. You shouldn't need somebody to tell you what to buy. What was what was going on in my head, but
sometimes
I don't hate Trench is what I'm trying to get at, but
that one time when Trench
did the heavy lifting.
Yeah, when Trench came on and he was drunk with Terribly Tactical, that was like funny and good. That worked out really well. When he came on drunk and started rambling in front of like 1,200 people, not as good of a look. Subarctic Psycho for 2 says, Brandon, your goose is cooked. We'll see. I am interested to see whose theory wins out in the long run in the next 8 to 12 months. We'll see what happens. But thank you very much for the 2. Mitchell Black for 499 says, turn on slow mode. There were many times where I could not read a single thing in chat because there were 2,500 people angrily typing away, and I did not have slow-mo on whatsoever. But thank you very much, Mitchell Black, for the $4.99. Kara for 499 says, boy, they're going to be having my threesome tapes. Kara.
Yikes.
You're an imposter. I don't think that's the real Kara Botkin. Ivan Oster for 5 says, Brandon should keep talking. T-Rex hole keeps getting deeper. Maybe I need to re-listen to it because some people had a more negative interpretation of Brandon's talking points than I did, but I was also in here with him at the same time.
Were you looking at him and were you watching him?
I was watching him a lot, but I don't.
The body language was pretty telling. Like
I get distracted a lot.
And I've watched his live streams before when he's done like his little theology night live streams. He is, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be mean. He's not the most like outgoing type person. It seems he's a little awkward, but he seemed super nervous. And it was a large live stream, so I understand that. But
I wonder if he's ever been on one either, like an actual live stream with this many people.
He's been on Havoc with Well, he's been on Havoc with Lucas. That was probably bigger than this stream, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think that was bigger.
You also got to imagine what the last 2 weeks stress.
Yeah,
I think he knows though how many people actually like. I know some of the people in the chat are not going to believe this, but a lot of people do watch this stream that do have reach in the industry. So like John's going to be like, no, but I know it.
No, it was so no, it's getting bad is what I'm saying, because I was at a match the other day. I said where I was going, and I had a gentleman, very nice guy. He might even be hanging out with us. I'm very glad to meet you, but I had people go to the match to meet me, not to shoot, but just to be. And that's fine. That's great. I like that a lot. I don't have any problem meeting anybody, but there is going to come a day where I have to reclude myself from
first guy who ever recognized me in public whipped the fucking unironically whipped a fucking a loaded Luger into my face.
Oh man.
He insisted on me seeing it. You welcome to content creation, John.
Where's my gun?
Huh?
No, I just have pointing it directly at your face. Like
no, I can't make it. He had the belt on and everything. And I was at a range, and he was like with a couple other guys, and he was like, oh, and he did this like right like camp like this in my face. I'm like, I remember the date. It's a DWM Luger, 1916, very fucking cool Luger. But I was like, the fuck, dude, if this is my fan base, I'm cooked. And then as time has gone on, I got there was a guy, Mexican Marine guy at the Legion, who came up and shook my hand. He's like, bro, I love your videos. I'm like, I'm just happy my fan base is getting less ugly. That was like, that sounds terrible, but I'm like, bro, I'm just happy that they're normal people. You're gonna see it, John. You will. I promise.
All right. Gekadile for $2 says this is Fursona. I don't want to get into that, bro. I know Gep he was talking about something earlier. I didn't quite catch it. What he was saying.
Can we ban that guy from the chat?
We might ban
that
guy.
furry out of here.
Mitchell Black for 109 says PTSD makes me a gay furry. Very true. Very true. Karabakan Kakamai Food DJ Jones looking for the closest retrain. Thank you very much, Karabakan. Greatly appreciated, sir. You're definitely a dude with a sense of humor.
Definitely a man. Probably Indian.
Abnormal Thoughts for $2 says, what exactly got sent to Kara AD pick? Question mark. No, it was 3 anime, hentai, furry, pornographic comics. So it is
animals, but they were not
whether
animals, they were like people.
Yeah, quote unquote accident. Whether you think that was better or worse, I will leave that up to you.
I just love that bro joined the stream and paid money to ask a question that was answered in the stream.
Like
well, so that was at guys. Listen, that was from 9:30.
Oh,
that's really 2 hours ago. So he might have hopped in at 9:20 to catch the tail end of that section and then asked a $2 question like, hey, what was it actually about? Because he missed the 10 minutes previous. That happens a lot. Mayor of McKinleyville, because I don't actually expect people to be here for a solid 4 hours on a Tuesday night till midnight. I don't expect that. Mayor of McKinleyville for 499 says, I believe you can consider that relationship severed after this live stream. No, Brandon was very complimentary of Lucas. Sorry, I'm Freudian slip there.
Yep.
But he did side with T-Rex with T-Rex. I'm getting I'm doing it. It's too late. My brain is gone. He sided with T-Rex over Lucas. So there's I don't know how Lucas feels about that. I don't know how because Lucas did talk to him for about 3 hours before he made his final decision and whatnot. So I mean, I hope that relationship can be mended, just like Lucas hopes that he can mend the relationship with his brothers at some point in the future. I hope for reconciliation. It's going to be a painful process in the short term. Thank you very much for the $4.99, sir. Blake Noble for $2 says absolutely nothing, but I'm sure people responded with a certain set of letters. And he follows up with another $2, says, why would this person even have his wife numbers? She did the RSVPs for the Bakken parties. Blake Noble for $2. Sorry, I just read that one. I'm retarded. Mayor of McKinleyville for $49 says, I hope I'm good with Lucas. He committed fireable offenses. Well, that can be true. Right, I can let's say for instance, Bones does something really bad. I can be his friend and still acknowledge that he did something wrong, right? As I hope that people who are my friends can acknowledge that I've done things wrong. I should be held accountable for those things, but that they can forgive me for them, right? And I think that is fair. So, and that's the thing. If you have a real friend or a real brother, you are going to call them out on their crap and hold them accountable. That's what men should do. Jimmy Boy in the South. Yeah, Jimmy Boy in the South for 49 says absolutely nothing, but drops 5 on the table, jumps out the door. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Solo Gordo for 49 says, what things do you want? Oh, damn it. I should have asked him all. This was probably right before he left too. I'm sorry, Solo. Solo Gordo for 49 says, what things do you want to see change in the company moving forward? That was obviously for Brandon.
Hang on to it. Next time you talk to him, maybe.
Actually, yeah, that's a really good idea. Thank you. I'm going to copy and paste that into, I can also just message him.
Yeah, send
you can actually copy it.
Message.
You can copy it and send it to another one of your phones. That's the best way to
send it to your friends.
Hope I sent it to the right contact.
Good clip, Jake. Good clip.
Thanks. Thanks, Vintage.
Thank you, Solo Gordon, for the.
We'll have you a channel in no time.
No, thank you.
$5.
Absolutely.
Focus Trip MCU of many characters expands.
The Focus Trip universe is wild, to be clear. Nick for $5 says, full of side characters, mini bosses, all sorts of things. Nick for $5 says, I'm 30 minutes behind. Sexual harassment is legally defined by its impact, not by its intent. Brandon says it has to be intentional. Not true. So that's thank you, Nick, for the $5. That's an area I didn't want to argue with the specifics of was it illegal, because it's immoral, right? That's the first thing. Even if it was accidental, I'm sure Lucas has a much stronger take on it, and he might even want to go after the guy, right? And that's his prerogative to do so, although I don't think he's going to do that at this point. But that argument was kind of tangential to the whole thing. But I agree that whether or not it actually meets the technical definition of sexual harassment, you can argue that one way or the other. I'm sure lawyers would love to get sucked into this sort of debate where they get to scam $1,000 per hour or whatnot. But thank you very much, Nick, for the $5. Hey, good night, The Range. I appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, insane that there are still 1,200 people watching 4 hours into a live stream.
They want the slop.
I just want to know, what kind of lawyers are they?
We know what kind of lawyers they are. Mr. Midwest, I saw this one come through. Mr. Midwest for $4.99 says, heresy detected, opinion rejected, beep, boop, beep. That was when... That was meant when, yes, that was when Brand, although he's a SIG guy, so SIGger opinion detected, opinion rejected. But that was when Brandon specifically mentioned that he is a post-millennial Christian, which has to do with your eschatology, your view of the rapture. That is a tertiary issue, not particularly important. But thank you for the $4.99, sir.
Yeah, post-mill, stay winning, ortho bros, seethe.
Fight. Yeah, we're now a Orthodox debate channel. Please argue in the comments. CK for $5 says, I like Brandon, but it seems like T-Rex is using him as a buffer. Lucas's brother are savages. Ha ha ha. I mean, whether or not it's intentional to put Brandon out there as the metaphorical sacrificial lamb, I'm not sure if that's intentional, but that is kind of what happened. Thank you, CK, for the $5. Loops the Cat for 5 says, Focus, you are very well read on the Bible. Maybe I missed it, but what church are you a member of? I just applied for membership of my local church. You're going to be disappointed when you hear this, but it is a Baptist church. Now, why is that? It's because it's local to me, and I live in the middle of nowhere. So that is the community that I can be a part of. So that is the community that I will be a part of until we move or something else happens. But thank you very much for the $5, Loops.
Dude, I thought you were a Scientologist. That's crazy.
Yeah, Scientology. SV89 for $2 says, resend Vintage the link. I did. He's here.
That's how far back we are.
We're over
48 more to go, baby.
We are halfway through the timeline. Now we only have 48 left.
I just want to go to bed.
Lightning round.
We started at over 100. Go, guys. You guys can leave, and I will answer all these questions. I appreciate your time, but you guys aren't being paid to be here. Unless you guys do live streams or have...
Not yet.
I send reciprocal super chats and memberships to Vintage because he's on the channel.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know, but I'm also once Bone's subscribe star goes through, I'll actually subscribe to it, but it's still under a review. Nick for $5 says absolutely nothing. Thank you for the 5. Tyler, I do enjoy being people's like small content creators, their first like subscribe star guy, the first guy to actually like support them financially. Tyler Tristle for $4.99 says TLDR furry porn broke up a multi-million-dollar company and family. Then we had a guy scream about morals, and then essentially he stayed for money.
Oh my goodness.
The first part is furry porn breaks up T-Rex arms. That's wild.
Siley said, if I donate $500, can we just skip them all?
Yes.
Oh my God!
I'm calling you on it.
Let's go, Siley.
No.
Let's go.
No.
Okay, yeah, no, be about it. You got to be about it, dude.
No.
Can't just say that.
No.
Siley's been here the whole time. Don't you have a job?
And one that maybe $500 right now.
Maybe this is the
all of the
strategy.
super chats.
Oh my gosh, I feel bad. I would feel so, I would have to open the next stream by reading them all. SV89 for $5 says, "Can I join sometime if I promise no racial slurs or spurgouts about fat people, degens, non-whites, or quad rails?"
I don't believe you.
I believe SB89. You're my top guy.
Twice earlier today.
Legitimately
is my top guy.
I would allow you on a live stream on like a variety night where we're not talking about anything, like no major topics. I would totally do that. But yeah, just got to behave in the first couple hours.
Yeah,
okay?
just
Behave.
whatever you
Thank
do,
for the $5.
don't question him on the definition of a person. He has an
Oh
interesting.
That was
an
such
interesting
a
opinion
long
on
argument
that.
earlier today.
Hey,
Holy
Siley,
shit.
where's that
well,
500, Siley?
Yeah, Siley.
Nick for $2 says, "What were the fireable offenses committed by Lucas?" So this is out there. The allegation, I don't even know. It's 4 hours into a live stream. But this is out there. I'll let Lucas say it because Lucas will probably respond to that. So Lucas will say it in his own words, or Nick, if you DM me, I will tell you specifically. But these allegations are out there, but they're founded and unfounded in some ways. So I'd like to hear Lucas's explanation because he's never really spoke about it publicly. Ben Shooting for $5 says he was just trying to get virus off his phone when he sent it to the wrong number, and then his pants just fell down. Yeah, it's just a bad cycle. I subscribe to the idea that he tripped. As he was tripping and trying to catch his phone, he typed that wherever he found those images into the search bar, copied them to his phone, selected them, typed in Kara's number, all while still tripping, and then managed to attach them and send them all accidentally as he was fumbling with his phone in just the most comical reason for a multi-million-dollar company to break up of all time.
We call that a focus trip.
Ooh, yeah, he was focus tripping. I focus tripping until I send my boss's wife porn. Isaac for $4.99 says, "Rebrand T-Rex with Hop as majority owner. Clone LaRue C note. Hop gets drunk at a company party, sends pics, asked not to come back on Monday." That is a wild turn of events that is not entirely out of the realm of possibilities. Tyler Tristle for $4.99 says, "Kevin Gates never had this problem." I'm not Kevin Gates. Who's Kevin Gates?
You don't know who Kevin Gates is?
Nope.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Guys,
no culture.
Kevin Gates.
I
Wow.
don't know who that is either.
American rapper, bro. I don't care.
I didn't know who he was either. we do a little gaslighting here, John. Sorry.
He's from Louisiana. Disgusting. Thank you very much.
Oh, he's fully disgusting. I was just surprised you didn't know who he was.
I literally didn't. He 2 phones.
One for the plug.
Gabriel
and one
Baker.
For the hose.
Gabriel Baker for $1.99 says, "Happy Pride Month, Brass Facts. Give Hop my love." Heart emoji. Thank you, Gabriel Baker. Appreciate it. Yeah, happy CC Pride Month to everybody here. Bulge Deep in Vagina for $1.99 says it's officially White Boy Summer. Yes, sir. Bro, I forgot that we were streaming 4 hours ago. This is wild. Stephen Shreds for $1.99 says, "Resign before we fire you." Yeah, I imagine that was not comfortable. Honestly, if I had accidentally done that, I probably would have just resigned before they fired me. I was like, "Yep, it's over, bros. I'm out of here."
Dude, the moment you know that you sent The what? Furry, bro. Just don't show back up.
Nope,
Like,
done.
No
Don't
call,
show
no
up.
show.
no call, no show.
Leave the country.
That is one of those moments that's gonna haunt that guy forever, even if it was
Also,
an
remember, like the
accident.
fucking streamer, you are literally gay. I haven't said that
Yeah,
yet.
you're literally gay. It's 1,200 to be here. Just hit the widow, hit the widow, hit the widow, widowy, hit the
little
like button,
button.
please.
Do it for him.
No. Also,
Do
I
it
did
for his
forget
family.
it
Do it for
is
his family.
June, so keep in mind the our queer
I
folk
like to
month.
wear one around my neck because I'm gay.
So keep that in mind as we
Do
move
it, for,
forward. Mayor,
do it for me and Trench.
do it for Trench. Mayor of McKinleyville for 49 says, look at the Nova group wearing the shirts they stole from the sleepover at GT's house. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Jake, are you gone? I don't know why, Jake. Jake duplicated himself. This is now Skinwalker Jake. How's it going, man?
Yes. No, it just kicked me from the stream for some reason. It's
Well,
just StreamYard being stupid.
thank you, Mayor of McKinleyville. I've never seen you around here before, but you are argumentative and sending lots of super chats.
Looks
and
like,
I
looks like
appreciate
an
the back
old
and forth.
Johnny Q. Bring his face up again. Looks like a Johnny Q when he's like 80.
That would be a good meme account. That's a good question, son.
That's a good question.
Gabriel Baker for 99 says, you dance with the one who brought you. I remember when Brandon first came to T-Rex. It was obvious Luke had invested a lot of time mentoring him as an on-camera talent, not the time for semantics. Well, and Brandon admitted that, and he said he was appreciative of the time that Lucas had invested into him and built him up from literally a customer service guy to now, funny turn of events, Lucas is gone, and now, hey, you're the impromptu face of T-Rex Arms for the future, right? And that's just whether you like it or not, that's the situation. So I agree with that, Gabriel. Thank you for the $9.99. Oh, darn it. I'm sorry, Spaz. I didn't get to these fast enough.
No.
Spaz for 5 says, when is Brass and Hop going to officially come out and say they are dating? It is that time of year if somebody did want to make an announcement. Thank you, Spaz. Super
was-
for $1.99. Go for it.
He was messaging me. Oh, you got to tell me whenever they start reading off my super chat.
Oh,
Well, you're
confirmed
not
they're
doing
married
it,
in
so
chat. They're married
failed.
in chat.
They're married, yeah.
Yeah. Super 409 says T-Rex social media rep to public relation rep. Yeah, that's not the pipeline you want. That's the opposite. If you're being the impromptu PR guy, something has gone wrong. Mayor of McKinleyville for 109 says, wait, is that Pedro Pascal at Hop's house? Hey, dude, Pedro pops up everywhere now, and I need that to stop. But thank you for the 199, sir. And no one you know for $5 says, can we change the Nova group to an ambiguously gay duo? I did change it just for you, sir. I saw that in chat and made the adjustment for a little while. I kept changing their name depending on what they were saying, but I appreciate it. No one you know of. Thank you. Huge ass for $4.99 says, I am 100% vindicated in never having given money to T-Rex Arms at any point. Everyone involved is a Spurg and mega gay. Right? That's the total, like the big brain issue is everyone is gay. Both sides are gay. Solo Gordo 499. Yeah. Solo Gordo 499 says, please ask Lucas to hop in, send him an invite. Solo Gordo, I did send Lucas an invite while he was in chat. He didn't see it, and I told him no pressure, obviously, because I don't know if he wanted to follow that up, and that would have made us go for another 2 hours at least. So honestly, I'm kind of glad that he didn't. Bulge Deep in Vagina 499 says, never blindly respect women.
Never
Yeah, in
blindly
terms of
respect anyone.
in terms of respect, yeah, you don't need to you need to treat them,
With dignity.
appropriately. With dignity, yes, but respect is maybe a little bit more specific. So I actually agree with that. Thank you. Bulge Deep in Vagina 499. Delete Laws for 499 says, why does Vintage always look like his girlfriend just dumped him and he's constipated? Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Well, yeah, you'll be comforted to know that she's in bed right now. People here know that Joe's
listen, honey. I've got to hang out with internet autists. Okay, I'll be to bed in a minute.
Dude, it pays bills. She gets to save money, and I have other incomes that come in. She's happy with it. All right.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Get that bag.
Out of order cigars for 199 says Sig sent the pics. I think this is an op. This was like Sig's like, listen, we got to take down somebody else. We got to put the heat somewhere else, okay? T-Rex, prime company to do that with. Thank you very much for the 109. Abnormal Thoughts for 5 says, I can't judge the situation without seeing the furry porn in question. Well, that is definitely an abnormal thought, but thank you very much for the $5, sir. Thank you. And again, as Brandon says, he thinks that the images are just going to get leaked somehow anyways. And when that happens, the memes will flow.
Why? And like, why would he think that? Because
he's going to leak them.
I mean, or it's already leaked somewhere and he knows
They're just posted all around the office.
Brandon
sure it's on Hop's Discord. Are you sure it's not on Hop's Discord?
It might have started in Hop's Discord. Brandon has had a lot of his DMs leaked from people messaging him. So if those have been shared around, it is just a matter of time. SV89 for 5 says, Brass and Hop, it's sad, lame, and gay for grown men to drink all the time. Also, no one has seen either of you with a woman ever. It's not too late. That's not true. They've been with females for... I've never seen them in person with a female, but I'm sure that it has happened at some point. They've been on stream with females. Does that count?
I'm gonna have to text Boondock. Yeah, I have to text
She wasn't
Boondock.
here earlier. She wasn't here.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, I saw it in here.
Yep.
Huge Ass 49 says this whole situation is super AIDS. It's contagious at this point. The internet has it. The internet can't get rid of it. That's the problem. Creek Show Operator for 189 says, I want to bring Hop on my channel and hug him. Aw, wholesome. Actually, Creek Show, I was just watching your video on that LSW build you put together. I didn't finish it, but I was watching it. I was working through it. Thank you, Creek Show, for the 189. Small channel that everyone should check out.
Still no Siley donation. Starting to think they were all talk.
Damn.
Well, he's now having to clear it with legal. Like, can I put a $500 charge on the company card for marketing, quote unquote?
Clear it with legal. It's like Isaac.
Out of Order Cigars 49 says Jimmy in a stripper is greater than 320 in a holster.
Yes.
You're getting something's getting blown somewhere in that situation. That's all I'm saying. Zephon for 5 says, I love how Hops and Sasfax share a wardrobe when traveling. Yeah, it does really help with logistics when you both wear the exact same clothes. So actually kind of jealous. Love Shack for $9.99 says, I think Brandon originally said that it wasn't a dick pic, and Lucas all but saying it made me lose so much respect for Brandon. Brandon's original statement was pretty dismissive because originally said he was like, oh, it was sexual and weird, but it wasn't pornographic.
It wasn't furry porn?
Yeah, but say like no, it's hentai, furry, porn, nudity, disgustingness. So
But it's on Amazon, guys. It's fine.
It's on Amazon. Jeff Bezos.
Well, when he said, "Oh, it's worse than The Boys," I was like, "Bro, The Boys is like wild," and I've never seen The Boys, but like it's worse than The Boys is. All right, thank you, Love Track, for the 99. Ziphon for $2 says Protestants stirring up trouble again. So this is the new grift. Is we're just going to start a theology debate channel instead. I think that's the next move.
I'm here for it.
We're gonna have
no
Protestant
than your Discord. No
Protestant. Yes, it's we actually have an entire section dedicated to the antics of Prot the Orth.
Oh, must be new.
Sometimes we stay up till 3 a.m. debating it in the voice call.
Yeah,
I have been a part of.
I was gonna say that yes, I was up till 4 o'clock the other morning arguing Islam and atheism versus a couple other people in there.
An individual.
Appreciate it. Well, Stu was there too, so it was more than
one. Stu was there.
It was a Mexican standoff versus Christians, Muslims, and atheists. We were all ganging up on each other simultaneously, which sounds like something else. We're gonna move on. Walter Stroud for 199 says, "How dare you question the noise of my water heater?" His water heater was fine. Somebody in the comments said, Brandon just lied. You don't need a water heater to heat hot water because it's my hot water heater. You mean it's your water heater? Because if it's hot water, you wouldn't need a heater to heat the hot water, right?
It's like you don't put toast in a toaster.
Correct. It's already toast.
Yep.
It is just a water heater.
Yeah.
But what extra toasty?
I don't know, bro. It's way too late for me to be arguing these ontological questions with you. Bomani Igloo for $2 says, my rabbi said that I can buy T-Rex at fire sale prices right now. My rabbi said that it's a great time to buy. It's a buyer's market in the T-Rex firm. It's actually interesting. Brandon did say that they offered to have a outside person company buy Lucas's shares. So I don't know who that might have been. Interesting.
Probably, honestly, probably PSA. They already do business with PSA. They have the money.
It's all PSA.
It always has been.
You don't like the tendrils.
Actually, you know what? Actually, that's a good point. If there was an ultimate boss or an ultimate villain of this stream, it is PSA, which one day I will overcome. Thank you for the $2, Bamani and Glue. Delaware X for 5 says he was the youngest brother with the newest wife. They don't respect him. That is the way that it seems, and that's family dynamics get rough at times. Okay, they do. And I'm on the younger side of my family, but I'm not the youngest. So I've seen it happen. And I have 8 brothers and sisters. Thank you, Delaware X. The useful idiot for 5 says, the Rizzler tried to skibbity the boss's wife, and instead of getting yacht, he got phantom taxed. Bro, the fact that I read that in a German accent was amazing. Yeah, that's a comment of all time, good sir. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Those are words I've never said in that order before, for sure. Yeasty G for 199 says, trench grenade bit off my wiener when I was 11, or bit my wiener when I was 11. Maybe that's why he has the lisp. Bamani Igla for $2 says, vintage looking zesty.
Dankeschön. Danke.
Dankeschön, bitte. Yes, CG for another 199 says, Trench bent me over and tongue punched my duke. Oh my god.
What is that profile picture to? Jesus Christ. Brother.
Dude, I was reading those in the side chat and laughing at very inopportune
I am glad that I missed it.
I feel like such a fucking retard, by the way, because every stream, John, I've been on, I did not see it might have been I clicked on something, but the text chat on the right.
Yeah, the thing that says comments.
Yeah, so I've had my phone right here. It's just like reading the chat
on YouTube, like a second instance of it.
One more viewer.
One more viewer.
Oh man.
Justin Owens 499 says, rather watch Trench's weird content than support T-Rex now, but competing in the Pain Olympics seems like a better pastime than both at this point.
Oh.
Well, Trench came out with a video on Brandon today, and he went hard on Brandon. So I don't think necessarily deservedly so, but that's Trench's opinion. And I know Brandon's getting the brunt because he's the tallest nail at this point. But thank you for the 499, sir. Aaron Keener for 499 says the sender showed them the first phone and said he didn't know what they were talking about, then told the truth 5 days later. I don't know all of the details, but I would not be surprised if there was some lie obfuscation going on if you pressed a little bit deeper, but that's just speculation on my part. So, and they admitted that they handled the investigation incorrectly. So that just adds fuel to the fire. But thank you, Aaron Keener, for the 499. Delaware X for $5 says, hire the Yankee Marshal to make top 5 revolver videos. That'll turn T-Rex around. No, I wouldn't hire the
top
Yankee
5
Marshal.
reasons that I believe that men should be naked around children. Me, Yankee Marshal.
Well, actually, speaking of being naked around children, Yeasty G for 199 says, French grenade keeps biting my turning out a wiener. Thank you very much for the 199 Yeasty G. Go ahead.
And I was just making a disgust noise.
Oh, okay, good. Correct. Abnormal Thoughts for $5 says they actually have those check boxes on checkout. That whole company is demented. Furry porn is probably just a tip. Hee hee. No, I don't think that. I don't get that. People are like, "Oh, you espouse Christian values. You must be a degenerate." It's usually just what's that term called? It's too late in the stream. It is projection. Yes. Usually it's like, "Well, I'm disgusting, but I'm open about it, so that makes me better than you." But no, I don't think that they're overall degenerate. I just think they have a degenerate employee. Thank you for the.
Yeah, I think that same guy earlier had some very unfavorable opinions on Israel. So.
Okay, well that's based, but
no,
yeah.
I mean like unfavorable to what we would so
that's
yeah,
cringe.
yeah.
That actually makes sense. That lines up. Thank you, sir. Aaron Keenar for 199 says, "Bring on Sig Defender." Let's hear his take on all of this. Actually, that's a good idea. I'll hit him up, see how he's doing. I had a Mr. Entact comment on one of my posts the other day. He said he was just watching my Instagram. He's like, "Oh, good shooting" or something. It's nice of him. Lance Miller for $10 says, "Appreciate you all coming together to discuss. I'm more concerned about Lucas's brothers taking advantage of him." Correct. That's like the starting point of all of the issues. Taking advantage of him. Treachery of the soul within family is a line crossed. I think that's where all the issues stem from, is the initial buyout where Lucas loses power and then it comes back to bite him in the ass. Lucas admits that's a bad decision, but at the time, again, he talks about his brothers are a decade older. They're role models. They're influential figures in his life. He would never think, at least in his words, that they would, use this against him in the future. And unfortunately, he finds himself in the position 13 years later that now he is up a creek without controlling interest, which does suck. But thank you very much for the $10, Lance Miller. Charles Chuck for $5 says, the only blank in my mind thing T-Rex has going for it is they can make semi-custom light-bearing holsters shipped within a week. Yeah, I mean, that's what they built their reputation off of, was holsters. But now we're in a place where you can go QVO, Tier 1, XYZ, whatever it might be, and get a holster the same way. So I don't think they're as novel in the marketplace as they used to be. Not saying that the product is bad, but I don't think they're quite as novel as they used to be. But thank you, Charles, for the $5. And I'd also be interested to see in what percentage of their sales is holsters, because there's a reason they expanded into nylon, into curating just normal optics, tourniquets, different nylon products, whatever it might be, on their website. So I think the holsters might be 20, 30, 40% of their business, but I don't think it's the majority anymore. Sheep Herder for 911, it's 911 for $4.99, says, "We got a bunch of gun tubers here that are hiding their power levels over 271,000. That seems about right. Focus. Haven't seen you in MMA Guru's chat in a hot minute. I still watch MMA Guru. I don't comment on all of his live streams because I just have less time now to watch other people's live streams, but I still watch MMA Guru. Very nice gentleman. Also relatively based. He's based. He's a British guy, but he's seeing the fall of his country around him, and he talks on MMA stuff, but based topics usually come up because he's, in a country currently exhibiting brown issues, let's say. And so he's pretty adamant about certain things. Knox Spectre for $5 says, "New holster idea, furry images on holster." There's a hole in the market for that sort of thing, and somebody out there is going to fill it, Knox. Thank you for the $5.
SRA is going to love this one.
Yeah. Another option from Mr. Nos Spectre for $2 says furry/fur handcuffs and holder. Another option that you could fill out there, Mr. Knox. I think that somebody out there will probably offer that. Mace fell out the window for $2. Says, yes, the Clinton defense. Just add on intent. I didn't intend to run that lady over. Therefore, it's not manslaughter, Yana. Yeah. Andrew Bashan for $4.99 says, "What did I miss? Passed out after a 6-mile kayak day." That's awesome. We'll watch on VOD. How gay and regarded was Brandon? Brandon was very nice. He has extremely difficult to defend positions. So it'll be an interesting watch. I will probably rewatch the section with me and Brandon because I want to kind of see the full context and watch in a little more detail. So thank you very much for the $4.99, Andrew. Hope your kayak went fun, because that sounds like a good time. Now, SV89 says, Austin's top guy confirmed. Very true. Thank you, SV89.
Very, very factual.
Huge Ass for $4.99 says, "If Brass and Hop divorce, who gets custody of all their flannel t-shirts?" Huge Ass asking the important questions at 12:30, 4.5 hours into a live stream with 1,000 people still watching somehow. Nathaniel Grimes for $10 says they should offer Lucas's equity to PSR. Lucas's equity is probably in the millions of dollars, I believe. So I don't think PSR has millions of dollars floating around, but they could offer it. That would be wild. Also, PSR doesn't quite align with the other companies, but I get it for the meme value. That's funny. Gabriel Baker for $1.99 says, "I think you missed my super chats, gay sir. I read them all. They're all gone." However, if I did miss one, just type it out in the regular chat.
Pay $500. Just pay $500.
Just type it out in the regular chat, and I will read it. Okay.
Yeah, just
you gotta donate again.
Tell us the silly little numbers on the back of your credit card, please.
Yeah, just that's simpler at this point. Thank you, Gabriel, for the 199. And if I did, I'm very sorry. I worked through all the ones that were sitting in the StreamYard. So if there's more somewhere, then I must have missed it. But I do apologize for that. Creek Shoe Operator for 499 says, I'm starting to think Brandon doesn't have a pedigree. Also, thanks for showing support to my channel focus. No problem, sir. You know, we were all small channels at one point. And I think new good channels in the market is a good thing, you know, because we kind of need to overthrow the old guard. It's our time to shine, good sir.
Hell yeah.
So, okay, we are done.
Holy shit.
It's over. We're gone.
Nobody else donate.
Unbound Citizen, 30 seconds. Unbound Citizen. I'm about to kick bones. Unbound Citizen, 30 seconds. Give us your spiel. What's coming out next? Where can people find you?
So right now I'm actually working on a video for I swapped my carry gun from summer and like winter fall time. I took it out recently and actually had a problem with a couple of mags or a mag. So I'm kind of going over that, doing some stuff, just basic reminder type thing, nothing crazy. Hopping on here, staying up with the drama on T-Rex. So
nice. Heck yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I just posted your link in chat. So all 1,000 of you in here, go ahead and click on that link, hit the subscribe button to get Unbound Citizen up there. Vintage, what do you got, sir? Thank you for hanging out for this long.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. So you ever seen the like the TV shows? I did a video recently that was about like cop shows, anti-gun sentiment, and like boomer wine aunt videos.
Yes, correct.
So one thing that I neglected that could be its own video, and it will be its own video, is the gun show scenes in them, or gun shop scenes in them. So it's usually like it's the people who come in. Yeah, I know I'm gonna go ahead and need me like 350 caliber machine gun, like badass guy. Yeah. That could be its own video, and that's the one I'm working on tomorrow. I'm gonna start. I already got clips. I already got stuff I'm doing with that. So that'll be a fun one, hopefully.
Heck yeah, awesome. Jake, you don't have a channel. You don't have anything to say. Bones,
I have something to say. Come on.
All right, Bones, sorry, Jake, what's your outro? Go for it.
I was just going to say thanks for having me on. Christ is King. Start living like it.
Based. Heck yeah. Very. Thank you, Jim.
Very true.
All right, Bones, I already dropped your YouTube channel link in the chat for everybody to go click on. All 1,000 people here should go click on the link. But Bones, what do you before we get out of here?
I had a super fun time. It was great. I enjoy the fact that I am able to stand on the shoulder of giants here and be a part of the community. It's something I wanted to do for a long time. And I just pushed out a video that meant a lot to me. It was my rifle after 10 years. A lot of experience, time, and effort went into that video, a lot of editing. And you guys can roast me on how bad it was and how shitty my audio was. In it, please. Thank you. More to follow.
Check it out. I made the thumbnail for him.
You did. Oh my god, it was super good too. Thank you.
It is maybe the best.
Dank, what do you got to say, sir? What do you got to say for yourself after all this?
I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Just leaves immediately.
I pulled up my sriracha sauce comically oversized bottle on stream, and somebody said it was lube. You can only take one
bottle on the plane.
Good night, Browner. Nick Fuentes.
Gepgekadile for $2 says, hate Gaza, hate he Israel. Thank you very much for the $2, sir. And with that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. God bless, and have fun with the outro.
Man, these people took my peace from me, then they froze my bank account. I got so much hurt inside me, got no way to let it out. Think I'm stuck in the silence, where's my faith? I'm dying. Yes, I was a mess, but now I walk with Zion. The post that I'm dropping on Twitter, they tell me, hey, don't preach that. Now people don't see me in public, I'm riding with Jesus laid back. With all of the money and fame, still couldn't get my peace back. With all of the money and fame, still don't get to see my children. People see my Twitter, but they don't feel what I'm feeling. So I turn to Jesus, yeah, now I'm forgiven. Praise him, Lord Jesus. Praise him, Lord Jesus. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Praise understand the things I say on Twitter. All my people worship, praise him, Lord Jesus. Praise him, Lord Jesus. Praise him, Lord Jesus. All my people worship, praise him, Lord Jesus. She wanna pray in Japan. I put the cross on the bench.